Good morning and welcome everyone to this meeting entitled On Ruins, Constructing Otherness Through Mediterranean Antiquities Between 19th and 20th Century. First of all, I would like to thank the speakers who accepted the invitation to present the research and all of you who are listening to us. This meeting was actually supposed to take place in person, but all we know with what happened and we prefer to meet online. But I really hope to see you in the near future. Our program for the day is going to be quite easy, so I will immediately give the floor to the director of the Humanities Department hosting us. And after all, I'll take a few minutes of your time to introduce the conference and explain the meaning of its title. So, Professor Livio Sbardella, and then we can start.
Grazie. Ringrazio tutti i colleghi e tutte le colleghe e tutti gli studenti e le studentesse presenti per la partecipazione a questa iniziativa, ma innanzitutto ringrazio Simona per l'organizzazione di questo evento che anche solo guardando alla locandina di presentazione si configura come un evento ricco di temi, ricco di argomenti e con una partecipazione di livello internazionale evidente e che onora l'importanza dell'evento stesso. L'argomento poi mi sembra di grande interesse perché prosegue una linea di ricerca che Simona ha già iniziato negli anni scorsi con un libro, Pietre d'oltremare, in cui studia appunto il fenomeno dell'appropriazione culturale in senso imperialistico attraverso l'appropriazione del patrimonio archeologico di altri paesi, come quindi fenomeno di interculturalità forzata, interculturalità colonialistica, ma comunque come fenomeno di interculturalità importante che ha segnato momenti decisivi del nostro sviluppo culturale, soprattutto in Europa. Mi pare che questo convegno prosegua e per certi aspetti ampli anche questa prospettiva di ricerca molto interessante avviata da Simona, nella quale si sta specializzando con una ampiezza di prospettiva notevole che mi pare vada ad abbracciare tra l'altro il panorama dell'intero Mediterraneo, dell'intero mondo mediterraneo, attraverso l'intervento di studiosi di vari paesi. Quindi certamente un convegno di grande interesse che si colloca nell'ambito di un'attività convegnistica che dopo un periodo difficile dovuto purtroppo alla situazione contingente della pandemia, si sta riavviando nel nostro dipartimento, per fortuna, in parte in presenza, in parte ancora attraverso la modalità online, ma speriamo sempre più verso un ritorno alla partecipazione in presenza anche a questo tipo di attività e quindi non posso che salutare questa circostanza, questa occasione con grande soddisfazione da parte mia e da parte di tutto il Dipartimento. Quindi torno a rinnovare i miei ringraziamenti a Simona, a tutti e a tutte le partecipanti e ad augurare a tutti e a tutte buon lavoro.
Grazie mille, grazie Livio. Iniziamo appunto con questa introduzione. Come ho già spiegato ad alcuni relatori, visto che la giornata è piuttosto intensa, anticiperemo alcune relazioni e quindi Paolo mi ha dato la sua disponibilità ad iniziare un pochino prima in modo da non arrivare a cavallo appunto della pausa pranzo in maniera piuttosto affaticata. Okay. Well, as we know, archaeology had a pivotal role in the age of imperialism, where ruins and artifacts of ancient Mediterranean civilizations were used by Europeans to shape visions of the past and relations between territories, states, and empires. Through archaeology, European power outlined a discourse that illuminated the different steps through which our civilization would have moved from the east to the west. Through archaeology, European power appropriated from themselves the past of countries populated by people without history. Through archaeology, European powers supported their colonial projects and legitimized their own power for over a century. The role of archaeology as a tool and reason of imperialism has been analyzed in various ways over time. Some authors have investigated how the great civilizations of the past came to light and how individuals and institutions plundered their remains. Various researchers have explored the impact that the ruins from the East had on knowledge, aesthetic canon, and European culture between the 19th and 20th centuries. Additional authors have analyzed the effect that the ruins had on the imagery of the time, their popularization, their role in producing regime of representation and the identities. In all these cases, antiquities have revealed their power to express visions of the world and history, narratives of the self and the other, discourses on boundaries and belonging. More recently, researchers focused on the sources to be used to understand this process. Documents produced in excavations, visual text, iconographic apparatus, and archives have begun to reveal the mechanism through which identities and systems of dominion were constructed through archaeology. Alongside this analysis, other researchers have flipped the perspective. Subjects that had long remained in the background are being brought into the field of investigation. For example, institutions and intellectuals from the Ottoman world have been placed at the center of new research, revealing their views on the construction of Eurocentric heritages. Today, the decolonization of archaeological discourse and practice is perhaps the most interesting area of analysis. Starting from this, what we would like to do in this meeting is to deepen a specific topic. We are going to discuss the topic of otherness constructed by archaeology in the Mediterranean between the 19th and 20th centuries. We will look at various contexts and countries in which archaeology played an important cultural and political role: Egypt, Palestine, Crete, Greece, and the Ottoman Empire. We will analyze how otherness took shape in relation to two main aspects. First, we will examine archaeologists in relation to the local population, and more specifically to the local workforce employed in the excavations. Second, we will explore the multiple readings formulated on the ruins of the past. As to our first point, what we would like to discuss is who exactly were those people who were directly involved in European diggings. What perception did archaeologists have of those individuals? What cultural connection did the archaeology establish between the locals and the ruins? Which ideas of class, race, and even gender emerged from the close relationship between European archaeologists and the local workforce? How did this relation interact with the growing European colonial presence in the region and with the development of racial theories? Some authors have already highlighted some aspects of the relationship between archaeologists and local workforce, and they will probably be quoted in our papers. But this relationship remains largely unexplored in all its complexity. To understand it better, it is necessary to analyze the development of scientific knowledge and professional identities, the construction of social imagery and imperial hierarchies, the circulation of colonial discourses and ideas, and the fabrication of the technologies of imperial rule. These issues relate directly to the paradigm of coloniality. That's the reason why we cannot fail to discuss the question of subjectivity of the other shaped by archaeology. That is, the subjectivities of local workers and the perception they had of both their own work and their employers. How did local workers interact with European archaeologists? How did they perceive the ruins and the artifacts they excavated? How can we understand their urgency? We are here together in a complicated area of investigation, and it forces us not only to widen our gaze, but to also question in greater depth sources that seem to tell us little about this aspect, and which in reality can reveal much about these subaltern subjects. As can be seen from the conference program, there is another topic that we think is worthy of investigation, that of contested ruins. Ruins that were not included in official or dominant discourses about the past because they were considered discordant, dissonant, or marginal. What we discuss here is Hellenism and its hegemonic role in incorporating or excluding other discourses and traditions expressed by historical remains. What happened, for instance, to the remains of the past that were not immediately traceable to Hellenism and the Eurocentric history of civilization? This question must be asked, and not only to the great powers of the time, which represented themselves as heirs to Greece's primacy. It should also be asked of Greece, which based its political legitimacy on Hellenism. Research has already shown the centrality of Hellenism in shaping identities, knowledge, disciplines, visions of history and civilization. A centrality that excluded, for example, the Byzantine ruins from the Greek master narrative. Less investigated is the role that these ruins played with the incorporation of imperial narrative into the Greek political ideology. How was the otherness they represented rethought within the idea of Great Greece? How did Hellenism interact with the Byzantine past? And what discursive strategies were used to encompass this otherness? These questions lead us to another question regarding the archaeologists and institutions that assign meanings to the ruins. Who made the ruins speak? Between 19th and 20th centuries, archaeological schools, research institutes, museums grew in number in the countries we are talking about. And these places represented ideas and values of their own creators. What were their projects, their ambition, and their cultural and political expectations? What relationship and conflicts existed among these institutions? How did the narratives they fabricated through the ruins fit to local, national, and imperial imagery? Answering these questions means shedding light on the power of these actors who constructed their identities through the ruins. In particular, the ruins of the Ottoman Empire allowed for different reading of the past, depending on whether they were read by Greek, Russian, or Ottoman archaeologists, for example. Each of these readings legitimized an imagery and constructed its own field of otherness. So, how did these subjects interact with each other? And how much did they interact with other phenomena of the time period we are talking about? To what extent was their use of the ruins determined by the tourism industry or the growth of the illegal market of antiquities? In relation to these phenomena, the ruins can tell us something and help us to better understand the reasons and the ways of their use. Now, it is difficult to answer all these questions, and we certainly won't be able to do so today. All the same, this meeting brings together scholars from different disciplines who deal with antiquities in their research, questioning them in the ways I only briefly mentioned. What I hope is that at the end of this day, we will have a clear picture of the ideological process linked to the ruins and of the power relations in the Mediterranean between the 19th and 20th centuries. And with this hope, I give the floor to Laura Lulli, who preside over the first session dedicated to men and women at war. Thank you.
Thank you, Simona. Good morning, everybody. I'm very glad to be here with you, and I will start immediately introducing this first session of the conference dedicated to men and women at work. At first, I would like also to introduce Paulo Del Vesco, who is an Egyptologist working as curator and archaeologist at the Museo Egizio in Turin, and the field director of the museum archaeological expedition to Saqqara in Egypt. He earned a PhD in Egyptology at the University of Pisa and was research associate at the Netherlands Institute for the Near East and Marie Curie Research Fellow at the Institute of Archaeology in UCL. In the last years, he has worked on archaeological excavation in Italy, Syria, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the Sudan. And today, he will present us a paper about Condemned to the Past, Peasants, Egyptologists, and anthropologists in the early 20th century Egypt. So, please, thank you, Paulo Del Vesco.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this nice introduction. I will share in a second my presentation. And start straight away. All right. So, in our 2007 book, The Great Social Laboratory, Subjects of Knowledge in Colonial and Post-Colonial Egypt, Omnia El-Shakri shows how the Egyptian peasantry that found itself at the center of the interests of both the colonial regime and the Egyptian intellectuals was studied, described, and constructed within the two main literary traditions of European Orientalism on one side and nationalist literature on the other. Both perspectives, though, tended to converge on the assumed fixity of the Egyptian peasant, emphasizing his stability and authenticity on one side, but at the same time his timelessness and changelessness. One of the most influential studies of the Egyptian peasant is the book of the Jesuit Father Habib Ayroud. Originally published in French in 1938, it was then translated in Arabic in 1943 and English in 1945. In the first chapter, bearing the telling title of Changelessness, Ayroud immediately explains that the Egyptian peasants have never changed their way of life since pharaonic times. And this is the main idea that is repeated over and over again by almost all the studies dedicated to Egyptian peasants. It is interesting to see that since very early, besides the attention of the Orientalist scholars, like, for instance, the famous Lane, that you see here mentioned with his book, An Account of the Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians. Next to the Orientalist scholars, the Fellaini, the Egyptian peasants, have also attracted the interest of the archaeologists. And here you see, for instance, Scottish Egyptologist Henry Rind, which included 2 chapters specifically devoted to the life of the present native villagers. And he says that as inhabitants of the Theban tombs suppliers of antiquities and workmen in the excavations, the Fellaini represented a kind of province on the outskirts of Egyptian archaeology, and for this reason could well be included in an archaeological study, because this is his report on what he found and he saw in the Theban region, published in 1862. We also see other scholars like Klonzinger. Again, in this case, we are in front of a study that is closer to the typical Orientalist study. The kind of study on manners and customs, as you see also from the title of the publication. And in this publication, we see that the main topic was the comparison of the modern Egyptians with the ancients. And they were mainly interested in this aspect because they thought they could explain the ancient Egyptian civilization by simply looking at the modern Egyptians. And here you see a quotation, and you see that also in the text there are many different points where the description of the modern Egyptians or the Fellahin, the Egyptian peasants, are immediately put side by side with the ancient Egyptians. But we also see famous archaeologists and Egyptologists, like, for instance, William Matthew Flinders Petrie, who is considered the father of Egyptian archaeology. We see them including in their works chapters dedicated to the Egyptian peasants. This is what also Petrie does in this publication of 1893, 10 years digging in Egypt. So I started looking for works by archaeologists and Egyptologists that were dealing with Egyptian peasants, and this is a selection of these works from this very rapid bibliographical survey. And it was really amazing to see that next to proper anthropologists, like, for instance, here, Seligman and Rivers, who are considered the representative of the Cambridge Anthropological School, we also find so many Egyptologists, the ones that are highlighted in yellow, that devoted time and research to the Egyptian peasants, in studying this population with semi-ethnographic researchers. And we find studies on different kind of productions, like pottery by Randall McIver or mud bricks by Somers Clark, but also notes on religious beliefs and collections of folk tales, stories or songs. And they always include some kind of comparison between modern and ancient people. Here you see exactly what the kind of research was, and the title of the book by Gerald Wainwright of 1919 is pretty self-explanatory. He was looking for ancient survivals in modern Africa. So which kind of survivals were they looking for? Well, the concept of survivals was developed already in the second half of the 19th century as part of the debate, a real confrontation actually, between the theory of degeneration and the theory of development and progress of mankind. So, oversimplifying, the basic idea was that in prehistoric times, starting from a comparable degree of cultural development, some populations moved forward towards higher levels of civilization, while others degenerated into a savage state. This, of course, leading to the existence of groups of people still conducting a primitive kind of life in contemporary times. So the counter theory was formulated by Edward Bernard Tyler, a famous anthropologist, British anthropologist, in his influential work, Primitive Culture. He introduced the term survivals for what was before called, with a pejorative undertone, superstitions. And he defined the survivals as the processes, customs, opinions which have been carried by force of habit into a new society, which then could be considered as proofs and examples of an older culture. He added, collections of such facts are to be worked as mines of historical knowledge. So the concept of survivals has been later fully developed through the combination of folklore, documents, and archaeological materials. The use of analogy between archaeological finds and rural antiquities or primitive artifacts was seen as the key to understand problematic aspects of the distant past. And the survivals became a new resource to approach the past, as is evident also from books like Prehistoric Times of John Lubbock or Dawson's Fossil Man. You see, there is always the comparison with contemporary so-called primitive societies. So going back to the 1919 article by Gerard Wainwright on ancient survivals in modern Africa, these are a few examples of the parallels that he was looking for. You always see two objects, and on the left, the ancient one, and on the right, the modern one, the modern example. And here you see the kind of work that was done. Also comparing iconographic from ancient decorations of tombs with modern ethnographic parallels. So many Egyptologists then started collecting modern rural objects, the objects that you see in these images. Just like anthropologists were doing for their studies, to preserve this kind of survivals. But in some cases, we even see them forcing their interpretations against the evidence they were collecting in the field. In this case, you see this stick and with a label, and the label reads like that. And so you see that the comparison was made by the Egyptologists with what is called a was scepter, which is an ancient Egyptian scepter. This is the image of the ancient Egyptian one. But so it was rather disappointed, the Egyptologist, when he got the explanation from the person from whom he bought this object. And he said the only explanation of its form was that it was a crook useful for catching up a loose head rope, etc. But for this, its acute angle makes it singularly badly adapted. So it even goes against what the owner of the object was telling him, just to go to the comparison with the ancient Egyptian object. So the the result was that the doctrine of survivals in Egypt took more the connotation of nothing new under the sun, as you see also in this title of an article on the Illustrated London News of 1930. The characteristic that was stressed was the persistence with a total lack of diachronic depth and the assimilation of ancient and modern rural worlds. So we got from this kind of studies, especially from the ones of archaeologists and Egyptologists, only rather superficial assumptions that were useless for the real understanding of the ancient society. And the main idea was nothing has changed, and so the modern Egyptians are still living in the past. The Egyptian peasants, and they were also the archaeological workforce, were thus seen as a part of the ancient ruins, as in this 1910 field photograph, almost indistinguishable from the ruins. In the 1920s, the study of ancient Egyptian survivals is also at the origin of what we can define as the first truly anthropological study of the Egyptian population. Although more a popular book than a scientific publication, this is the book by Winifred Blackman, one of the first British women anthropologists, Fellaini of Upper Egypt. And incidentally, it's not so strange that she was influenced by this theory, because she was also the sister of Egyptologist Edward Blackman. So the reviews of the book written by various Egyptologists give the sense of the importance for the Egyptological discipline of this kind of research. And as you see from the subtitle, there was a part of this book was dedicated to survivals from ancient times. So we see in these reviews Egyptologists like Pete Dawson and others that were really enthusiastic about this publication. And we also can read a review of famous Flinders Petrie, where he writes, "This book," and I quote, "will certainly be a store for tracing beliefs and getting an insight of the native mind, which explains the past. There is yet far more to be done, especially in the fitting together of past and present, which are so much alike in Egypt." So again, this idea that the past was still alive in the present. In the 30s, we see the development of an anthropology of Egyptian population made by Egyptians. And the topic of the survivals is taken up and continued, but now there's a shift in the use of this theory, and now it is questioned, this denial of coevality, as it was called by anthropologist Johannes Fabian, that was typical of the colonial discourse. And in the 30s, all these studies serve instead the nationalist narrative. We can try to find a few traces of what we can call acts of resistance by the Fellaini people employed in archaeology, also in the notebooks of the archaeologists. And in this case, the notebooks of famous Egyptologist Flinders Petrie and of his wife, Hilda Early, we find scattered in these pages a few a few references to this kind of resistance of the Egyptian peasants. For instance, the common idea in archaeology, especially for the archaeology of those times, is that the local villagers are always eager to work for the archaeological missions, and they are there waiting for the archaeologists to come in order to be hired on the archaeological excavations. But here, in fact, for instance, in 1885, on the site of Naucratis in the Western Delta, Petrie cannot start working for 2 weeks because no one shows up. And he writes in his pocket diary, no man to be had for work. And he repeats it for in different pages, no man to be had. In this case, instead, we have the appearance of what looks like a strike, because this is the notebook of Hilda Petrie of 1899, and you see in the bottom there's strike of 20 men. So an actual strike is recorded, and 11 years later it happens again when Petrie is working at the site of Lahun, and he writes strike of Lahunis, and the following day he writes Lahun is back at 8 piastres as before. So they didn't manage to get any change, but in the pay, unfortunately. The same two archaeologists also took notes in their notebooks of the melodies that the workers were singing on the excavation. And these songs give us another opportunity to explore the power-resistance relationship between archaeologists and workforce. And these work songs of the Fellaini are what struck Francesco Ballerini, for instance, while he was supervising the excavations of the Museo Egizio in 1903. So much so that he insisted on this point in this article published in a newspaper magazine. And he talks about the 7-year-old boys that carry the debris to the dumping site. And he says, they sing all day long, getting inspired by anything they see. A book, a pocket watch, or the umbrella we are holding to protect ourselves from the sun. So when they see us, they sing, here they are, our masters stay under the umbrella. And they usually went on saying, instead we are here under the sun working so hard. So thanks to many Egyptologists that collected these songs on various excavations, we have today the possibility to finally also hear the voices of the Fellaini. This is the publication by Heinrich Schäfer that was translated by by Frances Hart-Breasted, the wife of an Egyptologist. And here you see an example. Many of these songs, are dedicated to describing the director of the excavation and what it was doing, for instance, or they ask for the pay or the stop of the break in the work, and they offer quite often an ironic praise of the director of the excavation. So they are very interesting as a source for the point of view of the Egyptian workman. As you see here, for instance, on the right, it says, "Oh, welcome to the great Pasha that just arrived." He put his hand in the pocket and he said, "Take this," so the money, of course, all workers, you have finished for today. And we find also these songs collected by another Egyptologist, Georges Legain, that was active on the excavations and works in the Karnak temple, for instance. He collected many different songs from work in the fields or the work of the pottery production, but also, of course, on the ruins. And these songs, I must say, were mainly sung by the young children that were employed in the excavations. And again, here you see this ironic praise of the director of the excavation. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Paulo Del Vesco, for this very interesting paper and full of details and new perspectives. And now I will give the space to Sarah Irving. Can you hear me? Yes, I think it's all fine. Well, Sarah Irving is a lecturer in international history and Leverhulme Early Career Fellow at Staffordshire University. Her research focuses primarily on the social and cultural history of late Ottoman and mandatory Palestine, including the engagement of ordinary Palestinians with archaeology as it was conducted in this period. And now she is going to present us a paper about archaeological labor and gender in late Ottoman Palestine. Please.
Very much. I'll just share my
Thanks.
paper. Okay, is that showing properly?
Yes, it's fine.
Yes, great, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much to Simona for putting together such a fantastic conference, and also for putting me after such a fascinating paper from Paulo. And I think this one follows on from his extremely well. So I'm going to be talking about similar kind of workforces to those that he was talking about in Egypt, but in the context of late Ottoman and Mandate Palestine, and particularly thinking about the work of women in these archaeological environments. So there has been certainly in the English language literature for a while now, I think, a focus on finding women in archaeology, and there's been some really interesting work done, for instance, by the Trailblazers website, which collects the biographies of women archaeologists over the years and women involved in archaeology. And Amara Thornton, who I don't know if Paulo knows her, from UCL, has just started off a big project looking into archives to find women archaeologists. But in many cases, and Palestine is, I guess, fairly typical of that, what this tends to look at is big, high-profile figures, trained, professional, upper and middle class women, such as, in the Palestinian context, Dorothy Garrett, who was extremely well known in prehistoric archaeology, and Kathleen Kenyon, who had made some very important excavations at Jerusalem and Jericho. And to some extent kind of branching out to other women from a similar kind of class and social background to those who studied and worked at places like the British School of Archaeology in Jerusalem or the Mandate Department of Antiquities. So on the left-hand side here, we have, for instance, a woman called Gertrude Rachel Levy, who came from the British Jewish community, worked at the Department of Antiquities for a couple of years, goes back to Britain and kind of does some, is involved in various aspects of kind of classical and ancient and late antique archaeology and history within British institutions. But it's very much British white women from certain class backgrounds, those who've been able to access education. What I've always been much more interested in is trying to go beyond women like this and to find what we can in the archives of women from working class and particularly Palestinian backgrounds. And I'm not so much a historian of archaeology as a social historian of Palestine who realized, while looking for completely other things in the archives, that there was actually a lot of material there on the lives of women workers. As I said, there's this kind of focus on, in much of the work on finding women, as has kind of feminism more generally been critiqued for, on the women of the colonizing countries of the Middle East. So whether it's women from Britain, France, the two main colonial countries, obviously, or whether it's going beyond that. There are exceptions to this, and I think it's important to point those out. So one particularly has been recent work looking at Dorothy Garrett's archives. So this is from the Mandate period. She starts digging at Mount Carmel in 1929. And Garrett, for her own personal reasons, had a policy of employing local village women and not men, very specifically, on her sites, and not just employing them in the kind of sense of kind of unskilled manual labour that we see in many of the other examples, but actually of training them. And these are a couple of images from Garrett's digs. And the one on the right is particularly interesting because this is one of the photos, the known photos of her with a woman known only as Yusra. In 1939, Garrett was actually, Yusra had worked on Garrett's excavations for a number of years. So the photo was taken in 1934. And she'd become really, really interested in archaeology. And in 1939, Garrett was actually trying to get Yusra a place to study at the University of Cambridge, where Garrett had become a lecturer and later a professor, and was trying to make arrangements for her to come to the UK to actually study and get a degree in this. And then World War II happens, and all of this becomes impossible. But there is a historical project ongoing at the moment to try and uncover more of the history of Garrett's relationships with the workers at Mount Carmel, and also to trace some of their descendants. And of course, politically speaking, this is very important in a Palestinian context because many of them ended up as refugees from the Nakba in 1948, while others stayed in the area. So there's a project of trying to track some of them down and see whether there is what the local memory is of these excavations. The work that I've been doing much more goes further back. I've not been looking so much myself at the Mandate environment, but the late Ottoman archaeological excavations, particularly those of the Palestine Exploration Fund, but also the Harvard expedition to the site of Samaria in the village of Sebastia in what is now the West Bank near Nablus. So one of the things that I think is, in terms of a women's history framing of this subject, is that because they are employed as manual labourers in these excavations, which, as far as I know, they're not particularly employed in the Egyptian ones, is that in some ways their activity really kind of precedes a lot of the involvement of women in archaeology in colonizing countries. Their experience, like the striking workers from the previous paper, is as manual labourers. We can see a very typical image in this upper photo because they're largely employed to carry the baskets of spoil. So the general kind of division of labour on the excavations is that the men would be mattocking out the earth and rocks, and the women would, and there would be several women allocated to each male worker. The spoil would be put in these baskets, and then the women, as you can see in this line heading towards the horizon of the photo, would carry the spoil away and dump it in, and as you can see, there's a big heap of spoil behind this particular site. I think this image is particularly striking as you know, in terms of similar dynamics to those that were being talked about before. We've got this image of the workers obviously engaging in hard manual labour, whilst these three colonial gentlemen in their pith hats stand and watch, and one of them in this particular kind of macho posture with his leg out and his hands in his pockets and his long coat, looking very much like the kind of stereotype of the colonial archaeologist, whilst we watch men and women and children from the local village carrying out this hard manual labour. So these women are employed alongside men and children, but they are, we know, paid less than their male colleagues, slightly more than children in most of the digs where we have figures for what they're being paid, but they get around 50 to 60% of what the men are being paid on average. So there is a particular valuation there. As well as this kind of very basic manual labour of shifting spoil. On some of the excavations a little bit later on, so in the early 20th century, R.A.S. McAllister, who is one of the Palestine Exploration Fund's lead archaeologists in Palestine, starts sieving earth for small finds. And it's the women, as we can see in this photo, who often do this work. And I think it's particularly striking that in the records and in the descriptions of work, there is talk of women and children having kind of almost nimble fingers, the kind of rhetoric that we get in the 1980s about Chinese labour in sweatshop factories, the idea that these are people who are particularly suited to doing sort of small, delicate labour, so finding tiny bits of archaeological find, like beads and seals and things like this, that might have been missed in the digging out that's going on actually down within the pits being done by the men. So there's I think we can sort of see a kind of continuation of some of the stereotypes and the narratives about female labour that carry on for many decades in European discourse. So why do I think it's important to be studying these women, and as far as is possible, their experiences? So I, as I mentioned, am more of a social historian who looks at archaeology as a social and economic and political phenomenon. And so I see this as very much an opportunity to look at detail of the lives of peasant women. The fact that, and there's a particular context here in that these Palestinian peasant women of this point in time kind of occupied two different kind of discursive and rhetorical spaces. One is in the European colonial literature that we find in the 19th and really first half of the 20th centuries, coming from Europe, that very much, similarly to the Egyptians, situates women as being and Palestinian peasants generally as unchanging. Philip Boldensberger, an Orientalist writer of the time, has a book called The Immovable East, and quite specifically, so differently from the Egyptian examples, specifically as being remnants from the Bible. So the idea that Europeans can come to Palestine and understand what the Bible looked like by looking around them at peasant villages and the people living in them and what they do. So on one hand, there's this idea of primitivity, ancientness, unchanging women, and the primitivity kind of very much being paired up in a lot of this with the idea that they are, in very Orientalist terms, lazy, slovenly, unhygienic places to live, not looking after their children properly, the idea that, sort of everybody's got eye conditions and other diseases and things. And then the kind of flip side of that, as it then appears within Palestinian nationalism, and especially kind of later in the 20th century, is the idea of the Palestinian woman, and especially the Palestinian peasant woman, as this kind of rock of the Palestinian nation, and the paintings of Palestinian artists like Ismail Shamas, with this kind of idealized version of the Palestinian peasant woman. That's very beautiful and very attached to the land, rooted in the land, and very much kind of idealized, but also in its way an image of an unchanging figure who is sort of stuck and preserved in aspect, as kind of unable to change with the times. And actually, what some of these examples show us is that peasant women in Palestine do engage in manual labour. They engage in manual labour outside the village and the home setting. So a lot of these idealised versions are very much centred around domesticity and attachment to the land and the village. And I'm not seeing it as a positive thing that these women engage in manual labour outside their villages, but that it is part of a fact of life, and that fact of life is something that is tied up with both colonialism and the penetration of global capitalism into Palestine. So cash wages become important because of various dynamics, including changes in the rural economy and Ottoman tax systems and things like this, and also because of the displacement of some women and their communities from their homes, not always by Zionist growth within Palestine, but due to earlier dynamics, particularly the Ottoman Tanzimat reforms, where changes in the tax system and the land registry system mean that villages with tax arrears have to forfeit their land, and we see cases where there are workers on archaeological sites, and the reason that they are very keen to take up these kind of jobs is because their village lands have been taken off of them by the Ottoman authorities. So they are dependent, even though they're quite remote rural villages, they have become dependent on cash wages. And one of the things that we see via this and via some of the reports of the archaeologists is the diversity of some of the labour that these women are used to over decades in the 19th century, used to carrying out. So I think there's a little bit of a tendency sometimes, because of coming at it from a history of archaeology perspective, to assume that archaeology is the only work that is being done by some of these women. And actually, again, in a similar kind of dynamic to the strikes amongst the workers that Petrie was hiring, Duncan Mckenzie, who is an archaeologist for the Palestine Exploration Fund between 1909 and 1912-13, spends a lot of time complaining about the labour that he is dependent upon not being on site. And there's various reasons for that. It's very, very common in the Palestinian context that archaeological labourers won't be present during Ramadan because they're fasting, during the harvest, because that's their main priority, not the archaeological labour, and during other kind of high periods of labour in the agricultural environment. So if they need to sow crops and things like this as well. But what we also see from, for instance, these women from the village of Artuf that I was talking about, who have been deprived of their land because of tax arrears in the 1860s, they actually are quite used to engaging in a range of labour. It's not just archaeological labour, and actually the archaeological labour is not their labour of choice. So the two types that we know about from Mckenzie complaining include collecting stones for the railway. So when the railway between Jaffa and Jerusalem is built, women are employed to collect small stones for where the tracks are laid, and they go and they literally collect small rocks for this purpose. And they also collect wildflowers and herbs. And this is because next to the village of Artuf, when Artuf loses its lands because of the tax arrears, firstly, they're bought by, I think it's the Spanish consul in Jerusalem in the 1860s. He owns them for a while, does nothing with them. They are then bought by a British missionary society that is trying to convert Jewish people in the Ottoman Empire. And they buy the lands to establish a Jewish colony for Ashkenazi refugees from the pogroms who have ended up in Jerusalem and are basically destitute. They're on the streets begging because they're refugees and they have no homes and things. This is a complete failure within a couple of years, partly because these are Eastern European refugees. They're not used to farming in the Palestinian environment. They don't really know what to do. Neither do the British, who've started off this little colony. And so most of them, and also the British are trying to convert them as well. So they, between the two kind of pressures, these people just leave. So the villagers take the land back over. They, in legal terms, they're squatting, but they basically take over the land for probably about a decade, and continue to farm what they justifiably perceive as being their own land. The land is then bought again from the British missionaries by a group of Bulgarian Sephardic Jews. So they come because partly for full kind of Zionist reasons, desire to come to the Holy Land, but they're Ottoman citizens. So there's a kind of a different relationship between them, and certainly from what's available still from the documentary evidence, there seems to have been a reasonably good relationship between the colony, Hartov, and the village of Artuf. So the wildflowers and herb collecting is done by the village women for the colonists at Hartov. The wildflowers are then pressed and turned into cards and decorative items and exported or sold in Jerusalem. And the herbs are distilled into what we would now call essential oils, and again exported to Europe. But although that's obviously a kind of one-way relationship of kind of primary labour and then processing, what we also see is what seems to be some level of sharing of things like milling equipment, so corn grinding equipment and other items between the village and the colonists over a number of years. And there are actually also accounts in some of the Zionist literature from visitors who came to see this early Zionist colony, complaining about the fact that these Bulgarian Sephardim who've been living in Hartov for some time have started dressing like the local villagers, baking their bread like the local villagers, and speaking in Arabic. So there is obviously quite a complex relationship going on between those two different communities. So in terms of the women who are working on these sites, what this I think very much tells us is that there are complex and varying attitudes for Palestinian women labourers working on archaeological sites. There are levels of choice and decision that they make in terms of the fact that the railways pay them better for what is probably equally like the archaeological sites, really quite hard labour. But the railway employers pay them better for that than for the archaeological sites, so they will leave. They will just simply not turn up on a day when they are offered this kind of work. The wildflowers and herbs, they are also potentially paid more for that. It seems that they may be paid by the amount, and this is obviously less physically demanding labour, although it potentially also involves actual specialised knowledge that they might have about where to find these things that they're looking for. So I think it gives us a much more kind of complex picture of female labour in this sort of environment. What does this labour look like? Obviously, it's hard, it's probably quite boring, and it's often undertaken in hot weather. The digging season is in the summer, so it's going to be very hot. The conditions are variable, partly dependent on the excavation leaders who are actually making the decisions. So at Tel el-Hasi, which is dug by Frederick Jones Bliss in the 1890s, the women are unlike the men. The men are sleeping on site, but socially it's not acceptable for the women to do the same thing because it's a mixed group. So they are walking 6 miles, so about 10 kilometres, morning and evening, to come to this work. Jones, though, is often seen as being quite sort of sympathetic to his labour force. He's really interested in them as human beings. He's actually born in Lebanon. He's the son of some of the founders of the American University of Beirut, the Syrian Protestant College. He speaks fluent local Arabic, this kind of thing. It's not clear, however, that this actually influences the experience of his workers in the sense of them being treated much better in material terms. So at least in some respects, this contrasts with Duncan Mckenzie, who I've been talking about before, who heads up various excavations, including a brief dig at Ain Shams. He is overtly in his writings both racist and misogynist, but he also, and he's the one who does a lot of complaining about the fact that sometimes the labour don't turn up. He calls them capricious, without evaluating the fact that maybe they're not being capricious, they're actually making very logical decisions about not turning up to a worse paid job with a thoroughly obnoxious dig leader. He actually, though, then makes the decision that he is going to replace women labourers with wheelbarrows and young boys. He writes a series of letters back to the Palestine Exploration Fund reporting on this experiment. He buys a load of wheelbarrows in Jaffa and fires his female labourers. So just to kind of conclude on I think how we can kind of draw together some of the threads that are going on here. So there is a general importance, I think, of bringing women into the history of archaeology and the history of archaeology in Palestine. I saw a little comment that came up earlier about Italian women getting licenses to excavate. When I was talking about these women being involved earlier, I was talking about particularly in the Palestinian context here and who we see actually digging there. But I particularly think that it's important to be finding the presence of working class women in these environments, as well as educated women in scholarly roles. And I think if we think about what the kind of broader stereotype of archaeology is in this period, looking at the kind of labour that has been talked about in both of these papers, I think gives us an opportunity to I think kind of quite radically change the image of archaeology away from the sort of lone white male picture of what an archaeologist looks like, and to situate it much more generally in the wider history of colonialism and the way that it and Orientalism and how those intersect with gender and labour and class in the actual societies where these excavations took place. So thank you very much. And
Thanks to you, Sarah.
Stop there.
Thanks to you for this very detailed paper with many questions and perspectives. And now I would like to open the discussion about both the papers we have just heard. So please, I do have many curiosity and questions, but I hope that that you would like to start before me. So please. We do have also some reflections in the chat by Barbara Furlotti, but I give you all the opportunities to start. Okay.
Laura, can I ask something? Yes.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for these both really fascinating papers. I liked it very, very much. And I have a curiosity for Sarah. You mentioned the issue of memory of these working women in Palestine. Can you tell us something more about this? Because I think it's a really important point, that of the memory, the oral memory, or this kind of sources that we could explore in order to better understand all this phenomenon, the phenomenon of the gender or the working or the workers in general.
Yeah, so the main project that I know of that is looking at this question of memory is people who are working on Dorothy Garrett and the women that she employed. And that was in the sort of, basically it was throughout the 1930s. So we're dealing with quite a lot later period here in terms of descendants and things than the ones that I'm looking at. So, and there is, I believe, they have had some success in terms of tracing the descendants and tracing villagers who do have a level of memory of this happening, of, for instance, their grandmothers being employed on this site and it being something kind of quite important for the village. So there's that particular example, and then there's also a really interesting example, and actually I'm just going to put the a link into the chat if it'll let me paste, and it's a project of the Baday Museum in California, looking at the records of the excavations that were carried out by that museum, again, kind of later in the Mandate period. I think it's in the mid-1930s, at a site called Tel Nasbe near Ramallah. And that's a really interesting set of records as well, because it also includes video of the excavations, and it became less common in the Mandate period for women to be employed on these big on these excavations. It still happened, but the nature, and this is kind of all tied up with the nature of archaeology, and how archaeology kind of develops different techniques, and the fact that people do start to move away from these enormous, very destructive excavations of like an entire tell, or half a tell that just wipes away everything, and things start to become a little bit more precise and a little bit more kind of aware of what's going on. But what happens at what they're doing with this project at Tel Nasbe, which is called Unsilencing the Archives, is similar to what I've been doing, is looking for Palestinian workers and Palestinian involvement more generally. So things like one of the things they've looked at is the history of the Palestinian woman who rented the houses to the archaeologists, and kind of where she fits into this story as well, and the people that own the land and things as well. And one of the things that they are planning to extend into, and I know they've been given some really good pointers by Palestinian historians who live in Ramallah, I think some of them based at Birzeit, to kind of try and find out how much, again, local memory there is of this kind of work, this local workforce. One of the problems, of course, of this in terms of the Palestinian situation in particular is the fact that, of course, in 1948, two-thirds, three-quarters of the Palestinian population become refugees. So a lot of these the descendants of these workers potentially are no longer in the villages nearby. They've been scattered into refugee camps across Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and the occupied Palestinian territories. So it's in some ways even more difficult in a Palestinian context there. So I know, for instance, that there are some historians who have been looking at Tel el-Hesi, the site that I mentioned that Frederick Jones Bliss was digging in the 1890s, and reevaluating some of the work that was done there. And they were interested in whether or not there was any kind of local memory about that. And it doesn't seem that there is, but that is probably because many of the villages from there, and it was especially a Bedouin village, I think, are no longer in the region. They were forced out during the Nakba, and I would guess, given where it is, probably ended up as refugees in Gaza. So that's much more difficult to trace. There are other examples where, I mean, I've tried to trace this not for women workers, but for a particular guy who was he was like the sort of on-site living on-site guard and kind of caretaker janitor for the castle and the archaeological site at Atlit during the 1930s. And his family were from Tantura, where there was a massacre in 1948. And it looks like, as far as I can see, again, his descendants were, or his sort of family, we don't know kind of whether or not his family were actually killed, his immediate family were actually killed, but they do seem to end up in refugee camps in Syria and Lebanon. So it becomes very, very difficult to trace some of this memory, but it is something that I think there are people from the archaeological end trying to trace, and then there are also kind of Palestinian scholars in Palestine and also in some of the camp areas, trying to sort of approach this through an oral history process. Although, I mean, even for the latest ones in the mandate, we are really looking at grandchildren or great grandchildren in terms of kind of actual descendants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Yes, please, Ilaria Porciani.
Yes, thank you. I would like, first of all, to thank both speakers for their incredibly interesting papers. I was fascinated by many aspects of them. But I would like to ask both of you a question, and from the point of view, from the perspective of an outsider to some extent, since I'm interested in food history now. And we heard about the interest of contemporary observers like Winifred Blackman about religious, social, industrial life, to quote the title of a book, and religious beliefs, and also folklore, as it was then labeled. And we heard, and the second speaker, Sarah, has been talking about women so much. And I wonder if there are informations about food, that is, where those observers, those archaeologists, were so keen in getting to know better those populations, and who were also instinctively projecting a racial and a colonialist gaze. Were those people interested also on the way those people produced food? Were they looking for remains concerning food production or consumption? Were they considering the ways these probably women workers were bringing with them their food? Or were they commenting on that as a part of this colonial gaze? I know that's a kind of a question, external question to the key issue of the panel, but I think, and since the main issue is to consider the gaze on these subaltern subjects, food is a great part of it, and also for the Palestinian area, we know now the very hot discussion about Zatar, and so I'm just wondering if it played any role in the observation of those early observers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilaria.
Flo, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Well, I actually never found references to, in the specific, to the production of food or the consumption of food. Actually, it's not something that comes up with in the notebooks or in the archive. The only thing I can think of is an indirect reference when, for instance, they were collecting work songs that were sung during the production of food. For instance, there's a reference to women baking bread and starting producing bread in the early in the morning in the house, and accompanying this work with songs. But no, I don't think there are many others references to food or production of food. At least not that I am aware of.
Similar for me. So even people like Bliss, who does write quite a lot about what's going on with some of the workers on his sites, food is not, I think food is too ordinary and too everyday for him to bother with, really, because he's not making records as an ethnographer. He's more making records. These are mainly letters and to his family and to his employers. So when he talks about the Palestinians there anything more than just workers, it tends to be if something kind of quite dramatic happens. So he talks quite a bit about if there is illness, if people are ill, particularly if quite a few people are ill. So, I mean, there's probably interesting stuff there for historians of disease in the region. He does write quite a lot about food in the sense of what he's eating, but that sounds, to be honest, absolutely horrific, because he's bringing canned food from Britain, and God only knows what that stuff tasted like, some of it. Kind of canned peas and canned beef stew and things in 1890s Britain. I mean, goodness knows what that stuff is. And also he has a cook. So one of the other things that's fascinating about the Palestine Exploration Fund records is that they have these two employees that Bliss brings with him from Lebanon as supervisors. And one of the things that's actually kind of quite interesting on a sort of regional level is that in the Palestinian context is that they often don't employ local Palestinians as supervisors, as the sort of intermediate layer between the Europeans and the local labor. They bring Egyptians a lot of the time. So from Petrie onwards, you find quite a lot of Egyptian overseers on these digs. But Bliss brings these two Lebanese men, one of them as an overseer and one of them as a cook. And in 1896, so 6 years into this, the one who was brought as the overseer dies of pneumonia, and the one who was the cook becomes the overseer for the next 18 years. And I'm working on his records because, as well as there being things about him, he also did ethnography in the region, and so I'm working on his notebooks at the moment. So there's talk about what they cook for Bliss and the other Europeans, not about local food. The only other thing that I can think of that sort of really talks about, that really sort of plays into thinking about what people are eating, is he and some of the others also talk about the negotiations that have to go on with the local villagers for what the archaeologists are going to have to pay to disrupt the land. Because obviously, if you're digging it, it takes it out of being used for agricultural purposes. and what it costs them to do that can sometimes be quite interesting, because it varies according to what crops are being grown on the land. So sometimes they'll be talking about wheat or barley or lentils when they're down on the plain at a site like Tel el-Hassi. And I think the kind of 4 Napoleons is the sum that the village get paid at one point for the site. It costs a lot more when they're wanting to dig in Silwan, the village just outside the walls of Jerusalem, which is obviously a site at the moment where there's been immense problems with Israeli settlers, because Silwan was in this period a sort of market garden for Jerusalem. It was where things like vegetables were grown. So they're not they're not the large fields of barley and lentils and things. It's people who have small plots for growing vegetables. So we do get a little bit of a vision into what is being grown as local fresh produce for eating in Jerusalem at this point in time. In terms of what you just mentioned about za'atar, this herb that is kind of very much sort of emblematic in Palestinian cuisine and is currently kind of a big issue because I think the Israelis have been trying to ban people from collecting it, and there's kind of issues of cultural appropriation. One of the main herbs that the women at Artuf are being hired to collect is za'atar. And I think that's also sort of quite interesting in terms of the way that what's happening there intersects with kind of national liberation stuff, the narratives that are happening now, and their relationship to the land and things like that too. So there are little things, but none of it's direct. As Paulo said, it's all kind of indirect information that we have to kind of conclude from other things that get written about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all. Are there any other notes, questions?
I have a question,
Yes,
actually.
please.
I have 2 questions for Paulo and for Sarah. My first question to Paulo is, first of all, thank you very much for these 2 wonderful presentations. I learned a lot. In your list of books and authors, there were some Arabic names like Hassan Selim, for instance. I wonder if you came across anything about Egyptian intellectuals' response to the question of survivals. Did they adopt it? Did they reject it? I was curious about this. And my question to Sarah is about educated Palestinian women. I wonder if you have seen anything about educated Palestinian women and their involvement in archaeology in any capacity. So thank you very much.
Yes, please. Paulo Del Vesco and then Sarah.
Yeah, about this, I showed a slide actually about the Egyptian anthropologists that started working on this topic, this same topic, but I showed it too briefly, I'm sure. So they actually took up the same kind of topic, the one of survivals, that became very important for their researches. This happened in the 1930s, and especially one person, one Egyptian anthropologist, is I think his name is Mohammed Ghalab. He was the first one. Say that he studied abroad. I think he did his PhD in Lyon, or anyway in France, and he published in 1929 his study that was his PhD research was entitled Les survivances de l'Égypte antique dans le folklore égyptien moderne. So it was the same kind of topic, but as you said, it was actually treated in a different way, in the sense that it was used for the nationalist narrative of the time. And so it wasn't used to show that Egypt was stuck in the past and there was no possibility for progress. Instead, in fact, it was used on in an opposite way. It was used to say, just to show the ancient tradition that was still visible in modern Egyptian society. But then the Egyptian society was rooted in modern times, and it was seen as capable of progress and development, of course. But anyway, in some way, also evaluating the importance of this long tradition through the survivals. So this was the change, the shift really in the epistemology of the time.
Thank you. Sarah, Irving?
Yeah, so just to very quickly comment on that sort of previous theme, that's also something that we see quite a lot in the Mandate period from Palestinian intellectuals. There's very much a picking up of the idea of ancientness, but flipping it into something less negative. So partly it gets deployed in order to resist Zionist ideas about themselves as of Jews as being kind of the antique people of the land who are coming back, and the Palestinians as being sort of something new and interlopers and things. So talking of, kind of thinking about relationships to kind of the Canaanites and things like that. And then also there's also very definitely a strand of thinking about it as kind of salvage anthropology. So Palestinian ethnographers doing ethnography to record a culture that they believe is going to become extinct. And they're very specific about that belief. In terms of educated Palestinian women being involved in archaeology, certainly before the Nakba, I don't know of any. There are quite a lot of Palestinian men during the Mandate period, because there is a student trainee program by the Department of Antiquities where they employ a number of young Palestinian men, train them, and then they end up, some of them, in quite senior positions. And then there are also quite a lot of Palestinians and Palestinian Armenians and things like this working at the museum, doing as things like formatores. But I've never come across any Palestinian women who get involved in this stuff. It very much seems that archaeology during the Mandate period is it's male, except for a small number of foreign women, and I think partly the politics of what's going on in the country might be a bit to it, kind of an explanation for that, in that educated Palestinian women that I'm aware of, if they're kind of out there doing stuff in the public realm, quite often it's quite political, and that's the priority, certainly later on in the Mandate period. But I don't know of any that are directly involved in archaeology. I mean, there's little things like the one that I mentioned in regard to Tella Nasbe, the woman who rents the houses that the archaeologists live in, and she's interested in what's going on. It's not that there's no interest in it, and certainly there are Palestinians who come to things like there's a thing called the Palestine Oriental Society, which is this sort of scholarly society that includes Arabs, Jews, and sort of Europeans and Americans in Jerusalem. And there are women who come to the talks that they hold and things like that. So there's certainly a kind of general interest in it as part of the history of the country, but not actually on the sense of going and getting actually involved in digging on sites.
Thank you very much for both of you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions?
I can. I just
Yes,
wanted
Paolo.
to
And then
shortly.
Felix, yes.
I just wanted to shortly react to the paper of Sarah. First of all, thank you, Sarah, for the fascinating presentation. And then I wanted to tell you that we have, of course, Amara as a common friend. And the other link between us is probably Flinders Petrie, because, as you know, he was working in Tallahassee just before the archaeologist that you mentioned. So
Yeah, because he trains Bliss, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. And he also trained all the Egyptian supervisors that then were used also in Palestinian archaeology. So you asked if women were employed also in Egypt, and actually they were, especially young girls, but only in excavations in the Delta. I don't know for which reason, but there was a social a kind of difference in the social customs and there. So only in excavations in the Delta, not in Upper Egypt. And of course in the excavation in Syria, in Palestine, where Peter was. There's a reference to this in the manual that Flinders Petrie published in 1904 about methods in archaeology. When he talks about the workforce, of course the manual, as you probably know, is very colonial and very racist in his approach. I just quote one sentence: the best age for diggers is about 15 to 20 years. After that, many turn stupid. Only a small proportion are worth having between 20 and 40. So extremely racist and terrible, but then he makes a note about women, and so he says, beside men and boys, girls will work very well in the Delta and in Syria, though not in Upper Egypt. They do well at carrying, and as they never ask for pick work, they are, when well grown, worth more than the boys. Not only will they camp from the village day by day, but they will also camp out with their fathers and brothers in camps at a distance from home. No difficulty or unpleasantness has arisen in such mixed camps in my work. So that's the brief reference to women works.
That's interesting because that's directly opposite to what Bliss ends up experiencing at Tallahassee. And he I don't know. It's interesting that Petrie is talking about girls, because Bliss certainly employs women after they're married, because one of the things he reports on is this kind of, there's a whole saga throughout several of his kind of archives from Tallahassee about a couple where the woman is a very, very strong character, and they get married and then they divorce, and the problems this creates in terms of people refusing to work together and things like this, and there's this whole drama that happens on the site. So I wonder if Bliss is a bit unusual in that he seems to have women workers who carry on working even once they've gotten married.
And I was wondering, did you find references to work songs sung by women? Because in the collections of songs, Many are specifically sung by women, for instance, during funerals or during the production of bread, as I said before. Do you have any information about that?
No, as far as I can remember, there is very little or maybe even nothing about work songs generally in the archives that I've seen.
Okay. Thank you.
Because they look like amazing sources.
Yeah.
So please, Felix Tutunku Kaglar, sorry for my pronunciation.
Fine, that's fine. It's Tutuncu Çağlar. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for this fascinating discussion. It's really very inspiring, and I'm happy that to see that the scholarship on especially workmen, workforce, and laborers is developing now. The first time I've come across this was in Zeynep Çelik's book about antiquities, as you may be familiar, of course. And I don't really come across too many studies, to be honest. But of course, workers are in all sources, in all the archival material, they're there and quite visible, surprisingly. I was just going to comment about two sources. One of them is David Hogarth, who worked in Ephesus for British Museum. It's a very entertaining book, first of all, and has a lot of vivid details about the workforce, especially women, how they come to the field with their children, and as they work together with the children, he sometimes feels responsible for the children himself. So this white savior complex is also there, concerned about the children more than their mothers. And he also considers women as a sort of a entertaining dynamic, like I can maybe find the reference. He says it's always good to have women together with men, just to have some company for the men, so that, he says, a vivacity which is of no small value where boredom spells failure, because they want, of course, 100% efficiency, and he sees women as this kind of element that would improve the efficiency of the excavations. So I think that might be an interesting source to look at if you want any comparisons or to learn more what was going on in Anatolia. And Heinrich Schliemann is another source that I've read extensively lately, and he also mentions, and he compares, what I found fascinating about Schilemann's work was that he compares the different ethnicities, like the Greek workers with the Turkish ones, and then how they kind of compare with each other. He usually prefers the Turkish because the Greeks have too many festivities, and Easter and Christmas, they never work really properly, and they're a bit more spoiled and lazy. But the Turks are kind of more hardworking. And he also mentions, again, women workers, and especially the Turkish women. I remember that he was really happy to work with. So yeah, and Felix Lushan is the last source that I can recommend to look at, who traveled extensively in Anatolia. Also did a lot of anthropological work. And I have also a comment, a personal observation, as an archaeologist who took part in many excavations in Turkey for many years. I realize this is unfortunately not a 19th century, 20th century phenomenon. It's still an ongoing issue. All this stereotyping, racism, inequalities, I don't know, all these problematic notions about the workforce is still there, and it's still waiting to be addressed even in modern excavations. So maybe we should also think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, would you like to reply or?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Just thank you.
Perfect. I think that we can have time for two brief other questions or comments. One or two. Nobody?
I just have a question for Paulo. The question is, what's happened to these farmer objects that the archaeologists collected? I mean, they were integrated in archaeological collection, or they are used for ethnographic collections. The items from the present of these peasants.
That's very interesting, and actually I was doing a lot of research about also the objects when I was in London, especially. Well, they went to different collections, and especially to the collections that were connected with the person that was collecting. So in the case of Winifred Blackman, for instance, she was working and doing her anthropology for many years for Welcome, and so the objects, their objects, or the greatest part of the collection went to the Welcome Medicine Museum in London. But then from there, it was again many objects were distributed to different collections. I think in the 1980s or something like that, and so quite recently, and so the part of Winifred Blackman collection that was in the Wellcome collection went to the British Museum. So it is now in the British Museum. But she made also a huge another collection for herself, basically, and this went instead to Liverpool because she was and a brother she was working there, and so the collection went there together with the greatest part of the archive, which is also extremely interesting because it's full of photographs, and there are really hundreds of photographs. And the objects that were collected by Egyptologists, I found many of them today in the Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford. So they are part actually of an ethnographical collection today. But for instance, the objects that were collected by Egyptologist Gerald Wainwright, I discovered only recently and totally by chance, looking at the handwriting of these labels that I showed. Then these objects are in the Petrie Museum, so an Egyptological collection in London. So they are sparse, scattered in different collections, but they are typically not studied. And as you can imagine, especially when they are in Egyptological collection, modern Egypt went completely out of the interest of the discipline. Especially starting from the 1930s, when there was this shift in Egyptology towards a more philological approach, so approach to ancient texts and so on. And anyway, modern Egypt went completely out of the radar for Egyptology. The only project that started again quite recently to look and to collect modern Egypt is a project that was started in the British Museum, and you can find references online to this exhibition they did a few years ago, showing modern Egyptian objects together with ancient ones in the gallery of the British Museum.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks to all for this first part of our conference, and I think that we can have now a 10 minutes break. In order to start again within 10 minutes with Simona Troilo and Fedra Pizzatto. So if we are all here, I hope so, we can start again with this second part of our conference, starting with the organizers of the conference, Simona Troilo, who is a friend and colleague. She's assistant professor of contemporary history at the University of L'Aquila. Her research focuses on issues of imperialism and colonialism, history of archaeology, and liberal and fascist Italy. In her two books, La Patria e la Memoria, Tutela e Patrimonio Culturale nell'Italia Unita, and Pietre d'Oltremare, Scavare, Conservare, Immaginare l'impero 1899-1940, she investigates the role of the remains of the past in the construction of national and national imperial identities, with particular attention to Italian archaeological practice in the Mediterranean. And now she will present to us a paper about digging in Crete, local labor in the Italian archaeological gates. So, Simona, please.
Yes, thank you, Laura, very much. In my talk, I will show you how an archaeological gaze is shaped within an imperialistic context such as that of the Mediterranean between the 19th and 20th centuries. A gaze which in this case refers to Italian archaeology and Crete, but which more generally has to do with the creation of imperial archives and hierarchies. What I propose to you is an interpretation of the use of antiquities, which focuses on the one hand on objects and bodies, and on the other hand on images and representations. Both of these dimensions, we have just seen it from Paulo and Sarah's paper, appear to be closely intertwined and allows us to better understand the construction of otherness through colonial archaeological practice during these 2 centuries. I'm going to focus on 3 aspects. Firstly, I will quickly reconstruct the birth of the Italian archaeological mission in Crete. Secondly, I will focus on the microcosm of the excavations and on the construction of otherness that I've already mentioned. And finally, I will show how the themes and images of the otherness constructed on Crete migrate to other contexts, popularizing the antiquities and the discourses constructed around them. Let's start by recalling that Crete became independent from the Ottoman Empire in 1898, and the so-called Turkish yoke came to an end, and the island, as the newspaper of the main European power High Line, was finally back on the road to civilization. The closure of the Cretan question was the result of a policy aimed at safeguarding the Mediterranean order. The fear of an excessive weakening of the Ottoman Empire had in fact led to the birth of an hybrid identity rather than a truly independent state. Although autonomous, the island continued to be formally under Ottoman sovereignty and was in fact transformed in an European protectorate until 1913 when it was annexed to Greece. The end of this Cretan question was perceived by European archaeologists as the opening to a real archaeological Eldorado to the world. This is how David Hogarth, director of the British School of Athens, described Crete. Many of Hogarth's colleagues looked at Crete as the promised land of the excavation in Aegean, and among them there was also Federico Albert, who had already made important discovery before Cretan independence. In 1884, Albert discovered the Great Inscription, a remarkable code of laws written on the wall of the Odeon in Gortina. In the following years, he conducted further explorations, and when he came back to the island in 1899, he was appointed to lead the newly founded Italian Archaeological Mission in Crete. From the beginning of the new century, the mission's investigation produced important results, including the discovery of Mycenaean Palace in Sestos, where the Italian focused part of their activities over the years. Thus, Italian archaeologists played a major role in Crete, along with the British, who gained fame thanks to the excavation of Knossos. It's important to note the context in which Italian research began in the island. It was highly competitive. Various national schools strived to discover findings to achieve primacy. Furthermore, digging in Crete had even a more special meaning for the Italians. Pursuing imperialistic ambitions at a time when the national colonial project had come to a ruinous end. In 1896, the Italian army has been defeated in Ethiopia, and the trauma of this defeat heavily influenced the project and the national imagination. With the Cretan excavations, the archaeology had the opportunity to bring Italy back to the international stage and hold a new national leading role. Above all, Albert was convinced that Crete could be a step towards another African country, Libya, that would help to overcome the Ethiopian trauma. In other words, the island of Minos was perceived as a stepping stone to a wider trajectory, the place where the honor of the nation would have to be strengthened in order for Italy to embark in new colonial undertakings. As we can see, the projects and ambitions concealed within the Cretan case are particularly interesting because they reveal the complexity not only of the political framework, but also of the identity process involved in archaeological activity. Archaeology in Crete were imperial actors, and digging on the island had meanings that simultaneously related to the national and the imperial scope. However, as we shall see, excavating in Crete also meant shaping one's own professional identity. And this multiplicity of identity process took shape within certain relationships. Firstly, in the relationship that the archaeologists had with their European colleagues, with whom they had a shared belonging in a cultured, cosmopolitan, and elitist world. Secondly, in their relationship with the local educated elites, with whom they interacted mostly in a paternalistic way. And finally, in their relationship with the local population, which offered them many opportunities to represent themselves as scientists aware of their role and their identity. It is on this last relationship that we are going to focus in order to understand the way in which a national imperialistic awareness was formed. So, how did the archaeology perceive themselves in their work? And how did they perceive the local people they recruit in their excavation? How did this perception affect the construction of the various identities that I have mentioned? Documents produced by Italian Archaeological Mission recount the difficulty of the excavation, a difficulty that was due to Crete's geography and climate, the spread of disease, the lack of infrastructure. Digging in Crete is therefore represented as an heroic mission. For instance, both in the correspondence with the Italian authorities and in the national press, the Italian archaeologists were described, I quote, as bold heroes, as audacious scientists, as men ready to overcome obstacles and difficulties with courage. In Crete, Albert and his team participated in an international scientific competition, and the theme of primacy was very much felt among the members of the mission themselves, and they perceived themselves as defender of their nation honor. Now, Cretan archaeology was narrated as a collective enterprise carried out by the individuals who defied adversity to assert Italy in the Mediterranean. They were seen as patriotic heroes. But this representation did not include the real protagonist of the excavation, namely the workers who dug trenches, transported debris, and generally carried out all the manual tasks necessary for the recovery of ruins and artifacts. These people excluded from the official narrative of Italian archaeologists were actually crucial not only for conducting the excavation, but also for defining the identity of the archaeologists. And who were they? The number of the workers, excavators, basket boys, mainly men workers, hired by the Italians over the years, especially in Festos, was a few hundred. And we find traces of these people in excavation notebooks, which contain long lists of names, often Italianized, followed by the geographical origin of the workers and their pay. We can find additional information that allows us to reconstruct the working context and, above all, the precarious working conditions in which the workers found themselves in the correspondence between the members of the mission. Here we found, for example, that workers had many accidents during the excavations. Some of them were particularly serious, such as those occurring in the beginning of the 20th century. The long working hours, the weather conditions made some of the work more dangerous, and the consequence ranged from injuries to permanent disabilities. Workers were also vulnerable from a health point of view. They had no access to vaccine against the smallpox virus or to quinine, the medicine to combat malaria, both of which were widespread in Crete. As the Italian consulate in Crete wrote, this medicine was only available to archaeologists and employees of the missions, since it was primarily to ensure the health, I quote, of the precious lives of scientists and therefore the Italian propaganda in the Mediterranean. Faced with accidents involving workers, Albert tended to minimize injuries or explicitly blame the victims for their presumed recklessness, inexperience, irresponsibility, and often the presumed state of mental alteration due to alcohol. Between paternalism and contempt, the gaze on these people made the stereotypes that already concerned them even more evident: uncultivated, incapable, helpless, not very autonomous, not very enterprising. In short, they were perceived as people who hindered the deserving and ambitious work of the scientists. The relationship of power between these scientists and the excavators also emerges in the way the workers were recruited and their wages. Every pay claim, every request for a higher salary was rejected and labeled as a sign of greed and ingratitude. In 1904, Albert's trusted local supervisor, Zacharias Iliakis, asked for a pay raise. The head of the mission decided to, I quote, humiliate him by giving his job to someone else until Iliakis would back down, which he did. Archaeologists distrusted and doubted the workforce and developed a sense of superiority that led them to constantly emphasize their difference and distance from those others. The gaze of archaeologists emerged clearly in the photographs taken on the site and now held in part by the Italian archaeological schools at Athens and the National Institute of Archaeology and Art History in Rome. And what do these photographs represent? The shots taken in the field contributed to shaping a visual code of inferiority, making the ideological nature of the archaeological practice even more explicit. They are images that clearly show the centrality of the archaeologists on the scene and the relationship of subordination between intellectual and manual work. The archaeologist poses with his ruins, or he commands, or he coordinates, or he guides and controls the activities. The workers execute, most often armed with some kind of tool other than the pencil used to write the excavation notebooks. The workers are often depicted alone to gauge the sides of the ruin. Other times they are posed in groups to portray the progress of the work or the closing of the excavation campaigns. These bodies arranged, line up, and posed show the scientific and rational organization of the excavation. They convey the archaeologist's ability to plan and to follow complex operations, his leadership in the face of the passivity of the workers. These images exalt the method of the scientific practice, and on the other hand, they reveal the dependence that led to the pure and simple execution of the commands given. As some authors has already shown, I think Christina Rickson, Jennifer Berg, amongst others, this visual vocabulary of the site speaks of the responsibility of the archaeologist and the passivity of the excavator. After all, it is the archaeologist or the photographer who followed him who controls and shapes the vision. And securing his invisibility, the photographer constructs ideological connotated regimes of representation. The images from the excavation are in fact carefully constructed visual text. The excavation field is often transformed into a theatrical set dominated by the total vision of the person who prepares the pose and the shot. Thus, images from Crete promoted the twofold operation. They allowed the anonymous mass to enter the scene of archaeology and show how archaeology is indeed a collective enterprise. Conversely, they reified the subject they portrayed, making the individual disappear into a mute, indistinct mass, immobile in its instrumental role. The archaeological discourse as a whole projected subjects and objects into a background in which modernity is staged, relegating an indistinct mass to marginality. This is even more symptomatic with regard to subjects that are absolutely crucial for scientific research. That is to say, the local guides who accompanied the archaeologists in their explorations and the local dig supervisor who acted on their behalf when they were absent from the site. In Crete, the reference point for the Italians was Manoli Iliakis, considered by Halber as my support and by the other archaeologists as the faithful friend and tireless helper of the mission. Iliakis was a profound connoisseur of the area. His father had guided the archaeologist Thomas Pratt in his first Cretan investigation in the early 19th century, and his sons were the trusted supervisor of the mission's excavations. One of them, Zacharias, who I have already mentioned, accompanied the Italians on their first exploratory mission to Libya. Compared to other obscure subjects in the archaeological field, the name Manoli Iliakis appears in the mission documentation, partly because over time he had developed a good knowledge of antiquity that allowed him to locate ruins and artifacts. Nevertheless, even his knowledge was obscured in favor of a pure logistical and material contribution he provided to the scientists. Iliakis was and remained an indispensable support, yet he was confined to a dimension that excluded any in-depth connection with the science of antiquity. He too suffered the same reification as the others, mute, voiceless, fixed in a panorama of remains from which he was apparently estranged. This extraneousness is also emphasized in some popular texts published by archaeologists to publicize Italian activity on the island. In the book Escursioni nel Mediterraneo, Gli scavi di Creta by Angelo Mosso, which can be considered the most successful text among those devoted to Italian archaeology in Crete and in the Mediterranean, the identitarian narrative shaped on the excavations is well outlined. This book was published in several editions and languages and brought Italian activity in the island into the limelight. The role of archaeologists emerges in all its uniqueness right from the start. Mosso writes of his experience in Festos. Delightful days I spent among the workers, standing under the umbrella, and the edges of the large holes, watching us now with the spade, now with the shovel, they slowly uncovered the bottom of the pit. The image of the archaeologist protected by shadows and the workers at work with hoe and shovel effectively sums up the gap between the two roles. However, Mosso also tells us about Manoliakis, especially about the collection of artifacts that he had already conserved in his home before the independence of Crete in order to avoid their dispersion. In the open space in front of his house, Iliakis had arranged the materials like an open-air museum, revealing an attention and curiosity ignored by the public discourse without archaeology. Despite Iliakis' clear respect for the artifact, Mosso degraded the space by writing, "Entering the farmstead, one would think one was visiting a museum if there were not the dunghill in one corner and next to it the trunk of an athlete with a rooster crowing on it, amidst the chicken scratching around." There, in that dunghill, Mosso reiterated, the glorious testimonies of the past were condemned to an undignified existence. Otherness is nailed to its inferiority, and archaeologists emerge in a world deemed either unaware of its past or incapable of taking care of it without expert and conscious guidance. It is the archaeologists who restore the past to Crete and its inhabitants. In addition, another text presents us with the figure of Iliakis in bare terms. It is Ricordi di un archeologo, written by the famous historian of antiquity Gaetano de Santis, and published many decades after his youthful experience in Crete. De Santis speaks of Iliakis as the greatest indigenous assistance to the Italian archaeological missions, and describes his life as pictures and fictional. Even in this case, Manolis is confined to the sphere of help that the locals guaranteed to foreigners. A third text that allows us to follow the circulation of the image of Manoliakis is a long reportage published in episode by the archaeologist Lucio Mariani about his own experience in Crete. The reportage was first published in a well-known illustrated magazine such as L'Illustrazione Italiana and Arte e Natura, and later in a book entitled Viaggio a Creta. Here too, Iliakis is confined to his stillness. Nonetheless, Mariani's work also shows us something else. It presents the ethnographic gaze that archaeologists had on Crete, condensed into precise stereotypes. The island's primitive nature, the genuine hospitality of its inhabitants, their millenarian customs and traditions. Mariani, like others, depicts a world crystallized in its landscape, cultural and human forms. He mainly uses photographs to place the subject portrayed in a temporal dimension different from both the photographer and the ruins in the background. Viaggio a Creta is an album in which the images follow one another, showing communities posing in front of remains, buildings, ruins, bodies crystallizing their immobility and frozen in time. Now, popular texts, self-biographical memories, and reportage are only some of the tools through which Cretan archaeological discourse circulated, and the specific view of antiquities and otherness was promoted. Other texts went in this direction, allowing the popularization of specific representations and visualizations. They were repetitive and they were pervasive, but they also contain clues showing the existence of a subjectivity that was neither passive nor entirely subordinate. If documents produced by archaeologists narrate the passivity of local subjects, then those same documents present many indications of an agency that renders the overall representation provided by the Cretan Imperial Archive less compact. This subjectivity and this agency emerge in various ways on the excavation. For instance, through the request, as previously mentioned, for better working conditions and payment by the workers. These appears show an utter awareness of the dynamics of the archaeological market, in which manual labor was required by foreign archaeologists. This awareness also emerges from the competition that, for example, opened up between various villages in the attempt to monopolize the labor market related to various sites. As a result, workers from one area often banded together against those from other areas, other villages, or against those who are willing to receive lower wages. Behind these requests and conflicts was the desire to negotiate with the dominant groups in order to assume their whole advantageous position in the existing relationship of power. Yet there are also another indication of a more complex relationship with the antiquities than appear in the Italian archaeological discourse. Above, in the writings of the archaeologists, a specific attention towards the material of the past and the part of the rural population emerges. Both Pernier and Mariani, for instance, reported in their diaries the interest of school teachers in their presence and work, and most of all, their willingness to guide them around the region and point out locations in which they could dig or find artifacts. Very often, these individuals helped archaeologists to contact farmers who had found artifacts by chance. The archaeologists themselves wrote of the widespread use of the remains as talismans, or the reuse of artifacts to decorate the facade of rural buildings. Considered as spolia, these remnants of history dotted the rural landscape, revealing a thoughtfulness that archaeologists tended to downplay. Less easy for them to minimize, however, was the appearance of the villagers at the excavation sites as visitors, so not as workers but as visitors. And this was the case for Pernier. In the summer of 19, at the site of Levy, Pernier found himself hosting a crowd of peasants, young people and children, who had come to see the treasure that the archaeologists were unearthing. The visit was repeated on at least one other occasion and was immortalized in a shot in which man and woman posed with the archaeologists staring straight into the lens. Now, as we've seen through to my talk, what emerges from these clues is the complexity of the process and experience through which an exclusive archaeological gaze takes shape. Constructing otherness through ruins and bodies means, first of all, constructing a subaltern subject that guaranteed archaeologists their own professional, cultural, and especially national identity. Constructing otherness through ruins and bodies also means setting boundaries and enforcing various dichotomies. Constructing otherness through ruins and bodies also means dealing with the subjectivities that came into contact, left traces and indications that are, however, recoverable from the Imperial Archives. Thank you.
Thank you, Simona. And I'm sure we will discuss later about all your thoughts and all your presentation. And now we are introducing Petra Pizzatto from the University of Verona. She's postdoctoral fellow and adjunct professor at the Department of Human Sciences of the University of Verona. She got a double PhD in history at Ca' Foscari, Venice, and in society, culture, and heritage in Barcelona. She is working on a book from her PhD dissertation dealing with the relation between prehistoric archaeology, physical anthropology, and nationalism in liberal Italy. She is also a curator and project manager assistant at the M9 Museum district in Venice. Now she will present to us a paper about a Mediterranean imagery, how archaeological materials influenced Giuseppe Sergi's racial theory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, for this kind presentation. It is a great pleasure for me to be virtually here today. Before we start, I would like to ask you carefully this map. It is a very famous map published in a Nazi history textbook. It represents the original fatherland and the historical migration of Aryans to Europe, and was used to justify the imperial aspiration of Nazi Germany in the European continent. Please keep it in mind, because I will come back to it later in my talk. In the following presentation, I will consider how material findings and visual representation of archaeological remains served as a starting point for the development of other scientific fields, and particularly anthropology. My presentation will unfold as follows. I will start with a short introduction to the different concepts of Mediterranean during 18th and 19th century to set the socio-political and cultural context of my discourse. And then I will present my case study, which is about Giuseppe Sergi's anthropological theory. Then I discuss the complex relation between archaeological knowledge and the development of the history of human beings in Giuseppe Sergi's theory. And finally, I conclude by comparing Sergi's use of archaeological and material sources with the famous case studies from history of archaeology. This will allow me to illuminate the epistemological similarities between the two disciplines and the role of materiality in scientific narratives. So let's start. In the 18th century, the Mediterranean became the site in which archaeology turned into the image of reality itself. The process began with the rediscovery of the ancient canon by architects and sculptors. Subsequently, in the wake of the social practice of the Grand Tour and tourism, archaeology and landscape formed a binomial closely linked to the idea of Mediterranean identity. In this first period, however, the idea of Mediterranean was permeated by a feeling of decadence. Although tourists consider the ancient Mediterranean civilization as superior, they describe contemporary Mediterranean countries as immature, lazy, and degenerated. Building on the analogy with Orientalism, the word Mediterraneanism can be used to summarize this general attitude. But something started to change in the mid-19th century. During the People's Springs, the archaeological heritage became part and parcel of the nationalistic discourses of the people living by the Mediterranean and fighting for their independence. Thus, the word Mediterraneanism started to shift semantically from Orientalism to the new idea of Mediterranean resurgence. This process, stimulated by the competition among European nations, prompted Italian intellectuals to reclaim pre-Roman traditions as a way to re-reach archaeological sites. It also facilitated the rise of two new sciences, anthropology and prehistoric archaeology. The transnational circulation of knowledge played a key role in this shift. In particular, the discovery of Troy by Henrik Schliemann and its announcement to the Western world in 1878 ignited a hot debate on the origin of the Western civilization, which immediately spread the world over. Somewhat surprisingly, this debate involved not only archaeological sciences, but also other human and natural sciences. Physical anthropologists, for example, were particularly interested in mapping the spreading of civilization in the European prehistory, and the discovery in Eastern Mediterranean impacted deeply in their disciplines. As Simona demonstrated well in her presentation, another crucial step in the process of reimagining the Mediterranean identity and its fundamental role in the development of the European civilization was the discovery of Cretan ruins. As a beacon flashing in the night, Cretan material findings seemed to illuminate the path to civilization, and the new discoveries unleashed a sort of Cretomania. In Italy, this debate contributed to the resurgence of the national myth of the Pelasgic people and the origin of the so-called Pelasgic or Cyclopean architecture. In particular, draws, images, and lithographs realized by Schliemann himself and many other archaeologists led many scholars to search for a connection between ancient Italian buildings, such as the fortification of the city of Norba near Rome, and the walls of Troy and Messina. Thus, in the late 19th century, the Pelasgian architecture became part of a national narrative of the landscape, underlining the Mediterranean discourse. The Cyclopean walls represented the umbilical cord still joining the civilization of the Italian peninsula with Messina, Tiryns, and Troy. They were not only a monument, but also a narrative of a common origin of modern Italians and the great people of the pre-Greek antiquity. What is interesting to notice here is that in the closing year of the 19th century, new discoveries in Greece and in the Near East determined a shift both in the ideal borders and in the perception and meaning of Mediterranean geography. Now, I'd like to discuss the scope of this transnational process in Italian anthropological discourse. Stimulated by this cultural climate, Italian anthropology started to investigate more intensively the supposed relation between Mediterranean people in prehistoric ages. A prominent figure in these studies was Giuseppe Sergi. Born in Messina under Bourbon's rule, Sergi actively partook in the Risorgimento and fought with Garibaldi in the Battle of Milazzo. Back to Messina, he studied philosophy, ancient languages, pedagogy, and psychology. Enlightened by Darwin's work, Sergi deepened his knowledge of physical anthropology and evolutionistic biology. He rose to the chair of anthropology at the University of Bologna and then moved to Rome, where he founded and headed the Roman Society of Anthropology for 50 years. An atheist and an anti-clerical, Sergi was first fascinated by socialism, but then became a leftist and opposed the unbalanced pro-North industrial development of Italy. Sergi's fame was primarily due to his original classification of human species and races, combined with a morphological method for the classification of skulls. In 1890s, Sergi's new classification method led him to suggest the existence of a new race not included in previous classification. More importantly, he was explicit in considering this race as, I quote, the morphologically most beautiful one ever appeared in Europe, end quote. He called it the Mediterranean race and consciously elaborated a theory to counter the thesis of Aryan superiority and to substitute the idea of Northern superiority with the Mediterranean as a special place to develop superior civilization. Given Sergi's aforementioned political attitude, it is unsurprising that the change of the geographical context implicit in the theory of Mediterranean race had deep socio-political implications. The traditional paradigm developed in the mid-19th century, according to which Rome had Aryan origins, provided a firm background for the Triple Alliance. On the contrary, Sergi's theory shared the central idea of the Risorgimento, further fueled by Redentism and anti-Germanism, according to which Italy's natural allies were the Mediterranean France and the Nordic England, which shared the same racial origins. The archaeological expedition in the Eastern Mediterranean played a fundamental role in his postulate, as Sergi himself noticed. I quote, "Many have believed that these and similar problems may be solved by archaeology and philology alone, or by means of traditions. They have more or less completely ignored the assistance that can be given by ethnographic anthropology and the study of physical characters of races among which the civilizations are found. Until recent years, the Greeks and the Romans were regarded as Aryan, and then as Aryanized people. The great discovery in the Mediterranean have overturned all these views." End quote. So, from the outset, Sergi based his theory on anthropological observation on skulls as well as on observation of archaeological images. I quote, "Without the aid of the history of civilization, of traditions, of geography, without the aid of the marvelous discoveries of ancient monuments in the Mediterranean basin, and without the wealth of objects disinterred in Egypt, Mycenae, Tiryns, Troy, Crete, Cyprus, Sardinia, Sicilia, Spain, there would be much greater obscurity in Mediterranean anthropology. It would be impossible to find a solution of a problem, still less a synthetic reconstruction such as I am about to attempt. Thus, we need to study the primitive civilization of the Mediterranean in order to recompose the great human nucleus which appeared at an unknown distance of time and still remains unchanged for the great part in its composition, in spite of new foreign elements which have penetrated from many sides in different epochs." End quote. To better hold this idea, Sergi combined many different sources, especially archaeological ones. Although in his early books reproduction of skulls and anthropological portraits were scarce, one finds plenty of archaeological draws or photos. Here you can see some examples. However, for Sergi, representation of humans were only one of the many possible proofs of superiority of a race. One also had to look at other aspects of material culture of the ancient Mediterranean civilization. For example, in line with pelagic mythology, which I have mentioned above, Sergi claimed that masonry was a purely Mediterranean business. He held that, I quote, "Until Roman age, Aryans did not know masonry for houses and temples. We know who was the masters of stonework and masonry in Northern Europe, that is, the Romans." End quote. Thus, Cyclopean architecture and masonry were singled out as characteristic features of the Mediterranean identity. Once again, the archaeological landscape and the geographic context were integrated in a discourse on the civilizing action of the Mediterranean people. Sergi was not the only scholar to emphasize material cultures as a viewpoint to investigate the origins of technique, races, and nations. About at the same time, archaeologists were gradually beginning to abandon the independent development theory, according to which similar inventions could independently be introduced in different geographical conditions by different groups of peoples. Instead, they adopted another point of view, which suggested that innovation and inventions appear only once throughout human history, and then they traveled from the original culture to other cultures through diffusion and migrations. As Darwinist and polygenist, Sergi did not fully agree with this idea and considered more probable the hypothesis of parallel routes to cultural evolutions. However, he used the diffusionist paradigms for a specifically nationalistic purpose, to adverse Aryanism. For these reasons, the geographical and ideological rule of the Mediterranean Sea became stronger and stronger as Sergi's thought evolved. While in his early works, the Mediterranean was primarily a background for the unfolding of the epic of civilization, later on he began to consider the Mediterranean as a sole geographical element that really contributed to the emergence of the European civilization. For example, while in 1898 he showed a conciliatory attitude by conceding that the use of metals was introduced by Aryans migrated from Asia, a few years later Sergi assumed a more rigid stance. Building again on archaeological theory, and more precisely on Montilio's work, he affirmed that Tacitus Germans were not particularly skillful with metals, and above all, triumphantly announced a knowledge proof that metals came, I quote, from the south, and especially from Mediterranean, end quote. It is important to stress that Sergi always used the comprehensive term Mediterranean to indicate the geographic source of the major elements of European culture, such as language, writing, metallurgy, scientific discoveries, artistic and architectonic expression, and so on. In this way, he constructed an imagined space inseparably intertwined with the concept of civilization and culture. However, even if Sergi derived many ideas from archaeology, he was convinced that it was anthropology that could give the crucial support to the diffusion theories on the origin and the spreading of European culture. During the first decades of the 20th century, Sergi's concept of Mediterranean expanded further. While other Italian Mediterraneans enlarged geographically the area to include the shores of Asia Minor and the Black Sea, Sergi integrated the concept of Mediterranean culture and civilization. This extension relied heavily on Sergi's own anthropological discoveries during a scientific journey through the Mediterranean, and was fed by a number of direct observational skulls sent to him from archaeological missions, including the one of Federico Alber, as well as an enormous collection of anthropological photographs. As a consequence, the geography of the Mediterranean, meant as a container for the millennial history of a great race, was progressively enlarged. I quote, "One can affirm that the dominant race which solely generated the great civilization in a vast area of earth included the Mediterranean basin, with the European peninsulas, northern Africa and particularly Egypt up to Nubia, Syria, Asia Minor and the western territories, the valleys of Euphrates and Tigris up to Mount Zagros and Mont Elam, was the race I call Mediterranean, divided and fractionated in several branches." Such extension expressed Sergi's own mental image, as one can see from a map designed by Sergi himself and published in Gli Ari in Europa and Asia. As you can see, it is an autograph document by Sergi, which was attached to his monograph as an appendix. This map represents the spreading of the Euro-African species and served as an illustration of Sergi's idea of the Mediterranean basin as a crucial factor in determining the biological and anthropological features of the Mediterranean race. It is important to notice the hypothetical status of this map. At the time of its publication, Sergi had not yet collected a complete set of anthropological data about the Middle East and India. Therefore, by reconfiguring the space according to new meanings and form of appropriations, Sergi's map encapsulates a symbolic redefinition of a geographical entity, that is, it makes it a cultural space. Moreover, a map communicates a geographical vision, a true project about the world mirroring its author. As we shall see, by deconstructing the meaning of Sergi's map, one can find a clear anti-German message, because maps, and this map in particular, are never value-free. Moreover, the cartographic communication acts at the epistemological level as an instrument to reinforce and disseminate Sergi's message. At first sight, the function of the map were, first, to show the extension of the Mediterranean symbolic imagery toward the east, and second, to gather in a single human group population hitherto understood as different. For example, Semitic and Hamitic people, Mediterranean and Indian people. Yet, if we look into the mental landscape of the author, a third function emerges: to undermine the Aryan mythology by taking away from Aryan geography the Indo-Iranian countries, which were regarded as the fatherland of Aryan people. Sergi's use of archaeological sources reminds the cultural historian approach to material findings, according to which the discovery of old artifacts is used as a proxy for the movement of people who made them. Thus, for example, a particular floral design on a pot that spread from the south to the north over a few centuries would indicate that the people who painted it were on the move and carried the design with them. This approach to archaeological remains has encouraged scholars with political agenda to falsely draw clear-cut boundaries between the behavior and the claimed territory of some ancient populations, and to infer similarity with their claimed modern equivalent. A most famous example is the work of the German archaeologist Gustav Kossinna, who used cultural history to trace the supposed origin of modern Germany to the spread of corded ware, a type of ceramic found throughout Central Europe in the Bronze Age. Kossinna's ideas became notorious following their use by the Nazi Party to legitimize its territorial goals and beliefs about the racial superiority of German-speaking peoples. Kossinna's theory was used to draw the map you have seen at the very beginning of my presentation. It was the image of an idea and also a political agenda, as well as Sergi's map I showed you shortly before. And this idea influenced also Sergi's natural history. In fact, Sergi's cultural history approach to Mediterranean population deeply influenced Sergi's biological theory as well. By demonstrating a strong correspondence between archaeological buildings and human populations, Sergi eventually proposed the theory of an ancient Great Mediterranean, which in his final opinion represented a primordial environment of the human evolution. Considering now the similarity between Kossinna and Sergi, one can wonder why the name of Giuseppe Sergi was forgotten for a long time by historiography, while history of archaeology remembers Kossinna as one of the most prominent figures. To conclude, I would like to stress three possible reasons why Sergi did not become for the Italian regime what Kossinna was for the Nazi. The first one was Sergi's political background. Even if Mussolini himself began his political career as a socialist, Sergi was a radical leftist militant who placed himself at the left of Italian socialists. Secondly, Sergi included the Semitic group and even Jews in the Mediterranean race, thus creating a clear probe into the racial politics of the regime and its alliance with Germany. And finally, Sergi was a democratic and an atheist, and moreover he was an anti-colonialist, who postulated that the origin of the Mediterranean people was to be found in Africa, a region inhabited by inferior human beings and reserved for the regime's colonial aspirations. For these reasons, even fascist anthropologists look at Sergi with open embarrassment. So, in the fascist Italy, there was no place for Sergi cultural history in the textbooks, while in the Nazi school books were plenty of Kossinna's idea. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank Fedra Pizzato for her presentation, and I think that now we can open the discussion about the paper presented by Simona Troilo and Fedra Pizzato. Please go ahead with comments, notes, suggestions, or questions.
Will I start then?
Yes, please. Sarah Irving.
Okay, thank you for two fascinating papers. I had a question for Simona. You mentioned injuries on the archaeological sites and illness and kind of who was prioritized in terms of medicine and things. I was wondering, with the injuries, is there any sense in your sources of who is blamed for the injuries? You mentioned that the workers were blamed if they got ill, but were they also seen as being responsible for problems on the site in that way? And and kind of, does this feed into any kind of racialized ideas about differences between the Italian archaeologists and the Greek workers? And also, just on a more practical level, if people were injured on the sites, do they get any payment? Do their families get any help? This sort of thing.
Simona, we cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
This accident depended on, especially on the environmental conditions in which the workers were obliged to work. I mean, it was very hard, and they spent a lot of hours under the sun, without comfort, without any service. And the sources tell us that the mission and the members of the mission, especially Harbour, was always very. He pays a lot of attention on the way the mission could appear in the eye of other foreign missions. So, if there were payments for these accidents, they were made only because they had to preserve the honor of the nation, and so the honor of the Italians in this place. And they lived a sort of obsession in relation of the gaze of the other foreign missions, and so they try to be always how do you say, just in the relations with also these workers in terms of payments for the accident. But
it's kind of propaganda.
Yes, it's just for propaganda, and it's really clear. It emerges by the source in a very clear way.
So thanks to Sara and to Simona. Other notes? There's a question for Simona in the chat from Sofia Catopi. In the narrative of the otherness in Italian archaeologists, have you noticed any differentiation between Muslim and Christian Cretans?
Well, if you intend Cretan workers, no, there are no distinction. I mean, there are no distinction between Muslim and Christian. Anyway, there are distinction and differentiations between populations because of the troubles that occurred in Crete before the independence, and in that period, Italians were definitely for the Christian part, and they were extremely positive when the Turkish yoke was cancelled. After that, there are also testimonies of the how do you say, an emotive attention to the troubles that continue in Crete also after independence. Archaeologists are strictly connected with the local elites, and they had a very strong relationship with these educated people, and so they lived also their trouble and their worries. And in that case, I think that their how do you say, their gaze on this world was a gaze that tried to understand differences, even in relation to Muslim people. Yes, I can say that there is an attention about this, but they prefer definitely the Christian part of the population.
Thank you, Simona. Even from Sofia Catopi.
And do they see those Christians and Muslims as different just in terms of religion, or does the difference get racialized?
In terms of, but it's not clear. It's not clear because the two levels are strictly intertwined also in the archaeological Italian gates. I can say that it's very difficult to separate these two both elements. And this creates also an ambiguity in their relationship with these persons. I mean, they were also very hard with creators in general, also in relation to the educated elite. When the first preservation law was promulgated in Crete, archaeologists, even the Italian archaeologists who had already relationship with these elites, are furious because this law was a law that protected the materials. The law, with this law, it was impossible to bring artifacts in Italy or elsewhere, and so they how do you say, their feeling is that we helped you to gain independence, and now you in back gave us a law that doesn't permit us to take findings. So it's a very hard position, and it emerged in relation to the general Cretan world. Inside this world, they could make difference, but generally they consider the Cretan world as a world who need guidance, who need control, who need something like this.
I can just add something on the same topic. Actually, in Egypt, the preference for the Christian workers was clear, and it was also clearly stated in, for instance, in the letters between the director Schiaparelli and his collaborators, where Schiaparelli was asking directly asking to hire on the site for the excavation first all the Christian population that would have liked to get a role in the excavation, and then to only after that to move to the Muslim population. But this was probably also linked to the fact that Ernesto Schiaparelli was a fervent Catholic, and it was in tight connection with all the network of Catholic and Christian schools in especially from the Franciscan groups, the Italian schools that were established in Egypt. And so he was also asking for aid, for help from these institutions, and so it was clearly biased towards the Christian population. Also, the main supervisor that stayed all the time with Schiaparelli on all his excavations was a Copt, so Bolos Gatas, was one of the Copts in Egypt. And I wanted to ask something to Fedra, because I just wanted to know if during your research you came up or you came across references to Giovanni Marro, with this other important Italian anthropologist, because Giovanni Marro was a member of the team of Ernesto Schiaparelli in the archaeological mission in Egypt, but I know that he was one of the anthropologists probably chosen by the fascist regime because of he had a clear position on that side.
Yes, Giovanni Marro studied with Giuseppe Sergi at the University of Rome, but he was the first one to try to delegitimize Sergi's work during the fascist period. Yeah, he wrote a very interesting, historically speaking, book on Italian race, and he started the book by delegitimizing Sergi's work. Yeah, he spent about 5 pages to advocate the real Italian anthropology to the new fascist anthropology, and to highlight all the errors of Sergi. Yeah.
Thanks to Fedra, and we have a note, a question from Yuri Marano in the chat. He cannot speak loud now, but he would like to ask a question for Simona, for Sara, and for Paolo. Do we have any data on the impact of the archaeology on local economies? To what extent the work on the excavations contributed to the income of the local populations? I think that can start Simona, then Sara, then Paolo with the replies. Thank you.
Well, it's very difficult to say how much the archaeological activity weighed from the economic point of view, but it is sure that digging helped to integrate the incomes coming from the agricultural work. So it was really important for peasants, for workers in general, to be included in these excavation campaigns, because also in the case of Crete, because there are very few other fields of production or economic production. So it was a really important market, that of the archaeology. And it emerges from the sources that people wanted, because they needed to work in these campaigns that were very big campaigns. At Knossos, Arthur Evans made 100 people worked. So, I mean, this was a big source of income for local populations. But we have not exactly data on this. I mean, you can find the notebooks, very, very detailed information on the payments, but they are sources too fragmented to let us understand how much was really the income for local populations.
Thanks, Simona, and Sarah Irving, if you have any comments. We cannot hear you, please.
Sorry, that happens sometime. Yeah, so similar situation, I would say. We have kind of these little bits of detail from different places at different times, but we don't really have much in the way of a comprehensive look. I think it's also something that varies quite a lot. Obviously, you've got some excavations that go on for years and years. You know, they come back every summer and are there for sort of 3 or 4 or 5 months. So it becomes something kind of quite regular. Others which just come for maybe one season and then leave. And I think probably it's something that is maybe more significant in the earlier years, when you have these enormous destructive kind of excavations that, as Simona said, employ maybe 300 people sometimes out of villages where the populations are only in the hundreds. So I mean, what I do know is that, for instance, there was a list that somebody managed to compile of the numbers of people in different kind of crafts and industries in Jerusalem at one point in the late Ottoman Empire. And I mean, if we look at the number, I mean, obviously these are things that people do for their whole lives and it's through the whole year. But, you know, even in a kind of important city for Palestine like Jerusalem, the numbers of people that you have in, say, an important craft or profession like baker or shoemaker or something are smaller than the number that you might find on an excavation. So I think they were probably, you know, kind of putting together the different pieces of information. I think we can maybe suggest that they were probably an important kind of source of cash payments of the kind of thing that might have allowed a village to pay off some taxes or to maybe invest in pieces of kind of technology or something like this that they might not otherwise have been able to access, but that it's generally fairly short term, and I think it's something that a village couldn't afford to become dependent on, because of course at some point the excavation would leave and move on, and that money would disappear and there wouldn't probably be anything to replace it. So I think certainly when you get a very poor village like Artuf, where they've lost most of their land because it's gone in tax arrears and things like this, then it probably is quite important even for a short space of time, because they're, you know, looking at the fact that the women are working in all of these other places, they're obviously kind of grabbing at any source of cash income that they can find. Whereas I guess if you've got villages where they have a more stable agricultural economy, that it's more of a sort of extra thing if they can spare the time from agricultural work. But it's a good question, and I think it's the sort of thing that, because this is a type of study that hasn't really been going on for very long, I think it's the sort of thing that people are thinking about, but still trying to work out how you might actually answer that question and where there might be the figures for other things. So say for instance, whether there are Ottoman documents that might have more information about a village's economy that we need to be trying to find and things like that. So it's a question of sources.
And sorry, but it's also true that archaeology brings in tourism. So it would be also very interesting to explore this relationship. And in this case, I think it should be more easy to understand how archaeological tourism really insert in local economies, in which way it concurs to expand local economies. I think it will be a good field of analysis, this one. But it's a specific one. This is the archaeological tourism and these others and other things in respect of what we are talking about.
I think one of the other things that maybe needs bearing in mind is that certainly once tourism becomes popular in Palestine in the second half of the 19th century, there is a big market in antiquities that have been dug up. And once the archaeologists come to your village, it's more likely that people in the village won't be able to do that. So it may be that they are swapping one type of income for another, a type of income that they have more control over, even though as archaeologists may hate it, but it's a type of income that they maybe have more control over if they're digging sites and then selling things to dealers in Jerusalem. But then once the archaeologists come along, and there are cases I can think of in the archives where there's maybe a big enough find that the archaeologists turn up, and then they ask the Ottoman police to come and stop illegal digging and things like this. So, there are other archaeological incomes that maybe having an excavation stops from happening.
Thank you, Sara. And Paulo Del Vesco, please, if you...
Some time ago, I tried to calculate the today currency, the pay of the workers of the early 20th century on the Italian missions, and I found that it corresponded to a today pay of between 2 and 4 euros per day, which is actually what was the pay since quite recent times on excavations in Egypt. So it might be similar to today's situation. There was an increase in the pay in the last years, of course, and from my experience, I can say that the archaeological work makes a great part of the income of these people. But at the same time, for instance, in Egypt, all the workers, you have to imagine that the excavation works from early in the morning till around 1 or 2. So it leaves the afternoon free to the workers. And so in Egypt, it's very common that the workers have 2 or even 3 more works during the rest of the day and the night, because many of them, they also work during the night. And yes, of course, as Simona was saying, there's today also the incomes that come from the tourism, and in fact, many of the workers also work as guides or as taxi drivers in the local archaeological site. But to give also the possibility to go deeper in this on this topic, I can suggest if Yuri is interested in the modern archaeological workers, I can suggest this book that is by an anthropologist. The name is Kees van der Spek, and the title is The Modern Neighbors of Tutankhamun: History, Life and Work in the Villages of the Theban West Bank. This is a complete work study, anthropological study of the people living around the archaeological sites, and it includes also all the discussion of the pay and different pay of different people. As for the workers that were employed in the early 20th century excavations, I might suggest to read, because I don't remember the figures that were given there, but there is certainly a discussion of this topic in the publication of Georges Legrain of 1904. He published a study that is called Fellah de Karnak, Haute Egypte, in Les Ouvriers des Deux Mondes, which is a publication that was published during many different years and was studying the work condition of workers all around the world in different contexts and so on. And he dedicated an issue of this journal to the study of workmen from Karnak, from his excavation in Karnak. And this is a social economical study. So it is very detailed in describing the daily life of these men and all his family. And so it's very detailed also in giving the figures of the income from different works and so on. And by the way, going back to a previous question, this publication can also be, I don't remember now for sure, but this can also be the publication where to find information about the food that was the food consumption of the workmen.
Thanks, Paolo. Are there other questions? I think that we can have space for just one or two more notes. Okay, if there are no more questions for this part of the conference, I think that we can have an hour lunch break, starting again our conference with the third and the fourth part at 2:00 p.m. I would like to warmly thank all the discussants of these two first parts of the conference for all the suggestions and the wonderful papers. So we will see at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Thanks to all.
Okay, welcome everybody again to this very interesting conference. And the first of our speakers is Yuri Marano, who has a broad international and as well as interdisciplinary experience, and whose areas of research include the evolution of cities and the Christianization of urban spaces and funerary practices in the late antique and early medieval Mediterranean. On the top of that is now at Ca' Foscari, Venice, working within a project called Food and Stones. And he will present a paper with a very fascinating title, Tale of Two Cities, Athens, Thessaloniki, and the Incorporation of the Byzantine Past in the Greek Historical Imagination. Yuri, the floor is yours.
Thanks, thank you. So, let me thank Simona for this kind invitation and for the organization of this conference. Then, I will speak of Athens Thessaloniki between the 19th and the early 20th century. As known, in the aftermath of their independence from the Ottoman Empire, all the Balkan nations launched ambitious urban planning programs aimed at giving a modern, that is to say Western aspect, to their capitals and cities. This implied the erasure of all those elements that gave the urban centers of the region an oriental character and represented a memento of slavery. In this respect, the transformations that affected cities of Greece in the early 19th century anticipated many of the developments recorded elsewhere in the region in the following decades. During the War of Independence, 1821-1832, the cities of Greece had suffered serious damages and were reconstructed in accordance with the neoclassical vocabulary, such as at Sparta, Eretria, and Patras. This is hardly surprising, I think. Neoclassicism was still the prevailing style in Europe, but its adoption by the newly founded Greek state was tinged with strong ideological overtones. neoclassical towns based on orthogonal grid planning were seen as tangible signs of progress towards civilized Europe and of the break from the Ottoman rule. Indeed, Greek nation building involved the decisive contribution of Western European Philhellenes, convinced that Greece was the font of their civilization and that the modern Greeks were the direct heirs of ancient ones. The Greek elites appropriated this idea and presented the War of Independence as a palingenesia, the resurrection of the past glories of ancient Greece. Hardly surprising, progonoplexia, ancestoritis, and archaeolatria, worship of antiquity, have characterized much of the country's cultural life since its birth. Antiquity provided the young state with its most potent symbols, but also implied the matching rejection of the Byzantine past, which was considered an epoch of obscurantism and a prelude to foreign domination. In this paper, I will retrace the initial rejection of the Byzantine past by the political and cultural elites of the modern Greek state and its later rehabilitation and incorporation into the national historical imagination through the lens of the extensive urban planning projects pursued at Athens and Thessaloniki, a century away from each other.
Yuri, scusami, ci chiedono se puoi avvicinarti di più al microfono.
Assolutamente, così forse mi sentite ok. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Athens was chosen as the capital of Greece in 1834, replacing Nafplion. At that time, Athens was nothing more than a provincial town of about 12,000 inhabitants, most of whom of Albanian origin. The settlement was perched upon the Acropolis and its northern slopes, but having suffered major destructions during the War of Independence, offered gloomy pictures. 2 years before, in 1832, the German archaeologist Ludwig Ross had exclaimed, "This is not the violet-crowned Athens. This is just a massive heap of rubble, a shapeless grey mass of ash and dust." Contrast with Nafplion, an already established administrative center and a thriving port, could have not been more marked. But even though it might have lacked infrastructure and institutions commensurate with its new status, Athens was meant to evoke its glorious past and to be the repository of the symbolic capital of the nation, its antiquities. Hence, to quote Yannis Samilakis, the transfer of the capital of Greece from Nafplion to Athens illustrates how classical antiquity was fast becoming the central reference point in the national imagination of the new state. 2 years before the actual transfer of the capital from Nafplion, Stamatis Kleanthis and Eduard Schinkel, two young German-trained architects, were commissioned to lay out a scheme for a new Athens, intended to be equal with the ancient fame and glory of the city and worthy of the century in which we live. This design sought to provide the city with all the appropriate structures for a European capital and a royal seat. With the assistance of two archaeologists, the already mentioned Ludwig Ross and Peter Wilhelm Forchhammer, Kleanthis and Schaubert recorded the topography of the site and its antiquities. In their intention, the area of the foot of the Acropolis, so rich in ancient monuments, should have become a sort of open-air museum. Given the poor state of public finances and the high expropriations cost, not to mention the opposition from the local landowners, the design was never fully carried out, and several changes were made to it by another German architect, Leo von Klenze. Despite this, Athens was remodeled along neoclassical lines, and Byzantine relics had been carried away in the process. These were viewed as debris that obscured the classical monuments as an obstacle to the opening of new roads and to the beautification of the city. At least 75 Byzantine and post-Byzantine churches were demolished. Through this purification, the Greek nation reclaimed part of its own ancient heritage and presented it to the outside world. In contrast, Byzantium had no place in the national narrative. Cleansing of the ancient signs finds a precise parallel in the debate over the national language and in the dispute between the advocates of the Katarevusa, the neoclassical form of modern Greek, expunge of all Slavic and Turkish words and expressions, and the partisans of demotic vulgar Greek. The site that suffered most acutely for this demolition was the Acropolis. In 1832, the great powers of Britain, France, and Russia chose as king of Greece the young Otto of Wittelsbach, the second son of Ludwig I of Bavaria. Bavaria was one of the strongholds of European neoclassicism, and Ludwig I himself was a keen classicist. His support for the regeneration of Athens was not only ideological, but also took the form of financial support for large-scale projects. It is hardly surprising that organizing the protection of antiquities was one of the first priorities of the Bavarian administration. Obviously, to be protected were only the antiquities of the classical period. Otto was welcome in Athens at the church of Hagios Georgios, the converted temple of Theseus, while the Acropolis was lit on the occasion with colored lights. That antiquities were central in the process of inventing the modern Greek nation is demonstrated by the plans submitted by Karl Friedrich Schinkel for a palace on the Acropolis, complete with an oversized statue of the goddess Athena. The proposal was soon abandoned due to financial constraints, but the Parthenon was officially inaugurated as an ancient monument on 28 August 1834, in the presence of King Otto and Leo von Klenze, who in the meantime had become the chief advisor on archaeology and architecture to the royal court. On the occasion, Klenze delivered a speech advocating for a massive campaign of clearance and excavation. As known, the history of the Acropolis did not come to an end with the closing of the Parthenon and its conversion into a church, Athens Cathedral, sometimes between the 5th and the 7th century AD. During the Byzantine, Frankish, and Ottoman periods, private buildings, aristocratic palaces, Christian chapels, mosques, military barracks, and fortifications clustered around the Parthenon itself and other monuments nearby. For example, the Erechtheion had also a long post-classical history, first as a Christian church and then as a harem for the Turkish governor residing on the Acropolis. All these testimonies fell victim to the same fate. They were dismantled and the Acropolis was excavated to bedrock. Paradoxically, these demolitions were carried out with the enthusiastic support of the Archaeological Society, founded in 1833, as soon as the new Greek state was organized. The stones from the Byzantine and Ottoman buildings were often sold off for funding archaeological research. Demolition did not even spare the so-called Frankish Tower, a 14th century tower over 25-meter height that stood at the corner of the Propylaea. The tower was torn down in 1874 to recover ancient sculptures and inscriptions reused in its masonry. In Greece and abroad, protests rose against the demolition of what was a famous landmark of Athens, but Lysandros Kaftanzoglou of the Archaeological Societies of Athens responded to these critics, asserting that in such sacred place we believe that it is impious and improper to preserve the dark relics of the passing wave or barbarism. This word summarizes the process of sacralization of the classical past and of the national project, embodied by the Acropolis. Athens had become the cornerstone of a larger project of purification, recreation, and exhibition of national antiquities, which implied the resurrection of Hellas as a historical entity and the eradication of all those elements which were perceived as intrusive and illegitimate to Greek identity. Things started to change in the second half of the 19th century. If the brisk focus on the classical past was a byproduct of Western European influence, the growing interest for Byzantium was also the response to an external stimulus. In the 1830s, the German historian Jacob Philipp Fallmerayer casted doubts on the founding precept of the Greek nationalism. According to him, the modern Greeks were not the lineal descendants of the ancient, because the ancient Greek heritage could have not survived the successive slow and Albanian invasions of the Middle Ages. To put it briefly, we can say that the scholar who most effectively reacted to Fallmerayer's assertion was Konstantinos Paparrigopoulos, a proper national historian who, in his history of the Hellenic nation, asserted the uninterrupted existence of the Greek nation through 5 main historical stages: ancient, Macedonian, Christian, Byzantine, and modern, and laid great emphasis on the uninterrupted cultural and spiritual continuity of Hellenism. In this way, he set a canon which became predominant in subsequent Greek scholarship and historiography. These changes took place when the new constitution, promulgated after Otto's overthrow in 1862, and its replacement with George IV of the Danish Luxembourg dynasty, made it much easier to establish associations and societies. Among these, this is Jacob Falmeyer, and this is Konstantinos. Among these societies and institutions was the Christian Archaeological Society, established in 1884 to collect and protect remains of Christian antiquity in Greece or elsewhere, whose preservation and study contribute to the enlightenment of our ancestral history or art. One of the major consequences of Byzantium as a basic of the recognition of Byzantium as a basic building block in the construction of the nation's past was the institutionalization of Byzantine studies. The first chair in Byzantine art and archaeology was established at the University of Athens in 1911, and the early decades of the 20th century were marked by an upsurge of archaeological activity in medieval sites. These developments can be set against the renewed territorial aspiration of the Greek nation after the Balkan Wars and the subsequent development of the Megali idea, the political and military movement that sought to liberate all Greeks under Ottoman rule. This marked the incorporation of imperial narratives into modern Greek ideology and required the rehabilitation of Byzantium as the obvious model for Greater Greece, with Constantinople as its capital, that the advocates of the Megali idea were dreaming of. The Balkan Wars were a watershed in the history of the country. With the addition of the new lands of southern Epirus, Macedonia, Crete, and some of the Aegean islands, its size was increased 68% and its population nearly doubled. The most important prize of the war was the capture of Salonika, renamed Thessaloniki after its ancient name. The Greek army marched into the city on 26 October 1912, the feast of Saint Demetrius, the saint patron of the city. Thessaloniki was the capital of Romiosini, demotic popular Greekness. The term derives from the name that the emperors and the subjects of the Eastern Roman Empire had called themselves since the foundation of Constantinople as the New Rome. Eventually, the Greek-spoken language came to be called Romaika, and Romios was used to denote both people who spoke Romaic and Orthodox Christians in general. However, while Crete, Thessaly, and the Aegean Highlands had a population that were overwhelmingly Greek Orthodox, in Macedonia, the ethnic composition was far more mixed. Thessaloniki itself was less than half Greek Orthodox, and to complicate the things further, the city took on a pioneer role in Ottoman modernism as the cradle of the young Turks' revolution and as Mustafa Kemal's birthplace. Moreover, the later Ottoman government had propounded the value of cosmopolitan loyalty to the empire, had shown interest for the different cultural heritages of the population of the empire itself, and promoted the restoration of Byzantine sources converted into mosques at Thessaloniki. In this context, archaeology played a relevant role in the Hellenization of the province. State-sponsored archaeological campaigns were initiated to prove the Greekness of Macedonia, while archaeological legislation was extended to the new lands, and the archaeological service was set up 15 days after the annexation of Thessaloniki. The news was advertised both on academic journals and newspapers as well. In regions like Macedonia of mixed ethnic and religious identity, Byzantium served as a means of national integrations and assimilation of the Orthodox populations. The Hellenization of Thessaloniki involved the excavation and restoration of Byzantine churches, formerly used as mosques, and their proclamations as national monuments, while Byzantine antiquities in northeastern Macedonia that were about to be lost to Bulgaria were transported on Greek soil. At the same time, the Archaeological Service also took an active role in the state-directed policy of toponymically engineering in the new lands to replace Turkish, Slavic, and Albanian place names with ancient Greek ones. In Thessaloniki, streets were renamed to reflect national glories: Aristotle, Alexander the Greek, and the Byzantine Emperor Basil II, also known as the Bulgar Slayer, who also figured on military medals. Greek archaeological practice in the second decade of the 20th century has been characterized as militant archaeology. The Greek army, stationing in Macedonia, was engaged in archaeological research, and prominent scholars in the army, like Anastasios Orlandos, were deployed to the Archaeological Service in Thessaloniki. Even non-combatant intellectuals offered their service to the nation. Adamantios Adamantiou, the first appointed professor of Byzantine art and archaeology at the University of Athens, was dispatched to Macedonia to conduct a survey of the Byzantine monuments of the city of Thessaloniki. In September 1913, Adamantiou submitted to Stefano Dagroumis, the general commander of Macedonia, a memorandum pleading for the founding of a Byzantine museum in Thessaloniki. In Adamantiou's intentions, the museum had a proper national scope to display the very soul of medieval Greece, transmitted over the ages as the ever-vigilant light of the artistic and historical tradition emanating from a single and unmediated national life. Continuity reemerges here as the central tenet of Greek national identity. But the outbreak of the First World War and the so-called national schism brought the project to an end, and the museum was finally founded not in Thessaloniki, but in Athens. This was also, the failure of the project was also due to the fact that the city, within a few years, would have suffered one of the most severe catastrophes in its history. On 5 August 1917, a fire, apparently caused by a housewife frying eggplants, broke out in the northwestern corner of the upper town. The fire burned to ashes 120 hectares, up to 3/4 of the city within the city walls, and left 60,000 homeless. The Greek government's timely response was the setup of an international planning committee for the reconstruction of Thessaloniki. Indeed, the fire has created the chance to build a new Salonika, a showpiece of business and commerce, commanding the foreigners' respect, wrote a British journalist. As late as the early 20th century, Thessaloniki, with its narrow and muddy lanes, wooden houses, mosques, and bazaars, appeared as an oriental city to its Greek and Western observers, while the grand stone buildings and wide avenues of the new Thessaloniki emerged after the 1917 fire, were Hellenic and decidedly European. The new plain of Thessaloniki, mainly the work of the French town planner Ernest Hébrard, focused on the projection of the city's historical character and the highlighting of its monuments. Hébrard's plan echoed the Greek pattern of Hellenistic Thessaloniki, but articulated it with major diagonal avenues to accommodate modern traffic, and squares and public gardens housed historic buildings. Hébrard designated the Arch of Galerius, the Rotonda, the ancient Agora, and the largest Byzantine churches of the city as focal points of its composition, projected against a neo-Byzantine architectural background. Most of the churches of Thessaloniki had escaped destruction, except for the Basilica of St. Demetrius that was rebuilt, cleansing it for later accretions. The restoration works were directed by Zakos, one of the leading modernist architects of the 20th century in Greece. Born in Macedonia, Zakos exiled to Germany, and he returned to Greece, not Salonika or Macedonia, in 1905. With a few exceptions, Ottoman buildings fell victim to the city's reconstructions. As mosques were converted back into churches, all the minarets of the city, except for that of the rotunda, were pulled down by 1926. As in the case of the Frankish Tower, these demolitions raised a wave of protest. Among the dissenting voices, there was that of Alexandros Papanastasiou, the Minister of Transport and Communications, entrusted with the implementation of Ebrard's design, who recognized the historical and architectural value of the minaret. It should be said that Ebrard himself had recognized the importance and significance of Ottoman buildings for the city's history. However, the demolitions were carried out while a considerable ethnic homogenization process was underway in Greece. Compulsory exchange of population between Greece and Turkey after the war of 1919-1922 virtually completed the Hellenization of the country. Under the terms of the Treaty of Lausanne, over 1 million Greeks from Asia Minor and Eastern Thrace were exchanged with 380,000 Turks. The importance of refugees in the population of Thessaloniki was considerable, 48%. The census of 1928 shows a total Thessaloniki population of more than 250,000 inhabitants, of whom nearly 50,000 were Jewish and almost the rest were Greeks, approximately 2,000 inhabitants. The Muslim community had waned, while the Jewish communities would have been exterminated by the Nazis in the Second World War. To conclude, over a period of about 20 years, the modern Greek state had finally evicted undesired ethno-religious groups from Thessaloniki and projected its national visions of time and space on it. This Hellenization was achieved primarily by demographic engineering. However, as we've seen, archaeology was also purposely exploited to demonstrate the Greek of its newly acquired territories. Archaeologists were called upon to cleanse the new lands of any trace of linguistic and material barbarity. With the implementation of Ebrard's design, the Byzantine monuments of Thessaloniki were refurbished and promoted, but the restoration work carried out on Byzantine churches had a purist character, aiming at restoring their Byzantine integrity. The Byzantine monuments of Thessaloniki were treated as those of the Acropolis had been in the early 19th century, where the recreation of the glories of classical Greece implied the oblivion of all other phases of their life, be it Byzantine, Frankish, Ottoman, or other. As I argued here, the treatment of the monuments of the Byzantine past should be viewed within the broader context of evolving national ideals. This attitude change was inspired first and foremost by the work of Konstantinos Paparrigopoulos, the national historian who fixed the canon of the grand narrative of Greek history. Paparrigopoulos rehabilitated Greece's Byzantine past and integrated it into the country's living tradition. This was primarily a reaction to the denial of Greek claims to a classical ancestry, articulated by Falmeraya. Hence, as in the case of Greek commitment to neoclassicism, the development of Byzantine studies can be characterized as a response to an externally directed ideology. Quote Michael Herzfeld. In his history of the
Yuri, can I ask you to conclude?
Yes, just 2 minutes.
Time is over. The time is over. Thank you.
Paparrigopoulos transformed the Byzantine past from an otherness into selfhood. In Paparrigopoulos' work, Byzantium is no longer a period of obscurantism and the prelude to foreign domination, but is incorporated into the national time. The establishment of historical continuity was the basis for the protection and preservation of Byzantine monuments, while institutionalized Byzantine studies became part of the cultural and political landscape of modern Greek. The process must be understood as reflecting the evolving relations between historical and archaeological scholarship and the state and the society at large. For this reason, I believe that this photograph depicting the architect Zakos wearing his military uniform and the archaeologist Giorgos Sotiriou in the interior of the ruined Basilica of St. Demetrius in Thessaloniki summarizes the definitive incorporation of the Byzantine past in the Greek historical imagination and national identity. Thank you,
Yuri, for this very detailed account which helped us to focus on a very long run story and to focus on so many implications, the influence of Germany and German architects, and probably the also influences which went the other way around, the political role in the Hellenization of the provinces. And thank you also for bringing in the picture of the very well-known historian Konstantinos Paparigopoulos, the father of the Greek professional historiography. Are there any questions immediately to this paper? Because I believe we will have also the possibility to discuss both of them, but I would like first to give the floor to the ones who have specific questions to Yuri's paper.
I have a quick question then.
Yes, please, floor is yours, Pinar.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering if you came across any contacts between Greek archaeologists, Greek scholars, and foreign scholars such as Balkan scholars, Bulgarians, Serbians, or Russians, who were interested in similar antiquities, similar monuments, because Russians at least made a lot of research on the antiquities of Thessaloniki.
And on the Mount Athos too, which was the object, a sort of national competition between Greece and the Russian Empire. I should admit that I didn't focus on this aspect, but sorry. I came across several references to the collaboration between Greek and French scholars. For example, Gabriel Millet, who worked in Thessaloniki, and in Mistra, for example, in the Peloponnese. And for example, Adamantil, when after his degree in Greece, went to France at the Sorbonne, and so part of his formation took place there. Unfortunately, I don't have a clear answer for your question. So
no, that makes sense.
A sort of linguistic problem because I don't know Russian, basically, so I cannot, go through this sort of documentation.
Let me add that the question was really interesting because it helps us considering these areas as areas where archaeologists from different countries met and discussed and shared mutual influences. And I'm sure a different gaze from the East, let's say, would help introduce very new a new focus on this story.
Yeah, well, for example, Europe didn't know Byzantine architecture and art till the mid 19th century, and its discovery was first and foremost due to the French expedition to Morea. And in the case of Thessaloniki, there's an interesting aspect I had no time to dwell upon. It's the participation of foreign, French, and British armies into archaeological excavations during the First World War. This is another aspect that deserves greater attention. But for sure, the development of Byzantine studies in Greek took place in a proper international context. So there were many exchanges, and
Thank you.
May I have a question?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to know. Unfortunately, I missed.
Doesn't matter. We can hear you properly.
Okay. I missed the beginning of your speech, but I'm particularly interested in the way in which foreign architects collaborate with Zakos. You mentioned German architects. I'm particularly interested in French architects. I remember that the French architect worked on the Neo-Byzantine Cathedral of Athens, and then, for example, for the 119 Exposition Internationale of Paris, there was a French architect who designed the Greek pavilion as a Greek church, a Byzantine church. So I would like to know if you have found any other connection between French architects and the Greek milieu, let's say.
Yes, well, this is an aspect I didn't, explore much because, first of all, because there's a recent book by a French scholar on architecture in Greece during the 19th century, Levy, and I think that, it examines in depth these aspects. But for sure, again, there were many exchanges. For example, alongside German and French architects, there were a lot of Danish architects and artists working in Greece during the early decades of the 19th century. And in many cases, they played an active role. For example, the brothers Hansen played an active role in the development of a Neo-Byzantine style. It must be said that there are recent studies on Neo-Byzantine churches in Athens. They appeared a few months ago. And, but I think that the predominance of the neoclassical style is particularly apparent in Athens because you have just a few Neo-Byzantine 19th century buildings, mostly churches, and one of the exceptions is the High Clinic close to the seat of the Archaeology. But I would say that it's the classical exceptions are exception and not the rule.
Okay, thank you.
I believe many participants have more questions to your very interesting paper, Yuri. But we still have 3 papers to discuss before 4 o'clock. Therefore, I suggest that everybody notes questions that can be used and maybe asked later on in the final discussion. And I would like to give immediately the floor to Georgios Vlachos, who is a researcher also with an international experience, who is graduated from the UI in Florence and is now with the National Hellenic Research Foundation. And his main work was on the Hellenization of Southern Macedonia between 1913 and 1940. And he will speak today on the land of many strangers, the alienating encounters of Greek archaeologists in interwar Macedonia.
Hello.
George, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me, first of all?
We can, yes.
Okay, and also you can see the
we can see you as well,
PowerPoint.
yes.
Okay,
And we
great.
can see your
So,
PowerPoint.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, everyone. I will remain in Macedonia, and you will see that our...
Maybe if you could either use the microphone which is on your headphone, or
this does more.
closer to your microphone. Thank you.
Okay. I think now it's better. However,
it is, yes.
I will have to yell a bit. So, as you will see, our presentations with Yuri will intersect quite a lot, I have to say. First of all, let me thank Simona for inviting me to this very engaging event. I was very hopeful to be there, but the situation the pandemic situation in Greece is rather bad at the moment. So at least I hope that at some point we will go back to something relatively, at least, normal. So my presentation falls very much within the topics we have been discussing today. What is slightly different about my paper here is that it stems from the theoretical background of the historical discipline that I most persistently serve, which is environmental history. Not that you will understand anything different in my presentation, to be honest. To be more precise, what I'm going to present here it was the first major research that I conducted in my PhD thesis, which began in 2015. And within the circuits of nationalist studies and environmental history, my research question is basically quite simple and also quite common. Let me see. Yes. So I was trying to see to what degree the Greek state attempted to Hellenize or to Greekify the populations of Interwar Macedonia by constructing something that I defined as national landscapes. The definition of national landscapes is not exactly mine. It has been proposed before in historiography of landscape studies. And in my paper, the only thing I did differently was that I elaborated basically upon it, only paraphrasing, I have to say, the definition of the cultural landscape that was given as far back as 1925 by Carl Zauer. And so, according to him, the cultural landscape is fashioned from a natural landscape by a cultural group. Culture is the agent, the natural area is the medium, and the cultural landscape is the result. In order for this now to become a working definition of the term national landscape, we have to change two things. First of all, the agent manipulating the image of the landscape is not simply a cultural group anymore, I mean in the national landscape. It is a nation state, or what aspires to become a nation state. And if we acknowledge this fact, the national landscape does not change from below by the cultural group, but from above by the nation state that also has the power to manipulate its natural environment much more efficiently. Secondly, this transformation is not spontaneous or organic. It happens in order to serve a certain agenda that most of the times is also set by the nation state, most likely a nationalist agenda. And so, the main question I asked in my PhD thesis is whether the Greek nation state engaged in such a campaign, what devices did it use, and to what degree this campaign was actually a success. Now, Yuri already told us quite a lot of this, but let me first give you a small historical overview of early 20th century Macedonia in order to introduce you into the complexity of the topic. Ottoman Macedonia, as you see here, was part of a multi-ethnic empire that had been proverbially mixed land divided by ethnic, national, and also confessional, of course, cleavages. With the turn of the century, three neighboring nation states, Greece, Bulgaria, and Serbia, clashed over the control of Macedonia, each claiming the province as the primordial ground of their forefathers. It's emphasized, of course, a different past, and so to create cultural narratives that would carry eventually their geopolitical claims in the eyes of the international community. Following the end of the two Balkan Wars of 1912-1913, Macedonia was, after all, partitioned between Greece, Serbia, and Bulgaria. Again, each state engaged in separate nation-building processes in order to silence the cultural polyphony of its Macedonian fragment. As a means of inhibiting the claims of Bulgarian and Serbian nationalists, Greek archaeologists, from their part and from their point of view, wished to unveil ancient Greek findings in Macedonia in order to render any rival claims historically invalid. So, except from the Byzantine past, what I say is that they primarily focused on the ancient Greek past, at least in the general area of Macedonia, not only Thessaloniki. And also, as Yuri said, here we have the protagonist in this effort, which was it was not the official archaeological service of the Greek state, but the semi-independent and semi-private, let's say, archaeological society at Athens, in which participated both past and future members of the archaeological service. And I have to say that both institutions were equally old, almost equally old, and equally prestigious in that respect. It was, however, the society that spearheaded the archaeological missions in Macedonia, even before the province was officially ceded to Greece. And again, as Yuri said, in 1912, for example, the society ordered the soldier/archaeologist Apostolos Arvanitopoulos to take thorough notes of any archaeological sites of the newly conquered lands. And he came back, I have to say, exhibiting an almost colonial mentality, arguing in the, as in the minutes of the proceedings of the society in 1912, we find a long report numbering and describing his findings in great detail. And the thing is that Arvanitopoulos pitched his discoveries in such a way as to excite the imagination of his fellow archaeologists that way boosting the already inflated interest about the archaeological treasures of Macedonia. Immediately after, and I mean immediately after the conquest of Macedonia, members of the society, authorized this time again by the state, scoured the Macedonian countryside in search of Hellenistic inscriptions. These were broken fragments, of course, as you already know, of marble or stone.
You need to speak nearer to the microphone, otherwise we.
Oh, yeah, I will try.
Thank you.
So these were, as you already know, inscriptions. Were fragments of marble or stone that featured Greek words, and they were very often found in or around Macedonian villages. Now, the archaeologists, the society's archaeologists' task in Macedonia was to find them, remove them from their location, bring them to Thessaloniki, and store them away in a closed building that would eventually, in 1925, quite much later, I would say, would become the Archaeological Museum of the city. The reason, of course, for this zealous inscription hunt was that inscriptions were used traditionally as propaganda devices because they constituted evidence, basically evidence set in stone, literally set in stone, that Macedonia had been Greek before anything else. However, inscriptions, the archaeologists decided that inscriptions were not enough. The society decided that the most effective way to Hellenize the Macedonian landscape would be a large-scale excavation of an open-air archaeological site that would bear significant symbolic value. The ideal candidate was very easy to be found. It was the ancient Hellenistic city of Pella, as you already know, the birthplace of Alexander the Great, and a very well-known site, both to Western as well as Greek intellectuals and archaeologists. Also, very conveniently, the site of ancient Pella had been marked adequately in the past by Fuset, a French archaeologist, and so the success of the excavation was taken, of course, for granted. Now, again, Yuri saw him earlier. It was a member of the Archaeological Service and also the society who was assigned the excavation, and his name was Georgios Economos. And in 1914, he left Athens with high hopes about his mission, overstating how the excavation of Pella would give new hope to the people of Macedonia. He had in fact noted that the Hellenic spade, which henceforth will be opening freely the Macedonian soil after a long period of slavery, will excite and strengthen the miserable locals who have lost their language and the courage of their national pride that was taken from them by the raiders. And of course, by raiders, he means the Bulgarian nationalists that used to claim Macedonia, as well as the Ottoman administration of the late Ottoman Macedonian past. For the next 2 years, Economos reported back to the society with publications that basically confirmed his successful excavation in Macedonia, asserting that his deeds were indeed crucial, as they proved the primordial Greek identity of Macedonia. At the end of the first year of the excavations, for example, he exclaimed, "The space like to strike onto Hellenic soil, and the revelation of the first Macedonian houses, similar to those of Asia Minor, an area that had received the Macedonian Hellenism, the exceptional art, examples of which we saw above, and the interesting houseware are a great sign for the progress of the excavation." And according to these two texts, things were seemingly going very well for Economos, whose work in Pella was eventually put on hold only because of the military mobilization of 1915, which also would lead to a chain of events that would involve Greece in the First World War. If we were now to believe Economos' narrative, we would conclude that his excavation was eventually a success, even though his findings were not extraordinary, as he told us here. He certainly established a promising archaeological site worthy of further excavation. And even though he did not manage to construct a national or nationalist narrative in Macedonia, through his publications in the bulletins of the society, he suggested that this was only a matter of time, and this would eventually happen if it was not for the First World War. However, his personal unpublished archaeological journal or archaeological log, notebook, call it whatever you want, which was, of course, as you already know, a small diary that he kept on him to make notes on the spot, tells us a very different story, in which neither the local population saw Economos' arrival positively, nor Economos held the local peasantry to great esteem. On the first days after the commencement of the excavation in Pella, Economos had noted in his log regarding the mental capabilities of the local populace of Agia Apostoli, which was the nearby village. Present-day Agia Apostoli is Pella. So he had noted that June 25, 1914, and I quote, "We had workers coming, refugees from Vizier, from the village of Ramel, located 1 hour away from the village of Pella, of Agia Apostoli. They are very Hellenic speakers or Grecophones, and quite perceptive, contrary to the local inhabitants. And the feelings were, of course, mutual, because on September 1915, on an unspecified date, which may point at his immense frustration, Economos reported that some shepherds who came during the night seeking vengeance because our laborers would not let them enter the digging site during the day, probably to graze their animals, damaged some of the pillars' quadrangular pedestals under the set, completely shattering most of them, and indecently smudged the rim of the well." Now, we can only imagine what indecently smudged meant in this context. Probably, I would say it's something disgusting. What is clear, however, from this text is that Economos was seen as an antagonist in Macedonia, rather than a savior as he portrayed himself to be. It was a very likely scenario if we take into consideration that the task of Economos was disrupting, basically, the everyday economic lives of the local populace. What we know, for example, about this excavation is that it took place on a field previously used as grazing grounds by semi-nomadic Vlah and Sarakachan shepherds, both of which were not always very positive about the presence of the Greek nation-state in the area, meddling with their economic affairs. Now, the incidents that made Economos realize that he was not as welcome as he hoped he would be continued. At one occasion, he became also irritated because a group of Greek-speaking manual laborers, who he believed were enthusiastic for some reason about his excavations in Pella, did not show up to the dig at the excavation site because of a little rainfall. And this made him eventually realize that even those people who had he previously praised as pure examples of Greekness were just there only for the pay, and not to help him construct by no means the nationalist or national landscape.
George, we are having problems with your voice. Maybe if you could turn your video off, maybe we could hear you better. Let's try that, because we are missing your voice sometimes. Thank you. Let's try like that, yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's hope.
It's better now. Seems to be better now.
Yeah, it's connectivity problems, right?
It's okay now.
Okay. So, wait. Yes. And even though Economos' excavation was anticlimactic, pragmatic, and his few but well-publicized findings in Pella, as well in Pella as well as in Asia Minor later, earned him the highest position in the society, this of Secretary General, from 1924 to 1951 when he died. Now, not all excavation in Macedonia ended badly like that, however. This was the case with another open large-scale excavation in Macedonia. This time it was by Georgios Sotiriadis, who was a former vice president of the society and also had been appointed professor and rector of the University of Thessaloniki. He eventually, in 1927, he carried out a preliminary study of an ancient Greek town, of the ancient Greek town of Dion, so a bit north to the Mount Olympus. And Sotiriadis asked official permission from the Minister of Education to begin his archaeological excavation, which he, after all, he got. He reminded the minister that this was a pressing issue because of his correspondence, and because in his correspondence with the ministry, he noted that this, and I quote, "this excavation matters as much as the history of Macedonia." End of quote. More interestingly, Sotiriadis implied that there was some kind of, I don't know how, but there was some kind of anti-Greek conspiracy that was seeking to undermine the Greek rule in Macedonia. And for some reason, as an antidote, Sotiriadis proposed this excavation in Dion. Now, of course, whether Sotiriadis truly believed that his excavation near Litochoro could pose a serious threat to the nationalist aspirations of enemy nation states, or he attempted to entice the minister to authorize his excavation, remains basically unknown. One thing is for sure, in the end, Sotiriadis convinced the minister. He began his excavation, and the excavation in Dion became quite quickly, from 1927 to 1932, the first large-scale open-air in situ excavation that had been completed by a Greek institution in Macedonia. To such a point, in fact, that it gained high publicity with extensive press coverage, which at the time was very usual. So, what conclusions could we draw from the above encounters of Greek archaeologists in Macedonia? I would say that one very mundane conclusion would be to underline the interplay between archaeologists who act as a state's representatives in an area, or as state intellectuals in an area, and between them and the local population with whom they come in contact. In any historical narrative, this indicates a certain predisposition of the local peasantry or the local populace toward the new state. However, this is something that most of us already do here, since basically this is the topic of this conference. A more advanced suggestion that at some time has brought some discomfort to my compatriots would be to start regarding archaeologists, and specifically archaeologists in Macedonia, as very eager colonial agents of the nation state in a newly conquered, not inherently Greek land. And this is partly what the stories I just told you here show overall, with Greek interwar archaeologists attempting to create an ideal Hellenic landscape, which also implies an ideal Hellenic other in Macedonia, as an imperative that eventually the local populace was bound or even was forced to follow. So that was all from me. I don't think I have much time left.
No, I'm afraid you have to conclude. You have 2 minutes left.
Yes. So yes, that was all from me. I hope that we can discuss more about this in the discussion that follows. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting paper. You pointed out that so many different issues, and I am particularly glad that you focus on the role of institutions and communities of scholars, such as the associations, and also thank you for bringing in such a timely issue as the idea of the national landscape, and bringing in Carl Sauer's landscape evolution concept. I'm sure there are lots of questions again, and the floor is open for a few minutes. Just to break the ice, I'm tempted to ask you to elaborate more on your provocative definition of archaeologists as colonial agents of the nation state in a not entirely Greek territory, because it's a very poignant and very provocative definition.
Yeah, it is. And this has also brought me some, not trouble exactly, but much reluctance, let's say, with my compatriots here. I mean, it's a quite simple idea.
Try to speak closer to the microphone, please, because otherwise we miss your voice. Thank you.
This is a quite simple idea because, for example, we of course consider Italian archaeologists in Libya, for example, to be exactly colonial agents of the nation state in a different national background, basically. So in Macedonia, we have Greek archaeologists going to Macedonia, and today we think that for some reason Macedonia was an inherently Greek land. It was not. We already know it was not. The grand majority of the population was not for sure Greek, but also it was not, even if they talk Greek, when they spoke Greek in person, they were not nationally minded to regard themselves as Greek. So even though Macedonia in the Greek nationalist narrative was always considered a Hellenic space, in the beginning of the 20th century, it was not. It was up for grabs, as we say, between Bulgaria, Serbia, and even still the Ottoman Empire, who held it for 400 years. So it is very easy then, if we acknowledge this, it is very easy to consider Greek archaeologists in Macedonia as colonial agents trying to unveil a certain past in Macedonia that would be very convenient for the Greek state to have in order to legitimize its presence in Macedonia. It is not much more complicated than that. And then also the archaeology thing is one of the three things the Greek state tried to attempted to create in Macedonia. And by that I mean they also narrated, using plays, using books, using other associations to narrate Greek Macedonia. And also they started building a certain memory of Macedonia by erecting monuments, etc., that were meant as unified acts, basically, between the different populations of Macedonia. Of course, after 1922, when the grand majority of the crushing majority, actually, of Muslims left Macedonia, and we had a new incoming wave of Orthodox refugees from Anatolia. This was a totally different campaign, let's say, because again, at the time they needed to create new narratives in order to incorporate those populations as Greek in Macedonia.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe here once more we will have so many different topics to discuss, included the one of the patrimonialization of the landscape through nature and culture. But I believe we have now 5 minutes break, and then we reconvene here exactly in 5 minutes with the paper of Pinar Ure, who might also use these 5 minutes to start with to place a PowerPoint on the screen. Okay, we reconvene in 5 minutes. Yeah, so
Yes,
I think we can start again on time. And it's my pleasure to give the floor now to Pinar Ure, who is now at the Middle East Technical University. She has a PhD from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and she has published an important book called Reclaiming Byzantium, Russia, Turkey, and the Archaeological Claim to the Middle East in the 19th Century. Pinar, the floor is yours once more. It would be great if you could speak not longer than 20 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for your invitation, Simona, first of all. Today I will talk about a prominent art historian who is often credited as the father of Russian Byzantinology, Nikodim Pavlovich Kondakov, within the context of Russian scholarly and political entanglements in the Ottoman Empire. I have two major aims in this presentation. First, I want to discuss the institutional framework that made it possible for Kondakov to undertake studies in the Ottoman Empire. Second, I want to scrutinize the implications of Kondakov's studies, views on Byzantine art for broader imperial politics. Kondakov's scholarship offers an example to the convergence of scholarly agenda and official policy, especially with regard to imperial Russian foreign policy vis-à-vis the Ottoman Empire. 19th century was a time when Imperial Russian academia came of age. There were universities in provincial centers in addition to St. Petersburg and Moscow. There were also a significant number of scholarly societies dedicated to archaeology and history. In addition to quantitative rise of academic institutions, Imperial Russian academia gradually opened its gates to non-aristocratic and non-Christian students with the reforms of the 1860s. In other words, academia functioned as a tool for social mobility, albeit to a limited extent, as academic institutions started to host people from diverse socioeconomic and ethnocultural backgrounds. Imperial Russian scholars first set out to explore the antiquities of the vast and ever-expanding territories of the Russian Empire. Outside the borders of Russia, antiquities in the Ottoman Empire also attracted the attention of scholars, both as a result of geographical proximity and the rich Byzantine heritage hosted in Ottoman territories. Russian interest in Byzantine monuments had a political as well as scholarly aspect. With changing balance of power between Russian and Ottoman empires in the late 18th century on behalf of Russia, both the court and a significant part of bureaucracy embraced Russia's role as the protector of Orthodox brethren living in the Ottoman Empire and also of Byzantine legacy. Nikodim Pavlovich Kondakov, as you see in the picture, was a product of his age. He was born in 1844 to a serf family. Kondakov's family were liberated in the 1860s when social and political changes swept across Russia and serfdom was abolished. Kondakov studied philology at Moscow University in the 1860s when university reforms expanded university admissions to a broader range of society. While still a university student, the young Kondakov developed an interest in Byzantine history as well as art history, thus bringing together these two separate disciplines. In 1871, Kondakov was appointed to Novorossiya University in Odessa, and in 1880s he defended his doctoral dissertation on the history of Byzantine art and iconography. In addition to his studies on Byzantine art, Kondakov was also distinguished for his research on medieval Russian civilization and the relations between Byzantium and the Slavic worlds. In 1888, Kondakov became a professor of art history at the St. Petersburg University, the most prestigious university in the empire. While in the imperial capital, he also became the chief curator of the medieval section of the Hermitage Museum, and he also became a member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. In this capacity, and especially as a result of his position at the Hermitage, Kondakov was very well connected with the imperial court. As you can see, Kondakov was a border crosser, as academia offered him a chance to rise up in the social ladder. Kondakov owed his scholarly fame to his diligent research, but also to his ability to navigate imperial academic institutions and establish much-needed connections with people in critical positions. Considering his humble beginnings, Kondakov's accomplishments as a scholar became possible only thanks to the academic institutionalization I just discussed. Kondakov's many expeditions to the Ottoman Empire reveal his extensive network within Imperial Russian bureaucracy as well as academia. One of the most important institutions to which Kondakov was a member included the Imperial Orthodox Palestine Society, a semi-scholarly society under the direct protection of the royal family. The Palestine Society was established in 1882 in Jerusalem during the reign of Tsar Alexander III, which was marked by heavy emphasis on orthodoxy as the main pillar of Russia's domestic and foreign policy. The Palestine Society coordinated and provided logistical support for scholarly activities in Syria and Palestine, in addition to its other duties. Kondakov's connections to the Palestine Society was important because many of his expeditions to the Levant, to Istanbul, and other Ottoman provinces were funded by this institution. As a scholar who benefited from institutional support, Kondakov himself took the lead in the creation of a new scholarly institution in Ottoman territories, namely the Russian Archaeological Institute in Constantinople. In 1880s, Alexander Nelidov, the Russian ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, sent letters to Kondakov and other prominent Byzantinists, inquiring their opinions on the feasibility of a Russian scholarly institution in the Ottoman Empire. The ambassador was quite open about the political uses of such an institution, as he believed that such scholarly activities would create bridges between Orthodox Ottoman subjects and Russia, and therefore promote Russian influence in the region. As soon as they received Nelidov's letter, Kondakov and his colleagues set to work. They drafted a proposal in which they emphasized that the projected institute should focus on the study of Byzantine antiquities, particularly in Ottoman territories, but also in independent Greece. Similar to Ambassador Nelidov, the Byzantinist professors, including Kondakov, emphasized Russia's mission to spread historical knowledge among the Orthodox and Slavic population of the Ottoman Empire, which they thought was necessary for their cultural awakening. The Russian Archaeological Institute eventually opened its gates in 1894 and functioned until the outbreak of the First World War. Kondakov did not assume an active duty in its administrative affairs, though, because by the time the institute was established, Kondakov already had a quite prestigious job at the Hermitage, and it was unlikely that he would leave this position for a job in Istanbul, yet he remained a member of the institute. In addition to such institutional contributions, we should also note Kondakov's theoretical contributions to the field of Byzantinology. His theoretical contributions are important because his views on Byzantine culture had implications for how he regarded Imperial Russian identity as well. So Kondakov detected three major influences on Byzantine as well as on Russian art: ancient Greek culture, Near Eastern cultures, including Islamic culture, and nomadic influences of the Asian steppes. The implicit and explicit parallels Kondakov made between Russia and the Byzantine Empire become all the more obvious when one reads his works on Russian and Byzantine art simultaneously. Kondakov's major work on Russian antiquities was a collaborative study which he co-authored with Count Ivan Tolstoy, this book, Russian Antiquities. In the introduction to this book, Kondakov and his co-author, Count Tolstoy, argued that the multicultural character of the Russian Empire was not something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it was something to be cherished. They stated that medieval Russian art came into being as a result of a lively exchange between various societies. The culture of Greek colonies on the northern shores of the Black Sea merged with Persian influences, and there was constant contact with the peoples of Central Asia and Siberia. The same theme of multiculturalism appears in Kondakov's analysis of Byzantine art, and this was a point of divergence between Kondakov and Western European scholars. Kondakov lamented that European scholars of medieval history for a long time disregarded Byzantine art and ignored any Byzantine artistic legacy bequeathed by later civilizations. He particularly criticized Friedrich Wilhelm Unger, a German art historian, who argued that the cosmopolitan nature of Byzantine society, which was made up of Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, Illyrians, and Slavs, was unfit for the flourishing of art. Kondakov, on the contrary, viewed such cosmopolitanism as an advantage. He argued that recent studies revealed that the Byzantine Empire played an educative role in the development of younger nations, including Slavic peoples, and he claimed that the interaction between ancient culture of Byzantium and these relatively younger cultures benefited both. As these examples illustrate, Kondakov implied two related reasons for the relevance of Byzantine history to Russia. On the one hand, medieval Rus was one of the above-mentioned younger nations that was influenced by Byzantine culture, even though they never directly fell under Byzantine rule. On the other hand, Kondakov's vision implied certain similarities between the two empires. Orthodoxy and autocracy are too obvious to name, but from the viewpoint of an art historian such as Kondakov, the multiplicity of cultural influences, including Islamic and Asiatic nomadic influences on both Russian and Byzantine art, was a noteworthy similarity between the two. This cultural hybridity was also something that had to be defended vis-à-vis Western European scholars such as Ungar, who saw not richness but impurity in this hybridity. What is more, Kondakov did not shy away from explicitly stating that Byzantine culture was distinct from that of Western Christendom and carried the imprint of Asiatic civilizations. For Kondakov, different from many Western European scholars of his time, the relative disconnect of Byzantium from the Latin world and its interaction with Asiatic cultures did not reduce the worthiness of Byzantine art and culture. And as for Kondakov's works on Byzantine art, I would like to point to some of his books. This book is on the Christian antiquities, Christian art on Mount Athos, and this book is based on his archaeological journeys in Syria and Palestine. These are some of the noteworthy books. The question of Byzantine art also brought Kondakov against Charles Texier, a French archaeologist who extensively traveled in Ottoman territories and studied both ancient Greek and Byzantine artifacts. Kondakov criticized Texier for implying that the transformation from antiquity to Byzantium dealt a blow on art. He also objected to what he saw as Texier's one-sided view of the antiquities of Asia Minor, which the famous Frenchman deemed worthy of interest only to the extent that they were relevant for European history. Kondakov stated that the future of archaeological research would not be guided by such biased perceptions that emphasized Western European culture at the expense of Orthodox Byzantine heritage. He hoped that with more research on Byzantine archaeology and not limiting themselves to aesthetic analysis, future researchers would study Byzantine monuments for their own sake, not as an offshoot of European history, and rather to illuminate the everyday life, culture, and political life of medieval Asia Minor. As you can see from these paraphrases, Kondakov's expeditions to the Ottoman Empire revealed more about his perception of Western Europe than his perceptions of Ottoman society. So if we are looking for an other in Kondakov's texts, it is not the Ottoman society as such, it is rather Western Europe. Kondakov seemed to be critical of not only Western European scholarship, but also traces of European culture he saw in the Ottoman Empire. For instance, he found the Europeanized culture of port cities such as Izmir and Beirut as tasteless and observed, I quote, "The characterless type of new European neighborhoods of Beirut reminds of Smyrna and all other Mediterranean coastal cities from Spain to Syria," end of quote. As critical as he was of the Europeanization of the Ottoman Empire, Kondakov's views of Islam was on average quite positive. Comparing early Christian monuments in Italy and in Ottoman territories, Kondakov claimed that Christian antiquities in the West faced numerous alterations throughout history because they continued to be used for public functions. Consequently, researchers should study all historical sediments to uncover the original version of monuments. However, he claimed that in the East, Muslims preserved Christian antiquities in their originality as if they were abandoned yesterday, and it was sufficient for researchers only to pay a visit and to see the monuments in their location. Of course, nothing illustrates Kondakov's politics and his scholarly persona as much as the theme of Constantinople in his scholarly work. Kondakov's most famous and most comprehensive book on the Ottoman capital was The Byzantine Churches and Monuments of Constantinople, the book you see in the slides, which was based on an expedition he undertook in 1884. In this book, Kondakov combined analysis of Byzantine manuscripts with on-site observation, hence bringing a novel perspective to Byzantine archaeology. In the introduction to this book, Kondakov argued that Russian archaeology had a task to study Byzantine antiquities as a result of the historical relations between the two societies and also because Russia inherited Byzantine culture. Constantinople appeared in Kondakov's work once again in 1915, this time in a much more politicized manner. And this is the book he published in 1915. On the eve of the First World War, so to understand the context of the book, I want to talk a little bit about the context. On the eve of the First World War, the antiquities of the Ottoman capital, as well as those of Syria and Palestine, were on the agenda of Russian scholars. In 1914, Petrograd University professors and members of the Academy of Sciences organized a meeting in Petrograd, as St. Petersburg was now renamed, to discuss Russian scholarly interests in the Near East. Scholars agreed upon the creation of a Russian Archaeological Institute in Jerusalem, based on the example of the institute in Istanbul once the war was over. Next year, in 1915, the Academy of Sciences even elected a commission to oversee the establishment of the planned institute. The commission included none other than Nikodim Kondakov, among other scholars. Wartime public mood also encouraged Kondakov to popularize his scholarship, and this is why he published this book in 1915. This book was first published as a series in a newspaper, then was published in a book form. The publication of this popular book at this critical juncture does not come as a surprise because in the early phases of the First World War, Russian public opinion was quite agitated about the possible conquest of Istanbul from the Ottomans. Istanbul enjoyed a special place in the heart of Russian statesmen for a long time, and at least in discourse, it was the ultimate goal of Russian conquest since the 18th century. First World War offered ripe conditions for Imperial Russian statesmen to lay claims on Istanbul and the Straits once again. In 1915, the Allies signed the secret Constantinople Agreement, promising the historic Istanbul to Russia in case of an Allied victory. As the war progressed, however, Ottoman victory at Gallipoli and the subsequent Russian revolutions in 1917 invalidated this secret agreement, and the Bolsheviks later revealed these agreements to bring shame to imperial powers. Kondakov's 1915 book appeared with this political juncture, with this political picture at the background, and it was one among many books, pamphlets, journals published in Russia at that time about Istanbul and Russia's historic claims over the city. Going with the flow of the society, the book differs from Kondakov's other more scholarly works in tone. The book described major sightseeing locations in Istanbul, and it was accompanied by numerous photographs. Here on the left, you see images from the interior of Hagia Sophia, and on the right, you see images from the Kora Church. And Russian scholars, archaeologists actually worked a great deal on these monuments throughout the late 19th century. And in the opening sentences of his book on Istanbul, Kondakov made an interesting statement. He stated, and I quote, "The entire Russia waits for the restoration of Tsargrad, Istanbul, or Constantinople, and the discovery of its artistic and historic monuments. Russian nation confidently waits to inherit the wondrous gardens of the Bosphorus, the radiant coast, and the islands of the Marmara Sea, slightly covered with a purple mist, precious churches and museums. Rus believes that Constantinople in Russian hands will come back to life, will become a world city, and will pull with itself the history of the entire Slavdom and our fatherland. All Russian life that has taken shape for centuries to a distant future. Before our eyes, a miracle long awaited by mankind is happening, and the mighty forces of Europe are smashing the fortifications of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles and the Turkish hordes commanded by Germany." Unlike Kondakov's scholarly works, this book was full of sentimental remarks on the past, present, and future of Istanbul, and did not shy away from making an explicit connection between archaeological study and imperial politics. Kondakov was particularly sentimental about Hagia Sophia. He lamented the silence, even the deathly desolation of the building, especially in comparison to its historic grandiose. In fact, what Kondakov found in Istanbul, especially in Muslim quarters, was great sadness and desolation. Then he was also not very content with the cosmopolitan and Europeanized parts of the city, such as Pera and the Galata harbor, where he sadly observed that churches and monasteries stood side by side with the moral deformity of foreign café chantants. He believed that this universal city had to be revived, and this revival would come in a matter of months through Russians. Whatever plans Kondakov and the Imperial Russian government had for Istanbul, fate had other plans. A firm believer in orthodoxy and autocracy and a protege of the imperial court, Kondakov was politically conservative. When Bolsheviks seized power in November 1917, Kondakov first resettled in Odessa, which was then held by anti-communist forces during the Civil War. Bolsheviks captured Odessa in the early 1920s, and by a twist of fate, Kondakov's destiny took him to Istanbul once again in 1920, when hundreds of thousands of Russian refugees flocked to the city, fleeing from the Bolshevik takeover. After a very brief stay in Istanbul, Kondakov first headed to Bulgaria, and then eventually ended up in Prague, where the Czechoslovak president offered opportunities to Russian emigre scholars. Kondakov died in Prague in 1928. After his death, his students established the Kondakov Institute, which preserved the pre-revolutionary scholarly tradition Kondakov established in Imperial Russia. To sum up, Nikodim Kondakov is rightly credited as the father of Russian Byzantinology for a number of reasons. On the practical side, he was well connected to Russian scholarly community in the Ottoman Empire and even played a decisive role in the establishment of a scholarly society institute in Istanbul, dedicated to Byzantinology. He was also highly engaged with scholarly activities in Syria and Palestine. On the theoretical level, his arguments laid the basis for the study of Byzantine history, not only in the imperial period, but also in the 20th century, thanks to his followers who continued his legacy in Prague.
May I ask you to conclude?
Yes, this is my last sentence. Kondakov's positive portrayal of the multicultural character of the Byzantine Empire resonated with late imperial Russian identity. Furthermore, his defense of Byzantine culture vis-à-vis Western European scholars reflected the competing imperial narratives devised by Russia on the one hand and Western European powers on the other hand. When First World War brought suitable opportunities, the political implications of Kondakov's scholarship were openly exposed. Of course, Kondakov's dependence on government funds created a complex relationship between the scholars and official policy. Kondakov made original contributions to the field of Byzantine art history. However, there was a very clear alignment between his research agenda and official policy towards the Ottoman Empire. We can say that this academic, alignment between his research and official policy was a product of fortunate timing. At a time when Tsars emphasized orthodoxy and autocracy as the founding pillars of the Russian Empire at home, they pushed for an interventionist policy vis-à-vis the Ottoman Empire abroad. This policy preference made Byzantinist scholars the most likely allies of the imperial government in academia. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for this very exciting paper, and thank you for pointing out once more to basic issues such as the role of academic institutions or imperial perspective and hybridities. Simona suggests that I should collect questions for you now, and then give the floor to both of you, Pinar and Feliz, after the second paper in order to have a general discussion. So, but please, I would welcome the participants to ask their questions. And just to break the ice, I would like to know more about this issue of cultural hybridity. You said that was the idea of Kondakov, but I would like to know more, about the way he described that, because I imagine cultural hybridity is more the way we look at it now, no? Or I would be curious to know if he used himself an expression yet to that. But are there any other specific questions? And then,
should I start? Or
I would like Simona wishes that you answer after the second paper, so that we can sum up, bring all the questions together, and I'm sure participants have more questions.
Daria, there is another question from Felix.
Can you read it? Because I can't. The chat has disappeared for me.
Actually, I was raising my hand.
Oh yes, please, do ask it.
I'm very much impressed, Pinar, by this gentleman, Kondako, for whom I didn't have any idea, so it was very informative. Thank you very much. I was wondering, I mean, as a man far ahead of his time, I think, would he have any interest in other cultures? I mean, how about his vision of the Islamic material culture that he encountered in Syria, Palestine, or, I don't know, even ancient Greek or Roman culture or material culture? Did he have any particular interest on that? That was one of my questions, and I would be very happy to learn more about his archaeological work in Syria and Palestine. If you can maybe briefly comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you for raising the issue, Phyllis. And I think it's now time to give the floor to you and to introduce you briefly. You are an archaeologist and art historian specializing in the history of archaeology with experience in Byzantine and Islamic archaeology. And you have written a doctoral dissertation with a fascinating title, From Raqqa with Love, the Raqqa excavations by the Ottoman Imperial Museum. And you are going now to present on the untold story of Ottoman archaeologists, the curious case of Theodore Macready. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ilaria, for this kind introduction, and I would like to thank Simona and the organizing committee for this invitation. I'm very happy to be in this inspiring event, and I'm also grateful for this opportunity to share my ongoing research. Let me quickly share my screen. So, I'm very happy today to share with you my ongoing research about the history of Ottoman archaeology, with a specific focus on the life and work of Theodore Macready, who is an Ottoman Greek archaeologist whose epic venture started in the late Ottoman Empire in Constantinople. He continued his career also in the early Republican Turkey and ended in Athens, Greece, finally. So he worked for the Imperial Museum until 1930 for 38 years at different positions. And during this time, he also took part in numerous excavations with great diligence and passion. And after his retirement, he moved to Athens, where he worked as the founding director of the Benaki Museum until his death in 1940. So my talk today aims to explore the formation of archaeology in late Ottoman Empire through Macready's viewpoint. Drawing from archival and archaeological sources, I will explore Macready's position as a mobile actor who constantly traveled across the empire, taking active part in the exploration of numerous ancient sites, while also playing a significant role in the production of knowledge and the circulation of concepts and principles of the newly emerging discipline of archaeology through his mutual exchange with both European and Ottoman archaeologists. What I find to be curious about his case is that, first of all, despite his extremely valuable contributions in pioneering the birth of archaeology in the Ottoman Empire, his name is almost absent from the mainstream, especially Turkish historiography, due to his Greek background. And on the other hand, the European sources mention him simply as a commissar or a museum representative responsible for the official maintenance between the foreign missions and the Ottoman government. And also my second point is that Macready, I think, deserves very much attention because of his self-representation as a scholar who kind of, despite his persistent efforts to gain recognition on the global scene, yet remains very much unnoticed and silent amongst his European counterparts. It is still a work in progress, and I'm looking forward to your comments and questions at the end. So my talk draws from archival sources, such as field reports, correspondence, as well as archaeological collections that Macready retrieved in his excavations at different sites across the empire. A key component of my source material is a rare collection of letters that Macready wrote to Halil Ethem Bey, who is the younger brother of Osman Hamdi, the director of the museum, and he's the assistant director of the Imperial Museum. Written in French, these 26 letters that are informal reports conveying routine information and update on the digs Macready participated between 1902 and 1907, which determined the focus of my talk today. In his letters, Macready reserves the majority of space to the fieldwork and the discoveries. He also talks about the documentation and conservation of artifacts, the logistics, such as financial issues, administrative matters, permits, and the negotiations about the permits. Also, corruption is a big theme. And of course, he shares a lot of rumors about people, both locals and Europeans, conveying the rivalry, power conflicts, and the constant tension between Europeans and the Ottoman and the locals as well. So a final theme that appears is his personal interests, his observations, also family matters, health problems, and all that. So these letters not only give us a snapshot of the general circumstances of fieldwork and daily challenges faced on the field, but they also offer rich insights into Macready's mentality, mindset, and concerns, illustrating the efforts of Ottoman archaeologists to carve a niche for themselves within this inherently Western practice of archaeology. Before moving on further, I would like to give some biographical information about his life. Unfortunately, our information on Macready's life is rather fragmentary, based on a few obituaries as well as occasional references to his work. He was born in Fener, Istanbul in 1872 as the son of a Greek military physician, Konstantin Macready Pasha. Theodore Macready attended the Fener Greek High School and then subsequently Mektebi Sultani. After graduating, he worked as a civil servant at the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, that is Duyun-i Umumiye, until he was appointed at the Imperial Museum as a secretary of French correspondence in 1892 at the age of 20. He seems to owe his museum career to his father's connections, who was a collector and also an author of a book on numismatics, so he was a coin specialist in quotation marks. After a few years of training in the museum, Macready was appointed as a commissar to inspect the foreign excavations in Anatolia. And to give some background, the new law of antiquities, which had been proclaimed in 1884, had given the museum a monopoly to excavate on all the ancient sites across the empire, keep all the antiquities for the museum collections, and to grant excavation permits to foreign teams who often voiced their concerns and complaints about the severe restrictions on the ownership and the export of antiquities. So the law also stipulated that the foreign missions would be monitored strictly by an official from the museum, who would keep a daily record of all the fines and submit it to the museum administration on a regular basis. So after decades of looting and plundering, the museum had pulled the strings and developed a brand new mechanism for controlling the acquisition and maintenance of antiquities. And of course, this situation created a considerable tension between the members of foreign archaeological missions and the museum officials, which kept growing over the years. Against this backdrop, Macready was dispatched to his first excavation in Ephesus, led by the British Museum and the Austrian Archaeological Institute. And meanwhile, he was also monitoring the German mission in Miletus and Priene, And you can see all these sites almost listed on the Western Asia Minor. So when he embarked on this journey, Macready had no prior field experience nor any formal training in archaeology or art history. His job description basically involved the organization of logistics, providing security for the excavation team and their finds, and relations with the local administrators, villagers and workers, and above all, ensuring that everybody complied with the legislation. Over time, by observing and assisting his Western fellows, he trained himself in fieldwork, in excavation methods, measuring, mapping, and documentation techniques, and collection strategies. Thus, he began to participate in the excavations by actually digging. As he gained more experience, he began to conduct independent excavations on behalf of the museum. So working at ancient and medieval sites together with various teams gave him a broad vision and useful technical skills, which he applied to his own work. Moreover, having worked at such a wide array of sites equipped him with great confidence as an archaeologist, which can be gleaned clearly from his letters and publications. The large number of foreign excavations was disproportionate to the small number of museum commissars. This meant the staff had to move constantly from one place to another. And as you can see on the map, Macready's appointment and travels across the empire exposed him not only to ancient Near Eastern and Greco-Roman sites, but also Byzantine and Islamic material cultures. The large distance between the sites he worked at and the shortage of qualified personnel in the museum necessitated constant traveling, which brought together security issues and serious health problems. Even though his traveling and arduous duties on the field complicated his ability to develop specialization in a certain field, Macready's main focus of interest, especially in the beginning, was the classical antiquity. In his early career, he prioritized Greco-Roman culture, similar to his contemporaries, with a deep affection for Philhellenism, although in later decades he also incorporated Byzantine and Islamic cultures into his wide area of interests. He undertook his first independent excavation in Sidon, that is Saida in modern Lebanon, in 1902, together with Hugo Winkler, a German Assyriologist, who was amongst the few scholars, European scholars, that mentored and supported Macready in his archaeological career. He published his findings in Revue Biblique, which were his first scientific articles in the scholarly scene. In the meantime, he was also monitoring the German excavations in Baalbek, and at the same time, he went back and forth to the Aegean to control the excavations in Ephesus and Kos, while he undertook his own expeditions at Colophon and Mosion, which had a special place in his heart. And here are some random photos of him from the field, collected from different sites and mainly from his own publications. They're not chronologically ordered, but I think they also pose close parallels with the images of the colonial archaeologists we have seen today. And so this one is from Boasköy, where he worked for a long time, and it's actually accepted as the culmination of his career, and also important because of the unusual amount of documentation it offers about the life and work of Macready. So this is the site of Alacahöyük, a neighboring site explored in the scope of the excavations, where he worked also independently. And here is Macready taking attendance also in Boasköy in 1907. Good Lord. And you can see him standing behind the workers in the corner, supervising the workmen at Kesikkaya, also in Boasköy. And I've also added some illustrations that appeared in his publications in some of the European journals. You can see that there are drawings of objects, mainly his finds, also architectural plans, sections, and there are these are, quite impressive given that the work in, for example, European excavations at the time, the illustrations were given to a specialist. So he was clearly multitasking as the only archaeologist, the specialist of all on his own excavations. Yeah, so this intensifying rush for antiquities dramatically shaped the ways Ottoman archaeologists engaged with the past and the ways they negotiated their presence within new structures of power, which in time evolved into an ambition to gain superiority in the field over their Western counterparts. On a national level, they borrowed the imperialist narratives of the West in appropriating past heritage of their country to build a new and modern identity for the empire. And the slide here shows the museum staff in front of the museum building during the inauguration of the new extension building in 1903. You can see Osman Hamdi Bey, the director of the museum, that is marked with number 1. And right next to him on the right is his brother Halil Ethem. The architect of the museum is number 3. And number 5 is what I believe to be Macready. It's very difficult to identify other people on this photo, and in general, it's a problematic field to find images of archaeologists in general. So their numbers were quite small, and their expertise was limited. Therefore, Osman Hamdi found a great strategy and sought to collaborate with international specialists in conducting the field research, undertaking excavations, analyzing artifacts, and publishing the catalogs of the museum. And this collaboration played a significant role in the training of local specialists and thus overcoming the shortage of qualified staff. Thus, the foreign excavations served as field schools where the officials of the museum were trained in archaeological methods and practices. Working with archaeologists from the leading academic institutions of Europe gave them the opportunity to observe, acquire hands-on knowledge, and take on the tradition on the field. Their mobility and close interaction with Western scholars opened up many opportunities for exchange of knowledge and transfer of expertise. Moreover, participating in excavations of diverse types of sites from a wide chronological span, they became experienced in different field techniques and gained acquaintance with distinct types of artifacts. And in return, Ottoman archaeologists contributed to this mutual interaction through professional exchange and by facilitating the work of foreign teams in terms of logistics, public relations, and administrative obligations. Moreover, they offered insight with strong enthusiasm and played active roles in the production of archaeological knowledge. However, the possibility of the export of antiquities from the country and the loss of cultural heritage caused a deep concern for them. Hence, they carried out investigations across the empire with a patriotic attitude and a strong motivation to transfer the museum as many objects as possible. However, their scholarly presence in the archaeological scene was excluded or simply rejected, while their agency was reduced to that of a dragoman or an intermediary problem solver essentially needed for a smooth episode of fieldwork, without acknowledging their roles as archaeologists. The competition over the exploration of sites and the acquisition of artifacts certainly caused continuous tension on the field, as Macready also relates in his letters. Hence, scientific exchange and collaboration was unsurprisingly accompanied by rivalry and conflict, which were inevitable outcomes considering the difficult work conditions hampered by the existing power struggles, both in the political arena as well as the scientific scene. Before I wrap up, I would like to illustrate how this talk basically fits into current historiographic debates. So first of all, I argue that Macready's case has wider implications for the historiography of archaeology in the Ottoman Empire, for it urges us to revisit the overlooked sources and establish paradigms that fail to represent the agency of Ottoman archaeologists. The history of archaeology in the Ottoman Empire remains an overwhelmingly European narrative. In a general sense, the so-called grand narrative idealizes the discoveries of Western heroes while systematically downgrading the contributions of local actors. On the other hand, The Turkish historiography, which emerged as a defensive response to this Orientalist disdain, has committed itself to testify how the Ottomans, viewed as Turks, took a stand against the Western exploitation with their new institutions and legislations, while the spoliated antiquities served for the advancement of archaeology and museums in the West. To this end, they created their own hero, Osman Hamdi Bey, the so-called father and even guardian angel of Turkish archaeology, whose appointment as director of the museum in 1881 is accepted as the cornerstone of archaeology in Turkey. As a result, there is ample literature on the history of the Imperial Museum, with a strong emphasis on the persona and accomplishments of Osman Hamdi, attributing him a purely Turkish identity. Here, as a side note, I would like to remind those of you who don't know that his father was a captive from Crete. Was a Greek captive from Crete, but he grew up in Istanbul. His father converted to Islam. So, in doing so, the Turkish historians have deliberately disregarded the contributions of other actors, particularly those with non-Turkish descent, such as Ottoman Armenians and Greeks. And while doing this, they neglected the transnational nature of archaeological research in the late Ottoman Empire that relied heavily on the collaboration of international teams of archaeologists. Unsurprisingly, the role of Western archaeologists in the formation of archaeology in the Ottoman Empire has also been ignored, with a common perception that they plundered the ancient sites, taking advantage of the ignorance and poverty of the local villagers in collaboration with Ottoman administrators who acted as their accomplices. And this is a plot that portrays Osman Hamdi himself occasionally as a partner in crime, as you can see on the slide that shows the cover of a popular archaeology magazine in Turkey, which is just one of the many examples of this narrative. And finally, the strong emphasis on the foreign excavations and the spoliated objects has greatly overshadowed the archaeological practices of the Ottomans themselves. And as a result, many subjects yet await attention, such as biographies of such key figures, their social networks, ideological discourses that shape the archaeological practice, the disciplinary trends, and also more specific areas regarding the scientific interaction and the exchange of knowledge. Yeah, as a second hurdle, just a quick note
I'm
here.
afraid I have to ask you to conclude in a couple of minutes, please.
Yes, I am concluding.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So just a quick note is the practical issues, as I call them, which consist of the methodological, disciplinary boundaries, problems, we call it that way, and also the bureaucratic difficulties and the eternal challenge of having access to the archives of the Istanbul Archaeology Museums, which is the successor of the Imperial Museum. To conclude, Theodore Macready was a man of intellect, sharp wit, and avid curiosity who dedicated his life to archaeology. His letters, reports, and publications testify that he combined the roles of a collector, a connoisseur, and a scholar, like his counterparts, presenting a self-image of a scientist persistently seeking for opportunities to share his expertise on an international level. Revealing his notions and narratives of patrimony, self-identity, and belonging in the late Ottoman period, his letters and reports indicate that he belonged to a common scientific milieu shared by international scholars and institutions. In this respect, his mindset closely reflects the cultural transformations of the era while offering hints about the intellectual legacy of the late Ottoman period. And because of that, this discussion stretches beyond the history of archaeology in its effort to display the strong commitment of the Ottoman archaeologists to be a part of the universal production of knowledge around the turn of the century. But at the same time, I also would like to emphasize that Macready clearly positions himself as a Westerner that holds the privilege to make value judgments, for instance, about the artistic achievements of the Arab culture, about which he doesn't hesitate to express his astonishment. He finds it very sophisticated, or he complains about the lazy workers, emphasizes the extreme necessity to examine and preserve the ruins and antiquities from the locals and corrupt administrators. And in this sense, he's very much a colonial archaeologist himself who at the same time suffers from the very colonial attitudes of his European counterparts. Therefore, I think it is of crucial importance to bring such key figures of archaeology, such as Macready, into fore, making their voices heard, not only to emphasize their contributions, perseverance, and commitment with which they carried out their missions, but also to understand their mindsets, mentalities, and perceptions of identity if we wish to create a holistic history of archaeology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phyllis, for this fascinating presentation of Theodore Macready, and thank you also for the great pictures you showed. That and these pictures can be easily compared with the ones we saw in the morning, and thank you also for asking or presenting the issue of transnational nature of archaeology and also its colonial scope. There are a few minutes for questions, so please, the floor is open for questions, especially on Phyllis' paper.
I think that Pinar has to reply to the question that I don't remember who made before Phyllis. Yeah?
She has a couple of questions, but I would like to. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Pinar can reply, and there's still time for question for.
First of all, about the term hybridity. Well, hybridity is not the term Kondakov uses himself. What he uses is, I can translate as mixture, smishania, mixture of different ethnic groups. This question of mixing of different ethnic, religious, linguistic groups was something that preoccupied the minds of imperial Russian scholars. Actually, Kondakov was not alone, because Russia was a multicultural empire, and imperial Russian scholars tried to find a way to come to terms with this multiculturality. And Russia was very clearly different from Western Europe. It was more Asiatic. It was more under the influence of Asian cultures, which was sometimes a reason why Russian culture was regarded by Western European scholars as kind of inferior to European culture. So Russian scholars tried to come to terms with this, and they tried to, actually what Kondakov did was Orientalist scholars also dealt with the same question. So they tried to find some imperial glory in the multiculturality. Both Byzantinist scholars, for instance, other Byzantinist scholars, not only Kondakov, but other scholars such as Uspensky, Vasiliev also considered Byzantine Empire as a multicultural entity. They were very much interested in Asian influences on Byzantine culture, mostly because those people also they also had to deal with the fact that Russian culture was under Asian cultural influences. So, but as for your question, the word Kondakov used himself was mixing or mixture, not hybridity, I can say. And Phyllis had a question for me. She asked about Kondakov's perception of Islamic antiquities or Islamic monuments in Syria, Palestine, or other cultural materials. Well, especially his book on Syria and Palestine was more like a travelogue, and he recorded modern cities as well as ancient monuments from various cultures. So, for instance, he has a section on Baalbek. He has a section on several other ancient cities in Jordan, Palestine, Syria. But I should say that he was more interested in the Byzantine era of these ancient cities. So he was more interested in their transformation into Byzantium. As for Islamic antiquities, again in the book on Syria and Palestine, Kondakov dedicated a section on Umayyad Mosque. And again, he was very much interested in the impact of Byzantine architectural, he was interested in Byzantine architectural influence on Islamic monuments. And he saw some link between, he thought that both Islamic architecture and Byzantine architecture, they mutually influenced each other.
I just have a question for Phyllis. And it's a question about the sources and the photographic sources. They seems to me that they speak of such of a sort of I don't know, Ottoman Orientalism, because they are very, very similar to the photographs that we saw this morning. They are really specular. So, which is the relationship between these two gazes, the Western and the Ottoman gazes?
Yeah,
In your opinion, of course.
Yeah, it's basically following the same trend. And sorry, if you look at the history of photography, also there's a lot of overlaps between the European photography and the Ottoman photography. What's intriguing here is that I think the position of the Ottomans kind of self-orientalizing themselves in a way, but following the European model on the one hand, but they're also subjects of this colonialist gaze. On the other
But is
hand,
it possible to see a specificity?
You mean a difference?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I mean, it's actually, I don't have that much data, to be honest.
Okay.
So I only have a handful of photos, basically, that I could find so far.
Okay.
But yeah, I hope to answer it in the future.
I have a very good topic, because this kind of sources are extremely telling here. Pinar, would you like to say something?
Sorry, I have a question, a methodological question to Phyllis. I wonder if Macready left behind a collection of letters, biography or autobiography. Does he? I mean, what kind of archival sources can you use? It should be. I guess it should be difficult to collect information.
It is. I mean, it was much more difficult than I had expected. I thought he would be more visible because he has a lot of publications in European journals and he has some visibility in that sense. But I have recently gained access to his reports at the Istanbul Archaeological Museum. So he has a lot of reports. From all different sites that he worked at. He has these letters that he sent to Halil Ethem Bey. But except from that, I mean, I've been only able to see his two letters by his family, but much later, to Aziz Ogan, the successor director of the museum, to be able to get some wage, like a monthly salary for his wife after he died. So it's very, very poorly documented, very fragmentary, very difficult to find information. And even his grave, maybe I can share this little information here, that I visited his grave in Istanbul this summer, and he doesn't even have a grave mark of his own. Like, he's buried into his father's grave because it was in 1940 when Istanbul was kind of having a turmoil with the Greeks, and he wasn't even put a grave mark and with his name on it. So it's a very tragic ending. That's one of the reasons why we have very little documentation of it.
Simona, how are we going to proceed now? We have a few minutes more for discussion, then we have a break, or how would you like to? Because I see a final discussion after Constantina Zano's paper, and
yes, perhaps it's better with these solutions, but I think it's better if you take 10 minutes break and then we come with Constantina, and then
shall we have 10 minutes break now?
Yeah.
10 minutes break now?
It's okay,
and then
for
we
you?
have time to ask
discuss
general questions after Constantina's paper. I see Constantina is joining us from Colombia, I guess. Hi. So let's have like 10 minutes break, and let's start again at 4:15, or less.
Yes.
And so we reconvene here in 15 minutes. In 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Sorry.
Okay. See you later.
So I think everybody is here again. So I have the pleasure to introduce Constantina Zano, who is joining us from New York, and she's at Columbia University. She's the author of a very successful book on transnational patriotism in the Mediterranean, 1850, and she co-edited with Maurizio Isabella another very successful book on Mediterranean diasporas. Constantina, I mean, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Ilaria. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I was just going to thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us.
So thank you all. Thank you all for this wonderful conference. I'm so sorry I was sleeping. It's 10 a.m. in the morning here, and so I missed most of the stuff. But Simona promised that you're recording the whole thing, so I will go back and listen to your talks. So okay, now I will share my screen. All right. Perfect. And then, okay. So you can see, right? Okay. So in a dark corner of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, in one of the Greek and Roman art galleries on the second floor, tucked among statues, gold jewels, and sarcophagi, is a small picture of a man. The caption identifies him as the person who discovered these archaeological treasures in Cyprus, an Ottoman island in the Eastern Mediterranean, and brought them to New York. It also says that this man, Luigi Balma di Cesnola, an Italian from Piedmont, was the first director of the Met, a position he held for 25 years. As a historian of Italy and the Mediterranean who lives and works just a few miles from the Met but was born in Cyprus, I immediately wanted to know more about this man and his story. I soon discovered that Luigi was in fact one of two brothers whose lives traversed the Mediterranean, Europe, Russia, the Ottoman Empire, and North and South America, while also spanning highly diverse fields of human experience. Luigi and his younger brother Alessandro fought as mercenaries, took up posts in consular services, and mounted expeditions as explorers and gold diggers. They wrote and published archaeological and literary texts. They excavated, collected, and even forged antiquities. They falsified their own identities. And last but not least, they were central figures in the development of some of the most important museums in the world. It is their story that I will briefly tell you today. In using these two brothers' lives as windows onto their times, I also hope I can say something about the transformation of the world from 1850 to 1914 and about the emergence of archaeology and the public museum. So, my story begins with two court scenes. In the first, we are in the civil court of Larnaca, Cyprus in 1878. The island has just passed from Ottoman to British hands, and Alessandro is accused of illicit excavation. He was tried in summary proceedings and found guilty of breaking the antiquities law. To be more precise, he was found guilty of ignoring the 1874 Ottoman law on antiquities, which the British High Commissioner, within a month of his arrival, put for the first time into force. It was unfair, Alessandro thought. He was condemned for an act hardly regarded as a criminal offense before. To be sure, you needed a permit, the famous firman, in order to excavate in the Sultan's domains. His brother Luigi, though, who had scoured the whole island with his archaeological digging some years earlier, was the only one among the foreign consuls, all involved to some degree in archaeological excavations, to actually have such a permit. As Luigi himself would say when he was asked at his house in New York to comment on his brother's trial, the law had existed. Nevertheless, it was a dead letter, and every disengaged peasant was hard at work digging secretly on his own account or in the employment of some of the consuls. As the law was always inoperative under the Turkish rule, he continued, how could it properly become operative under the English at present? But what upset Alessandro most was that he, an American and a man, or so he claimed, was held accountable in front of the Ottoman cum British law, something which completely defied the Ottoman capitulation system. British newspapers, on the other hand, celebrated the fact. This is the first visible evidence of the novel condition of government in Cyprus, in which all men, without distinction or rank or position or means, are amenable to the law. With much other debris, the so-called capitulations and conventions of Turkey with foreign powers must go too, the London Times read. All this, of course, would have been relevant had Alessandro indeed been an American citizen. I do not know whether he's a naturalized American citizen or not, his brother Luigi said, answering the questions of the journalist in New York. In his defense, he states that he is an American citizen, and he may be. But he added that he had not received a single letter from his brother since he had left Cyprus back in 1876, so he was not sure what the truth actually was. Alessandro was sentenced to a small fine and to the confiscation of the objects found during his recent excavations. In the second scene, we are in New York in 1884. Luigi, already the director of the Met since 1879, is charged with forgery and fraudulent restoration of ancient statues. The trial was the culmination only of a long campaign of defamation and malevolence, these are Luigi's words, waged in newspapers and periodicals, in theaters and in pamphlets against his famous Cyprus collection bought by the Met some years earlier. The key issue was that of authenticity, involving consequently the archaeological value of the collection. Luigi's statues were, it was claimed, fraudulent patchworks, monstrous creations made up of unrelated fragments, some modern, some ancient, stuck together haphazardly with the intention to deceive. In satirical sketches, in newspaper articles, and even in theater shows, Luigi had been ridiculed as an industrious grave robber, as a charlatan, and as a modern artist who made up antiquity according to his own imagination, taste, and profit, inventing fanciful origins for objects he pretended to have discovered in ancient temples and treasure vaults, while in reality he had bought them from Cypriot peasants. Defended as he was by one of the most distinguished lawyers of the city and himself a founding member of the museum, Luigi was absolved of all accusations, however. Unlike his brother, he had won. Cesnola appeared to be on excellent terms with himself, some newspapers commented. The city is now satisfied that it has in its possession a genuine collection of first-class antiquarian stuff. Not everybody was pleased, however. An article in the New York Times noted that the genuineness of a collection of antiquities ought to be above suspicion, and the management of this collection has given rise to suspicion, which the result of the trial will not dispel. But another issue had arisen during the trial too. The question whether the military title of General di Cesnola could not be properly classed as a conjectural restoration. Luigi had indeed, since the end of the Civil War, always gone by the title of general. When asked during the trial if he had any papers proving his rank, he claimed that he had received such a title orally from President Lincoln himself just 3 days before his assassination, and in the presence of 2 witnesses who were unfortunately dead by the time of the trial. There is not a single piece of evidence attesting that the alleged conversation with Lincoln ever took place. But this is how Luigi signed, and this is how he posed for portraits, and this is what everybody called him until the end of his life. Thus, a trial, which had begun as one about tampering with antiquities, ended up being also one about tampering with the self. These trials were not the sole occasion upon which the lives of the 2 brothers mirrored each other as the failed and successful versions of the same story. Indeed, what I will briefly do here, before getting to my conclusions, is to offer some snapshots of these two brothers' parallel biographies. I'm sorry, this was my ring, my bell. Okay. Born into a Piedmontese noble but impoverished family, both brothers were trained as soldiers and fought first in the Italian Wars of Independence and later in the Crimean War. Oh, come on. Alessandro went to Crimea as a regular soldier with the Piedmontese army, while Luigi's role in this war was more obscure. Having been released from the Piedmontese army for unpaid debts, he went to Crimea as an irregular and was hired by Britain to organize Ottoman bandits into cavalry groups. Luigi, of course, never talked about this, and when his biographers mixed up his story in Crimea with that of his brother, he let the confusion be. After the war, Luigi and Alessandro, like millions of Italians, moved to the other side of the Atlantic. When they arrived, respectively, in New York in 1858 and in Buenos Aires in 1870 to seek their fortunes, they were both penniless. So after some time of useless wandering, desperation, and failed suicide attempts, they both ended up doing what they knew best, that is, fighting. Luigi joined the Union Army and fought in the American Civil War, in the course of which he was also taken as prisoner. By showing gallantry in the battlefield and by publishing his prison memoir, he managed to advance from a simple major to a colonel. Alessandro, on the other hand, was enlisted in the Guardias Nacionales of Montevideo and took part in the Uruguayan Civil War, becoming a major in the Republican Army. Snapshot 2. At the end of the Civil War, Luigi was appointed as a U.S. consul in Cyprus. In the decade he served in his post, he was gradually transformed into the most successful antiquities digger on the island. Indeed, Luigi combined his military skills, the connection he had forged with Ottoman authorities, and the protection offered by his consular position to create a whole infrastructure of excavation, which included hundreds of local diggers and intermediaries. He was thus able to unearth a large number of antiquities. There he is with some of his statues, transform his consulate into a museum that became the major tourist attraction of the island, and secretly export his archaeological treasures. And these are some of his workers with the statues. Alessandro, meanwhile, set off as part of an Italian expedition to explore the interior of Argentina in search of gold. As he narrates in his exploration account he published years later, it was not until he miserably failed in that task that he decided to join his brother in Cyprus and invest his energy in antiquities mining instead. As we have seen, unluckily for him, Cyprus passed into British hands by that moment, and Alessandro was ordered by the court to quit digging and leave the island, though not before he illegally exported most of his archaeological collection to England. Another important common element in the two brothers' biographies is their writing activity. They both authored texts of various nature, ranging from newspaper correspondence to prison memoirs to narratives of exploration and romantic novels. But what is of particular interest here is that they both wrote what I call archaeological memoirs, a hybrid literary genre which combined travel literature, oh my God, I'm sorry. Can I just have 1 minute? Because I have to open the door.
Yes.
Just a minute. Excuse me. I cannot open the door. That's crazy. Okay. Let me continue. So they both authored texts of various nature, ranging from newspaper correspondence to prison memoirs to narratives of exploration and romantic novels. But what is of particular interest, as I said here, is that they both wrote what I call the archaeological memoir, a hybrid literary genre which combined travel literature, autobiographical memoir, and archaeological and ethnographical account. These were books intended to script spade work, to borrow Amara Thornton's apt expression, for a growing imperial and tourist market eager to learn about how some physically strong, intellectually cunning, and financially and socially self-made men were managing to find their way through unexplored and dangerous lands and to unearth ancient lost civilizations. The final snapshot from the two brothers' biographies I want to mention here is their involvement with more or less success in museum making. Once Luigi had amassed his Cypriot collection, he entered into negotiations with the world's major museums. He negotiated with these museums all at once, often deceiving prospective buyers with fake information about a higher offer made to him by a rival museum or an imminent sale, or even by selling patriotism along with antiquities, declaring, for example, that his heart wished that everything might go to his fatherland, be it Italy or America, according to the circumstance. It was the Met which finally crushed all other competitors, not only by buying his valuable but heavily falsified collection, but also by sponsoring him to go to Cyprus and continue his excavation on its behalf, and finally, of course, by appointing him the director of the museum upon his return. This is him as the director of the Met. Alessandro, on the other hand, attempted to replicate the same scheme with the British Museum. After he was chased out from Cyprus, he took refuge in London, where, through the influence of some important collectors and antiquaries, he sought the British Museum sponsorship in order to go back to Cyprus and dig on its behalf. Nevertheless, the trustees of the museum not only knew about the trial, but had already sponsored their own man to undertake the task. So, in his later years, Alessandro went back to what he had always known how to do best, namely being a military man. He lived the rest of his life as a major in the Italian army. Okay, let me now conclude by returning to where I started, the two trials. These two court scenes are revealing of a number of things. First of all, they represent windows onto two specific historical contexts. On the one hand, the moment of transition from the Ottoman to the British system of imperial rule in the Eastern Mediterranean and the abolition of the capitulation system. On the other hand, Gilded Age New York, a new industrial center, bringing with it a class of nouveau riche, the expansion of the press, the invention of marketing and celebrity culture, and the triumph of the self-made man. The Met was indeed a product of that moment, envisioned as it was as an institution worthy of this great metropolis and of the wide empire of which New York is the commercial center. Part of this capitalist empire extended now through the market of antiquities and the evolution of the tourism industry to the Mediterranean and the East. But beyond their immediate historical context, these trials mark also the moment of a paradigm shift. The establishment of archaeology as a scientific discipline, the crafting of the concept of archaeological heritage, and the making of public museums. In the case of Alessandro's trial, the strict application of a new law on antiquities in the Eastern Mediterranean reflected, of course, imperial interests, but it also gave rise to new ideas about the protection of archaeological sites on the assumptions that these were places of value. Discussions in the press about Luigi's trial posed the question of what a museum is, whether it is a private or a public affair, and whether it should be a place where objects are exhibited because of their archaeological value or because of their artistic merit. The trial served to clarify disciplinary identity and to establish professional authority. What archaeology was, what training it required, and what the archaeologist was supposed to do were far from obvious questions in Luigi's time. Conventional histories of modern archaeology treat the likes of the Cesnola brothers as colorful characters on the margins of the scholarly world, outsiders to scientific archaeology. My claim instead is that people such as they, not only were part of the development of the discipline, but lie at the very heart of its foundation. Law courts are major sites of the shaping of knowledge production. Anyone reading the minutes of Luigi's trial and their reproduction in the press would have been faced with a number of questions about archaeology rarely discussed until that moment. How restorations should be effected, what the difference between restoration and repair is, how the exact location and provenance of objects should be reported, what the meaning of archaeological collection is, and what value so-called duplicates have, whether the removal of stone constitutes carving or clearing from objects the layers of incrustation and dirt, and so on. It is actually an exercise in understanding the limits of intervention in and on the original. In fact, on the whole, these trials and the stories of these brothers in general speak about the emergence of the value of authenticity in a time of global transformation and reinvention of the self. The difficulty in regard to the collection or about a great deal of the evidence which has been elicited on the trial, a newspaper stated in regard to Luigi's case, is to know where deception ends and truth begins. An essentially romantic trope, authenticity, gradually escaped from the realm of literature and acquired currency as a value in the wider world, engendering disquiet about the limits of the fake and the nature of the fraudulent. These anxieties did not concern only statues, they extended to humans. In fact, the two brothers, transformed and reinvented so many times as they were, resembled the statues that they dug up and exposed, a collage of different pieces, half authentic and half counterfeit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantina, for this terrific paper, this kind of Janus face story, which is so fascinating per se, but yet introduces so many different crucial topics in transnational stories, and I especially love the idea of the romantic trope of authenticity applied both to the lives of those two brothers, and I couldn't stop from thinking that the same happens not only for the antiquity market and exhibition in museums, but it would have happened in the next decades for the Italian art shipped to the US through merchants who were sometimes also validating false productions, as we know, as we are discovering more and more. And again, this idea of the European or classical heritage presented in the US is extremely important. So we have so many topics to discuss, and I would like to open the floor to discussion, both about Konstantina Zano's paper and maybe also to topics that we presented in the afternoon, basically, because the morning was more devoted to other issues. But floor is yours. So please just raise your hand or write your questions in the chat. Simona, will you have a look at the chat? Alex Nagel is saying thank you. It was interesting, and then I disappear from my screen. Simona,
Yes,
can you?
I see the question.
The because I have problems in.
There is Sarah, perhaps. Sarah also.
Let me just, if I may, comment on Alex's comment. He says, it was interesting how little the recent Met exhibition Making the Met engaged with the Cesnola. In fact, Cesnola, as I tried to show in the beginning, he only gets a very small picture in a very dark corner of the museum, and this is not accidental. He is basically the creator of the Met. He is the Met doesn't exist before he comes. He's the one who he's the first director for almost 30 years. You realize it's like it's a long time. So basically, not only the Sigler collection was the important core of what became the Met later on, but he was also the one who bought all collections later on, and he also expanded the museum, and he made it what we know today. So one of the major arguments of this book I'm writing now is how the foundation of archaeology and museum making in this country, but in general, it's a general argument, was very much connected with this kind of lives of the global tricksters and military men. And, let's face it, and I really think that if the museums would had some self-irony and sense of humor, they would really realize how important it is to show this thing, to make exhibitions about that, really, instead of hiding it.
There is another question. Can you see the chat?
Yes. You want me to read it?
Nicholas?
Yes, Nicholas, thank you. He's a colleague of mine here at Columbia. I can read it. Thank you, Constantina, for your talk and your fascinating Mediterranean story. My question is whether there is also a gendered angle to seeing and understanding the story of men and their invention and reinvention of themselves. What was the role of women in their adventures in the making of antiquity archaeology? So thank you. This is a very important story aspect. And I guess that there has been some discussion about this in previous talks in this workshop today, which I missed. But let me say that I didn't include here. I have a chapter in the book about a gendered view of the same story, and because there are some important characters in this story. But first of all, it's the two wives of the brothers. I didn't mention them here. They were very influential, both married women who were very influential. They had extended networks, and they actually created their husbands as archaeologists. It was these two women who perceived the idea of their transformation into archaeologists. One was a very important New York daughter of a military man who married Luigi despite her family's will, and so she did everything she could in order to make Luigi into someone successful and prove to her family that indeed the person I married is a successful man. And indeed, she made it. She's very important. She writes part of his books. She controls everything he does. There is an extensive correspondence of her. So it's a very important character. Then Alessandro married, basically, the daughter of a very important collector in England, who was the collector who financed his expedition to Cyprus. And then he sold together with him all these items. And he was the one who tried to introduce him in the British Museum. So we have these women, but we also have another important gendered aspect in what concerns the way these men in their memoirs, what I said, archaeological memoir, they describe the gendered way of describing their adventures and what they discover. For example, Luigi, whatever statue he found, he interpreted it as an Aphrodite, okay? Because Aphrodite would sell a lot. And so he would play very much with his sexualities around female figures and sell the island of Cyprus as the island of love and Aphrodite and so on. And they have a chapter in the book which is called The Revenge of Aphrodite, because actually the statue of Aphrodite is the cause for his trial, because it's the first time that they see that there is a fraudulent patchwork on Aphrodite. And so I discuss also this gendered aspect there in relation to these narratives.
There's a question from Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Right, so this started off. I don't know if Ilaria has been noting hands that were up on the raised hand thing.
I have problems with this system, so please, Simona, take the lead.
Yeah. So yeah, this started off as a question for Yuri, right at the beginning of the afternoon.
Okay.
And it's kind of grown since. So my initial question was, in terms of the kind of way in which different parts of Thessaloniki were being viewed by these various people, how did they see buildings or spaces that were traditionally or were coded as Jewish? Because of course Jews are the majority of the biggest group in Ottoman Thessaloniki, and then they shrink as it goes on. And then this question has sort of kind of grown with the other papers. So, I mean, in terms of somebody like Pinar's paper on Kondakov, I mean, where do Jews fit in with his view of Istanbul and the wider East, and kind of perspectives from the Orthodox Church kind of position? And then just in terms of, I think maybe everybody who's spoken since the beginning of the afternoon, we're talking about others and othering. And of course, and we've barely mentioned Jewish populations in the Eastern Mediterranean. And so for any of the other speakers, are there places where Jews also come into your story, and where are they in that? Because of course, they have a significant presence in a lot of the places that we've talked about.
Yes, well, unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you because, I didn't study this aspect. But what can I say is that, the Jewish community in Thessaloniki was affected most by the fire because the fire destroyed their neighborhood. And I think that, they were affected also in economic terms. And in general, after the incorporation of Thessaloniki to Greece, local communities, the Muslim and the Jewish ones, but to a certain extent, even the Orthodox ones lost part of their power because, in the Ottoman system, religious leaders were responsible towards authorities of their own communities. But, the incorporation of Thessaloniki into the Greek state affected them in this respect. I think, I'm not an expert of Jewish heritage, but in the last year I saw a growing interest for Jewish communities in Greece. There is a wonderful book by Fleming on the Jewish communities of Greece and so on. And I think that at the moment there is a debate in Thessaloniki too on the tourist promotion of Jewish buildings. Unfortunately, for example, the Nazis destroyed the ancient Jewish cemetery of the city, and there is not much left to see, I'm afraid. And
of course sent almost the whole Jewish population to the...
Yes, was exterminated during the Second World War, yes.
Yeah.
Pinar?
Thank you for your question, Sarah. So I can say that for Kondakov, not only for Kondakov, but for Russian Byzantine history in general, the concepts of East and West had several meanings. So their understanding of East and West was influenced by the fact that Russia was itself stretching between Europe and Asia. So compared to, let's say, Britain or France, Russia was in the East. So East and West also meant Orthodoxy and other forms of Christianity. So for Kondakov was a specialist in the history of the Orthodox Church. He was a specialist in the history of Byzantine iconography. So for him, East, whenever he uses the word, I can say that he used it to mean, sometimes he used it to mean in the general European sense, like Muslim East, the Ottoman East, but he also oftentimes he used East to include, in a way, to include Russia as well. So East meaning the Orthodox community. So, I mean, if this is an answer to your question, was this what you?
And I mean, where did the Jewish people of the Eastern
Okay,
countries
so
fall within that?
People are non-existent in his texts. I mean, there is exactly no reference. So this non-existence is also interesting in itself. I mean, this is partly because it wasn't his specialty, but in my talk, I talked about the Palestine Society, which funded most of Kondakov's studies in the Ottoman Empire. The Palestine study was centered in Jerusalem, and they made a lot. They had academic journals.
I've worked with Olya Gerd, who writes a lot on them.
Yes. So you know, I mean, the question of Jews is mostly non-existent in the publications of the Palestine Society as well, and it is interesting because most of these Jewish people were immigrants from the Russian Empire, and somehow they should have come into contact with some of these Russian Jews, but I mean, they just don't talk about them, and maybe the lack of reference to Jewish people may show something. I mean, I just don't want to make overgeneralized statements, but we should remember that many of these Byzantinists were very staunch monarchists, very staunch Orthodox believers. They were not the best friends of Russian Jews, to say the least.
Okay, other questions, suggestions, comments? I have a question for George. I'm sorry, I couldn't follow very well your papers because of the connection, because of the failed connection. But I wonder if there are some indications in your sources about the agency of the subjectivities of the workers in relation of the both nationalism that you talk about two types of sense of belongings, no? The Greek one and the Macedonian one.
Yes.
So, have you found something in the source that testified an agency by the workers in relation to the construction of these two kinds of identities?
Yeah, I understand your question. However, unfortunately,
please the microphone.
Again,
okay, thank you.
Yes, I have to bring the camera close to me. So, I understood the question. The problem, however, is that we find too little about laborers in those two, at least those two archaeological excavation that I talked about, which is a problem. The only thing we know is that Greek archaeologists preferred Grecophone manual laborers. I don't know why. It might be an ethical economy thing. Let's help the Grecophones in Macedonia because this is the good thing to do. But also it might be simply a practical matter because Grecophone laborers would understand what the archaeologist was trying to say. And if we remember that at some part of Macedonia, the majority of people there are Slavophones, then we have to understand that the Grecophones was the best solution. Otherwise, in general, no, I haven't found any sense of agency coming from the part of the of laborers in Macedonia, and we also have to remember that these are first year of Macedonia by the Greek state, let's say, and so it would be very hard to expect from them some kind of agency because at the time they were very much. How could I say? I mean, they were absolutely under. They were living basically in fear in the first couple of years against fear for the Greek state. So no, we do not have, unfortunately, any agency back then. Later, you never know. I never know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, George. There is an answer for Constantina. Can you read it, Constantina, in the chat?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah. I'm reading. Are there particular insights from the transnational history approach that you think are useful in thinking about archaeology in this period? Yes, totally. I mean, this is exactly what I'm doing. First of all, I come from I am a historian of intellectual and cultural historian of the Mediterranean international approach. I'm not a historian of archaeology. This is all new to me. So basically, the way I see it, so it's interesting because coming from outside archaeology myself, outside the history of archaeology myself, I see the birth of archaeology as a historical phenomenon, deeply, let's say, embedded within the period, and so within the phenomena, within specific times and places and specific individuals and their lives. These lives, experiences, contexts, multiple contexts, are always interconnected. If you follow a life, right, you will see that it doesn't have one specific context. If you think about lives, even our own life, right, we have so many different contexts in our lives, which come together only by the fact that we live this life. So this means that the discipline that we create, the things that we say, bring together all these experiences, and this is what I try, and that's why it's by itself a transnational process, and this is what I try to do by showing. This is what I will try to do much better in the book, I hope, by showing how such disparate phenomena as the international network of military men extending from Russia to Latin America and the Civil War by men who are are soldiers when they want, and when this doesn't work anymore, they become something else, either consuls, either archaeologists, either collectors or merchants, and so on, and they exchange roles all the time. This network, the network of the gold rush, of the miners, of the people who would go and dig, that's the same time with the emergence of archaeology, and it's the same thinking. This is the way they talk, these people. They think that they actually mention that Cyprus is a mine of antiquities. They see archaeology as part of this extraction capitalism of the earth, right? And it's connected. This is the time of the extraction capitalism anyway. Also, the network of consuls in the Eastern Mediterranean it's critical. It's part of the history. Everybody knows that it's part of the history of the emergence of archaeology in the Eastern Mediterranean. I try to bring all these different phenomena, the emergence of the press, the emergence of the tourist industry. It's all these different disparate phenomena. My argument is that they make part of the same story, and they are connected to the emergence of the public museum and the emergence of archaeology as a discipline. So yes, by itself, it's a transnational story. It cannot be anything else. A global story, if you want, also. There are two other questions.
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps you want to read, so there is an exchange. You don't hear just my voice.
Okay. Phaedra, the question is, Phaedra, do you want to read it? Or? Okay. I have the impression that the creation of the great national museums represent a unique opportunity for the reinvention of the self for many amateurs. May you spend some more words about this phenomenon?
Yeah. Thank you, Phaedra. So I think that I don't like the distinction between amateurs and professionals at that time, because nobody's a professional, and the amateurs say that they are professionals. So I mean there is no such distinction. It's important. So the capitalist market around the market of antiquities and the emergence of this huge capitalism, capitalist space around the market of antiquities, which of course is connected to the emergence of the nation at the same time. The nations imagine themselves as imperial nations and they want their imperial museums, right? I mean, the Med represents the New York, which is an imperial center connected to around the world. So all this market of antiquities gives opportunities for social ascent to people who now realize that they can use not only, let's say, the land or other means to get wealth, but they can use what we call now cultural capital. So they can sell themselves as respectable scientists and, men of letters, and then they can also gain money, like make money out of this thing. So it's very interesting because all these archaeologists, from Schliemann to whatever, starting from Belzoni to Leard, and then all these people, they belong to the same family of cases. They usually are either military men or consuls and amateur archaeologists, and then they become traders of antiquities, like merchants of antiquities, and then they try to, for example, the Chisnolas, both of them, they deny from a certain point onwards that they are dealers of antiquities. They don't want to be called dealers, even if they have sold. They want to be called whatever, men of knowledge, or things. So they find it's interesting because this is how they start. But by the end of their lives, being a dealer of antiquities is seen as a bad thing, because in the meantime, through the lives of these people, archaeology is being shaped as something which is more scientific, more something which has nothing to do with mining, in fact. Instead, this is how it starts. Okay? Also, another aspect that I find very interesting is how archaeology at the very beginning in these people is very personal. The objects belong to the people who find them, right? But also they are called the Chisnola collection, the Schliemann collection. Like they are very much connected, and the stories in these archaeological memoirs are the stories of these people. You want to go and read what they found, but they actually read how they passed their days, how it was their adventures, how they felt here and there, how they liked the people of the place. So, I mean, it's all about narrating the self-made image of this made-up man together with the excavation and discovery of this lost civilization. It's a very personal thing, something which archaeology lost afterwards. Archaeology became very, if you read anything today, you don't even know who the archaeologist is. It's just data. They imagine themselves sorry, there are many archaeologists here, and I was trained as an archaeologist, but it's like archaeologists today imagine themselves as social scientists, as if we give data, right? As if it has nothing to do with us. But in the very beginning, it had everything to do with the person. It was the person, let's say. There is another question I can read. Thank you, Konstantina Stipilis, for this fascinating talk. Just wanted to add a quick note that Chisnola appears in the Ottoman archival sources. Thank you, please. With respect to a large collection of antiquities brought in 1872 to Istanbul. Yes, of course, which is called and still forms the background. Okay, yes, I wanted to say something about that. Basically, you know it better than me, perhaps, that there was this, according to the law of Antiquities 1874, you had to give, when you excavated something, you had to give a share of that excavation to the museum. And so what he did, he did that, but basically there was a lot of tricks in doing that. Usually so we see in his letters that he has a whole tactic that he doesn't show everything, of course, that he finds, or he shows only the insignificant things, or he gives to the museum the so-called duplicates, what he calls duplicates, as if there are duplicates anyway, but this is what he does. And so he does that, but he also, before the law, before he's obliged to do that by the law, basically he uses archaeological objects as presents, as gifts to important persons in order to get access and of authorizations for different things. One is this. So he sends small packages with, the way we send today the deodorants and the shampoos and so on. He puts in one box different pieces of archaeological objects, fragments, and he sends them as presents here and there, especially to different diplomats, because he wants to get a better position than that of the consul in Cyprus. This is the first reason. And then because he wants to get access in different spaces. So yes, there is a collection there. I haven't been in Istanbul to see the archive, to be honest, and it's one of the things that I would want to do, but I'm not sure I will. And so yeah, I would need some access to that. I'm not sure how easy it is. So perhaps, Phyllis, if you're there, I will write to you if you know someone or a way that I can find this. If there is any correspondence, I would love to ask for a reproduction from the museum. So I may write to you, and thank you. So he indirectly contributed to the enrichment of the Ottoman collection. Yes, totally. I agree. Well, perhaps he's also part of the Ottoman. And this was one of the questions that I wanted to ask you before, but I didn't, because I didn't attend your talk from the very beginning. Who is Ottoman and who is not in this context? I mean, he is part of the establishment of Ottoman archaeology. He's part of that thing. He's the one who, and the other consuls. So I mean, I'm not sure how we can really distinguish between the different actors who take part in this all excavation enterprise in creating what we know as Ottoman archaeology. Because in reality, it's a group work. He's not alone. He has so many workers who are Cypriot, but also he has these intermediaries who are Europeans, Levantines, or other consuls, or people from the Ottoman authorities and so forth. And so all these people participate in this enterprise, which is, archaeological excavation, and then he sends things to the museum. So I am not sure how we can distinguish who is Ottoman and who is not in understanding how the Ottoman archaeological heritage was created. I don't know if you have any thoughts about this, Philip.
It's stable, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Somebody else's.
Yes. I don't know.
Can hear some voices.
Yes.
So there is a microphone on, and I think everybody should turn it off and just let.
Perhaps Yuri?
Yuri, is your microphone on? Should
No.
please turn it on?
Yes, but
No.
yeah.
I don't know, sorry, but
Yeah.
they are all off. So.
So it's someone in Italy, guys, because it's in Italian, the
No,
voice.
it's not in Italian. They are all off, so I really don't know. Okay, Felix.
It's a very good question that also keeps me busy. I keep thinking about it because it's as you said, archaeology was this transnational discipline. It was this cosmopolitan, or whatever we call it, this international scene. And so we have also in the Imperial Museum, we have these European archaeologists who were employed to excavate, to work on the artifacts, to document the finds, or even to write the catalogs, and who spent a significant part of their lives in Istanbul. So that's a good question. Who is Ottoman? Who is not? I mean, I think we should be more inclusive than exclusive in this sense. So I try to include everybody else instead of trying to distinguish between the Levantines and the European and I mean, it's very difficult to categorize.
Yeah.
So
And one question I had was whether this what's the name of this character of yours, the main sorry, I forget his name, the archaeologist. Yes, Macready. Whether Macready was claimed by Greece at a certain point as a Greek archaeologist, was he or not? I don't know.
Not really, because he spent the majority of his life in Turkey, even after the Republican Turkey was founded. And he only spent the last 9 years of his life, 8 years even, in Greece. So he is the founder of the Baday Museum, but I couldn't find any information about his connections there. They don't have any archives, really nothing. So yeah, it's interesting. But he's more of this kind of a group of Greeks who remained in Turkey and kind of fell in between the cracks of history.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Yuri?
Well, I had no chance to congratulate Yorgos for his paper, and I think that he mentioned Yorgos Economos, and I think there is an episode which gives an idea of the ideological stance of Economos himself and of that of other national archaeologists, regardless of their nationality. At the beginning of his work in Thessaloniki, Economos denounced the illicit trade of antiquities as a form of prostitution. And I think this is a real and a clear reference to an abuse on, the feminized and the sacralized body of the nation. And I think that, this is a common stance.
Absolutely, yeah. So I can hear you. Also, I think that you cannot hear me because, again, the microphone is quite far away because my microphone is embedded into my camera. So I'm gonna close my camera and bring my camera closer. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much better than before. Thanks, God. Okay. I don't know about which incident you're talking about. All I know that Economos is exactly the person who could be the archaeologist with an agenda. Kind of a state-sponsored archaeologist that is sent to Macedonia, is sent to Pella and other sites afterwards in order to help build the national or nationalist narrative in the newly conquered land. The thing is that, as you saw, the excavation site that he went first in Pella went rather badly, and then he left, and once Greece conquered, let's say, the coastal areas of the Asia Minor from 1921 to 1922, basically, he in the span of those 2 years, he immediately went to Asia Minor in order to start the excavation of, I think it was Ephesus or Pergamos, I don't remember, it was one of those. In order and eventually to capitalize on this publicity in order to become basically the president, not the president, but the general director of the society at Athens. So yes, I am not at all surprised by what you said about Economos. You should expect something like that from archaeologists like him.
Okay, thank you, George. There are other questions?
Just wanted to make some
Paulo.
comments on Costantina's talk. It was really interesting, and just thinking out loud. In Egypt, in Egyptology, we are really full of this kind of characters, very flamboyant and previously soldiers, and we also have a period of more than 20 years that we call the Age of Consuls, when all the consuls were collecting objects and then selling these collections to different countries. Actually, to the one that where giving the best offer. But I'm wondering if it is so easy always to to draw a straight line in the description of these people between the economic aspects and the way they were surely using the antiquities for their career, and on the other side, kind of passion for antiquities and for the past and for recovering these artifacts. Because I was just thinking of people like, just to complicate the picture a little bit more, if necessary, like Maspero. Maspero in 1886, he sells a huge quantity of objects to Cesnola, and he says for 30,000 francs worth of objects. So we are in 1886. It means we are in a British occupied Ottoman Egypt, where the French have the total control of the service of antiquities. And Maspero is the director of the museum in Cairo. So he is supposed to be the one taking care of objects and protecting. But of course, he is in need of money, and he has no problem in selling this part of the collection to the US, to a US collection. We cannot question the passion for antiquities and for archaeology of Maspero. So, just wondering if there's an issue there or not in trying to cut the
I understand the question. Yeah.
Writers.
Well, I understand the question, and it's important, and it's one of the questions that I had in the beginning. But basically, okay, let's start from the fact, because I come from my formation as historian. I think helps me disentangle these questions in a different way, perhaps, because well, the question of intention of the actors is never a question for the historians. I mean, we don't care, basically. I don't care, at least. I don't want to speak in behalf of all the historians, but I don't care. It's not important if the intention of the actors was good or bad, or whether they had real passion, or whether they were just thinking about money, or they were, tricksters or whatever. There is no judgment there. This is one of the things that I want to convey is that, the historians should try to understand. They don't judge, okay? They don't judge their subjects. So basically, when I describe these people as tricksters, as doing all these things and so on, I do not say, oh, you were wrong. You were like in the wrong side. You were you were, thinking only about that, and you didn't have a real passion for archaeology. No, I'm not saying this thing. I am saying that you were not different from so many others. You were not different from so many people, even ourselves all the time, when there is no clear line between why we do things. It's always complicated, right? It's always messy. Our pragmatic concerns are always connected to our passions and to our different things that we do in our life. It's the same with these people. So it's not my aim to say, oh, he was a real lover of antiquity, and the other guy was not. It's just all together, I think. And I decided And because these people are full of lies, as I tried to show, right? And there was a clear question in the beginning: how does a historian tell a story, tells the truth about lies, about a number of lies, right? And I thought that the best way to do that was not to indicate whether it was a lie or not and judge the intentions of the actors, but was to keep neutral and have a sense of humorism and think that, this is how all our lives, the lives of all of us are. And so that was my answer. So I'm not, and so from a certain point onwards, I don't care if they had, I don't care really if they had genuine intentions or not. I don't know if I help you develop this thought.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. I wasn't saying that you were giving judgments on this people.
No, yeah.
But I was only thinking of complexity of describing, of course, the person because it is as it is, and also I was thinking when you said, well, archaeologists today, they are kind of detached from antiquities. They in some way, or you were saying they are not so so much.
They are invisible. They are invisible. I was trying to say they're invisible. Yeah.
Yeah. On the other hand, I can say that many times archaeologists also today are just using different kind of trade. So instead of finding antiquities and selling objects, they are mining for data and selling publications.
That's a great point. That's a great point indeed.
For the same purpose of those ancestors. So for the career.
No, I totally agree, and I think that the historians do the same. Of course, everyone. And indeed, when I thought about this story, I thought about it as a self-ironic story of really, kind of who we are, what we do today. It's like based on these foundations. It's like making a little bit fun of ourselves, not taking ourselves so seriously as being so different from these people, So it's really.
There's a nice book in Italian. I don't remember now the name of the author, but is an historian that wrote a book like in an anthropological way, studying what he called the tribe of the historians. So his colleagues at university and
if you remember about it, you can send it to me, please. Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, I will find it.
Great.
Because I read it, but I don't remember now the name.
Okay, other questions?
I was just wondering if we could consider archaeology as a way, as a path to a kind of intellectual gentrification in the case studied by Constantina. Because it's true, these people they're born into a nobility, but they are poor people. They have to go their own way. They're very different from rich aristocrats who in the same times, in the same period, find Etruscan remains in their fields, but they're aristocrats anyway. They don't need to use them for self-gentrification, so to say, whilst here, these people seem to be able to play this card, among others, to gentrify themselves and to gentrify themselves in a way. Oh, and that has to do also with the fact that they don't want to be. That has to also to do with the fact, with the attitude which was underlined by Constantina, of people dealing with archaeology or with art in the same time, who don't want to be dealers. They want to, kind of gentrify themselves by, making little presents, getting into more restricted and higher, socially higher circles or clubs or whatever. I mean, because these are individual strategies anyway. And in this period, archaeology, more than other new disciplines, helps through this. And I was also thinking, it's a very different context, but I was thinking of the study I did and coordinated on European historians. In some cases, to be a successful historian was a way to gentrify himself. Only think of Ranke, Leopold Ranke, who became Leopold von Ranke in a different situation. And of course, archaeology is less professional at the beginning, but offers more possibilities because of the access to socially more diversified spheres. So I think this is not very clear to me, but my issue would be intellectual gentrification.
Yes, Ilaria, thank you. This is this is very much it's very into the point, really. It's one of the things that it's one of the central ideas of the thing that I'm writing. Imagine that people like Cesnola, both of them, but especially Luigi, the most successful of the two, he was befriended with Gladstone. He was sitting in the same table with Renan. Okay, and then basically in order to prove his, let's say, his value as the director of the Met later on, he would ask letters of these people, of all the famous people he knew. He entered into respectable society. In New York, he was like both the friend, but the product also of this high society. This is where his wife introduced him. All these people who were around him, the trustees of the Met, were all these millionaires and intellectuals and so on. And you're right. This can be both a story of archaeology, but also a story of an Italian story of diaspora and of the social mobility of different kinds of diasporic. In the beginning, when I approached this story, since you know my previous work, I thought of these people as the second generation after all those volunteers and transnational soldiers who were out of job because after the end of the Napoleonic period and all this, they had to find new avenues to social ascent. And basically, specifically the Cesnolas, they were from a noble family, but they had lost everything in the 1821 Piedmontese Revolution because they were Carbonari, their fathers. So this is all very interesting how it connects to the previous generation and how this new generation finds in migration, then in gold digging, gold searching, and then in antiquity searching these new avenues to gain respectability, social respectability, basically, as you say, to find a new aristocratic idea. And it's the same time that we have the emergence of the intellectual, like the intellectual as someone who can stand in society and earn from his job, right? It's the same time that we have all this, the creation of the space for intellectuals to be considered something important.
And if you want to maybe it would be interesting to compare, to have in mind the similar and yet so different story of Enrico Cernuschi, Henri Cernuschi, who is, also, in the Risorgimento turmoil, but then finally he ends up as a banker and as a traveler, and he brings back to Paris all the Oriental high class. Of course, this is not this is not from the antiquity, but it's from the 13th century onwards in Chinese and Eastern and Oriental art. So I mean, it's just top quality.
Yes, I know
it's a real
story.
story, so to say. No? But thank
Yeah,
you
yeah,
much
very
for-
similar. No, thank you. These are all very important. Let me write down what Paolo is proposing. The book, La tribù degli antichisti. Very interesting.
Yeah, there is a comment from Leonardo Bison. I don't have a proper question, but I think that we as archaeologists especially should discuss a bit more about the relationship of the discipline with nationalism, colonialism, trade and looting. With no deep debates inside and outside the discipline, there can't be any real discontinuity. Just a feel to share, many of the unsolved issues are still there. And it's true that it's still there.
Great. So you will invite me in more conferences.
Yes, it's true. So,
I
are there
would
any
like
other
to add
questions? Yes,
I would
Pinar,
like to add
please.
on Ilaria's comment. This question of gentrification or social mobility definitely applies to many of the Russian Byzantinists and Russian scholars in this time period, definitely to Kondakov. I mean, Kondakov was born not only as a peasant, but he was born as a serf. And he became a free man only when he was young. And when he left, when he had to leave Russia because of the Bolshevik takeover, he was very prestigious. He had a dacha, a summer house. He had a nice apartment in St. Petersburg. He was well connected with the royal family. His expedition to Istanbul was funded by Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, brother of the Tsar. He had a Légion d'honneur, which actually saved him during his short time in Istanbul. So he was so well connected. I mean, he tutored Czechoslovak president's daughter, Masaryk's daughter, when he was in Prague. So this man started out as a serf. He was not even a free man when he was born, but by the time he died, he was not only a prestigious scholar, but he was very much connected to royal families, to presidents across Europe, not only in Russia, but in Czechoslovakia, in Bulgaria, all around the place. So I think this is just a proof for your comment.
Okay, any other questions? No. So I think it's time to close.
Thank you, Simona, for organizing this great conference.
She left. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much. I really enjoyed this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you as well.
very
Something, excuse me, but I don't know what happened. Okay, here I am. Okay. So I really want to thank you. I really want to thank you for this day that I think we all learned something, or at least I learned a lot. And I imagine that other questions and suggestions would have arisen from our confrontation, but I also know that so many hours in front of the screen can be very tiring. So I hope that this dialogue can continue, maybe in other form, not mediated by the screen and more direct. So for now, all that remains is to thank you again and say really goodbye and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very thanks. Have a nice day, a nice evening. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.